Chapter 1. The way back east, Dan Slaughter had lived most of his life in places where the day ended when the light did. In Johnson County, Tennessee, the sun slipped behind the low green hills early, and the shadows that pooled in the hollows felt older than the asphalt that cut across them. By 9 o'clock, most of the town had given up on pretending it was part of the 21st century. Porch lights clicked off. Televisions went dim behind thin curtains. The two-lane highway that doubled as Main Street turned quiet enough that you could hear the river if you listened hard. By 9:30 on that Tuesday, the only building still bleeding light into the dark was the brick bar at the edge of town. The sign above the door used to say, "The Wayfarer" in big, confident letters. Over the years, storms had peeled away the paint until it just read, "Way," which, as far as Dan was concerned, was fitting. People came in there when they'd lost theirs. He parked his truck in the rutted gravel lot and stepped out into the cool April air. The night smelled like wet earth and engine oil. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked half-heartedly and then thought better of it. Inside, the bar was the same as it had been for the last 15 years. Same wooden stools with cracked vinyl cushions. Same neon beer signs humming in the corners like tired insects. Same television bolted above the bar, forever tuned to whatever game the bartender cared least about. Dan slid onto his usual stool like it had been waiting for him. "Evening," said Crystal, the bartender, without looking up from the glass she was drying. She was in her 40s, but her eyes had lost the part that bothered counting years. "Evening," Dan replied. "Usual?" He thought about it for half a second and then nodded. "Yeah, usual." She popped the top off a long neck and set it in front of him. The hiss of escaping gas sounded louder than it should have. Dan wrapped his fingers around the cold glass and let the condensation soak into the calluses of his hand before he took the first sip. Beer had never solved a single thing in his life, but it was reliable in its failure. You learned to respect that kind of consistency. On the TV, two baseball teams he didn't care about went through the motions of a game that didn't seem to matter to them either. The announcer's voice droned on about statistics that must have meant something to someone. Dan's thoughts kept drifting back to the quiet house on the hill where he no longer lived. He saw it in flashes, the porch swing creaking in the wind, the dent in the drywall from the night he'd put his fist through it rather than answer another question he didn't like. The look on Sarah's face as she'd pushed the envelope with the divorce papers across the table toward him. He hadn't signed them yet. Signing felt like admitting she'd been right about everything. "How's the hand?" Crystal asked, nodding at his knuckles. The bruises had yellowed but were still there. Faint scars of a fight with a man who had looked too much like the son who wouldn't take his calls. "Healed," Dan said. "Same as my pride." "So not at all, then?" He let a corner of his mouth tick up. "Something like that." The bar's other regulars sat in their little islands of routine. A pair of retired mechanics arguing about which year of F-150 was the worst mistake Ford had ever made. A young couple sharing an order of fries in silence, each scrolling their own phone. An old man nursing a whiskey like he was afraid if he finished it, the night would end. Dan pulled his phone out of his pocket, more out of habit than hope. The black screen reflected his own face back at him, the gray sneaking into his beard, the lines around his mouth that hadn't been there even 5 years ago. No messages, no emails, no missed calls. He swore under his breath, some mixture of annoyance at himself for checking and irritation at the world for giving him nothing to find. He was about to slide the phone away when the screen lit up in his hand. Unknown caller. The ring cut through the low murmur of the bar. A couple of heads turned, not because they cared, but because noise was rare enough this time of night to be interesting. Dan frowned. Telemarketer, he thought. Maybe one of those scam calls about car warranties. Nobody he wanted to hear from would be calling from an unknown number. And yet he let it ring only twice before he swiped to answer. "Yeah," he said, bringing it to his ear. "This is Dan." There was a heartbeat of static, and then a woman's voice, thin and distant. Hello, is this Dan Slaughter from Johnson County, Tennessee?" His grip tightened slightly. Old reflexes. The way she said his last name sounded like she'd practiced it. "That depends who's asking," he said. "I'm sorry," she rushed, My name is Karen Rios. I'm calling from Boise, Idaho. It's about Carl Jensen. The name threaded through his chest and pulled something tight. He hadn't heard it spoken aloud in years, but it arrived with a rush of images anyway. A skinny kid on a BMX bike riding no hands down a gravel hill, a teenage boy with a black eye and a grin, telling a teacher the other guy looked worse, a young man on a porch swing, his fingers shaking as he poured the last of a bottle of cheap bourbon into the dirt and swore he was done. Carl, Dan repeated as if he hadn't quite caught it. Yes, Karen said. You knew him, right? Your number was listed as his emergency contact. It was the only one there. The only one. That shouldn't have hurt, but somehow it did. I knew him, Dan said. What happened? On the other end, Karen inhaled like she needed courage, not air. I'm sorry to tell you like this, she said. Carl passed away yesterday. The words slid into his ear and sat there, heavy and cold. For a moment, Dan thought maybe he'd misheard her, that the bad reception had changed the hospital to passed away, or something like that. But the silence that followed had the particular weight of truth. How? He asked. The police report lists it as an overdose. They found him in his apartment this morning. Dan's gaze drifted to the TV without really seeing it. On screen, a batter swung and missed. The crowd's groan was muted through the speakers. Overdose, he repeated. Yes. That doesn't make sense, he said. I know, she whispered. He could hear other sounds in the background now. Footsteps, the distant echo of a television, a door creaking open and shut. An apartment building, maybe, somewhere with thin walls. Carl was sober, Dan said, more to himself than to her. He worked too damn hard to get there to just fall back. Mr. Slaughter, I didn't know him back then, Karen said. I only knew the last couple of years. But he told me stories about Tennessee, about getting clean. He was proud of it. Then how? I don't know, she cut in, her voice suddenly brittle. All I know is his rent was late. That never happened. I went to knock, and there was no answer, so eventually I called the cops for a welfare check. They went in, they came out, and then they told me I'd done the right thing and asked me to identify him. Dan pictured Carl on the other side of some anonymous door, the cops going in with their gloves and their bored expressions, already fitting him into a category before they even saw his face. The officers, Karen continued, they looked tired, like they've seen too many of these lately. One of them said he was sorry, but, quote, Boise's drowning in ODs right now. We don't have time to dig deep on everyone. He'd heard variations of that sentence 100 times over the years, about different towns, different crises. It never sounded any less obscene. They finished up and left, Karen said. They took him away. That was it. And you called me because they just stapled a form to a file and walked out like it was nothing, she said. Because when I told them Carl had been clean for years, they shrugged and said, relapses happen. Because when I saw that form later, your name was underlined 3 times. Like he wanted to be sure someone in his old life knew. Dan felt something twist under his sternum. On the TV, the inning ended. Commercials shouted silently. Fast food, new trucks, pills to make you sleep, pills to wake you back up. The world selling itself while he sat there holding a phone that weighed as much as a cinder block. His mother, Karen said more quietly, isn't well enough to travel. She's still in Tennessee, right? As far as I know, Dan said. I called her. She couldn't stop crying long enough to hear the details. She kept saying, my boy, my boy. I told her there'd be a service here in Boise. She said she couldn't make it. That's when she told me about you too, about how you and Carl grew up together. They had, through busted noses and stolen cigarettes in summers that smelled like creek water in cheap gasoline, through bad decisions and worse consequences. Through the night, Dan had driven him to a rehab center 3 hours away and left him there, half convinced he'd never see his friend alive again. Look, Karen said, filling the silence, I know it's asking a lot. Distance, money, time, all of it. But I thought maybe someone should be here who remembers who he was before the police report says he was some anonymous overdose in a bad neighborhood. What neighborhood? Dan asked. The address, I mean. Not a bad one, she said. Not rich, but decent. Working people. Families. That's another reason it feels wrong. Crystal appeared at the far end of the bar, pointing at his half-finished beer with raised eyebrows. Dan covered the mouth of the bottle with his palm. I can text you the time and place of the service, Karen continued. If you can't come, at least you know what happened. But I needed to tell someone who would care. He stared at the condensation ring the bottle had left on the counter. Text me, he said. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, she said, exhaling like she'd been holding her breath since she dialed. And Mr. Slaughter? Yeah? I know it sounds crazy, but the last few weeks, Carl kept saying something big was coming. Power flickers, weird outages, sirens across town for no reason. He'd watch the news and laugh and say, we're living on the edge of a storm the suits can't see yet. I thought he was just being dramatic. Dan thought of the headlines he'd half read in the break room at the lumberyard. Cyber attack on major airline. Supply chains under unprecedented strain. Unexplained outages on both coasts. The world always seemed to be ending somewhere else. People like Carl are usually the first to feel when something's off, he said. Maybe, she said. Anyway, I'm sorry to bring this to you like this. I really am. He swallowed. I appreciate it. After the call disconnected, the phone felt unnaturally warm in his hand. You good? Crystal asked, wandering over. You look like you just got some bad news. An old friend died, he said. She winced. Damn, I'm sorry. Want me to put something else on? She gestured at the TV. News instead of the game, maybe. Or music. Nah, he said. Noise is noise. He set the phone screen down next to his beer. It vibrated almost immediately, a text from a number he didn't recognize. He didn't look at it right away. Instead, he stared at the bottle in front of him. If he kept drinking, he could probably blur this night into the next. He'd done it before. The town allowed that sort of thing. It was one of the few mercies it offered. But the image of Carl's name underlined 3 times on a form in a strange city wouldn't let him reach for the bottle. He pushed it away. Tab, he said. Crystal blinked. You're closing it already? Yeah. He slid a couple of bills across the bar. Keep the rest. That much bad news, huh? He didn't answer. On his way out, the other regulars gave him the quick, polite nod of people who recognized disaster from a distance and hoped it stayed there. Outside, the night had grown colder. The stars were bright, scattered across the sky in messy handfuls. Dan paused next to his truck, phone still in his hand, and finally looked at the text. This is Karen. Funeral for Carl Jensen, Friday 3 p.m., Boise Community Chapel. I'm sorry for your loss. A second text arrived a moment later with a map pin and a photo of a small clapboard chapel with a neat lawn. It looked like the kind of place that hosted weddings more often than funerals. Dan opened the map link. A blue line uncoiled from his town to Boise, Idaho, across 2.5 screens worth of America. 32 hours drive, a jagged, diagonal wound across the map. Hell, he muttered. He climbed into the truck, tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, and just sat there for a minute. The cab smelled like old coffee and sawdust from the lumberyard. The air freshener dangling from the rearview mirror had given up years ago. When he turned the key, the engine coughed awake after a moment of sullen hesitation. The dashboard lights flickered. A yellow check engine light glowed with the persistence of bad habits. On the local AM station, a host was ranting about something to do with fuel shortages and government incompetence. Dan twisted the knob until the voice dissolved into static and then into music, a country song about losing things you'd never thought you'd miss. The drive home was short, but gave him too much time to think. The road wound past fields and houses he could have driven past blindfolded. He passed the church, the Dollar General, the feed store, the school where his kids had once played baseball on a field that flooded every spring. He thought of them now, scattered, one in Knoxville studying something he couldn't quite pronounce, the other working at some tech company out of state, too busy to answer his calls. He wondered what they would think if they knew he was even considering driving halfway across the country for a man they barely remembered. They'd think I'm trying to escape again, he told himself. And maybe they'd be right. By the time he pulled into the gravel driveway of the rented house he'd been in since Sarah kicked him out, the knot in his chest had settled into something almost like resolve. The porch light was out. The bulb had blown. Weeks ago, He kept meaning to replace it and never did. The dark seemed fitting. Inside, the place looked exactly the way a man's house did when he lived alone, and only offered surface-level proof that he was coping. Dishes stacked mostly clean in the sink, laundry in a basket instead of on the floor, mail piled in intimidating drifts on the kitchen table. He flipped on the overhead light. It buzzed and flickered before settling. The note from Sarah was still on the fridge, held by a magnet shaped like a smiling sun. He didn't have to read it. He knew it by heart. "Sign the papers, Dan. We can't stay frozen like this forever." He turned away from it and headed to the bedroom. The closet door resisted for a second before giving way with a sticky sigh. On the top shelf sat a faded green duffel bag, flattened but not forgotten. He dragged it down and tossed it on the bed. Old habits, he thought again. A lifetime of leaving in the middle of the night, for good reasons and bad. He started packing mechanically, letting his hands decide what he'd need. Jeans, shirts, socks, underwear. The toiletry kit he kept ready for the rare times the lumberyard sent him out of town. A small first aid pouch that still held a few bandages and a roll of athletic tape. A flashlight, a coil of paracord. From the bedside drawer he pulled out a folding knife with a worn thumb stud. Sarah had yelled at him often enough about carrying it everywhere that leaving it now felt almost disloyal. He hesitated, then shoved it into the duffel anyway. In the living room, the television's standby light glowed dim red, waiting to flood the room with whatever disaster the news had chosen for the night. He didn't turn it on. He didn't need more noise in his head. At the kitchen table, he shuffled the piles of mail until he found a blank envelope. He tore it open, tossed the contents aside, and flattened the paper. He stared at it for a long moment before writing. Gone to Boise. Old friend died. Might be gone a few days. Don't worry. He chewed the end of the pen, then added almost spitefully, "If the kids ask, tell them I'm trying to do one thing right." He left the note in the center of the table, where it could accuse him when he got back, or where someone else could find it if he didn't. When he stepped back out onto the porch, the horizon was showing the faintest hint of gray. The birds hadn't started up yet, but the world felt like it was tilting toward morning. He loaded the duffel into the truck, slid behind the wheel, and checked the fuel gauge. Half a tank, enough to get him a couple of states away before he'd have to worry about prices and lines and whatever else the radio host had been ranting about. For a moment, he just sat there, hands on the steering wheel, the engine idling. He could still walk back inside, call Karen in the morning, and tell her he was sorry for her loss, sorry for the distance, sorry he couldn't make it. People did that all the time, and nobody blamed them. But he kept seeing that underlined name on the emergency contact form in his head, kept hearing Carl's voice on that long-ago night on the porch. "If anything happens and they say it's my fault," Carl had said, staring at the dark yard, "I need at least one person who'll know better." Dan put the truck in gear. The tires crunched on the gravel as he pulled out of the driveway and turned west toward the highway, toward Boise, toward whatever waited for him there. He had no way of knowing that in less than a week, the world would tilt hard enough that the quiet little life he was leaving would look, from the far side, like a dream. All he knew was that an old friend was dead in a city he hadn't set foot in for a decade, and that for once, running away and running towards something might be the same direction. The way back east was behind him. The road to Boise lay ahead. Chapter 2. The Long Road to Boise. The highway out of Tennessee felt unfamiliar the way a childhood home does when someone else owns it. Dan passed the weather-beaten sign that thanked him for visiting the state and welcomed him to Virginia. And for a second, he felt like he should stop, get out, and mark the line on the ground somehow. Put a rock there. Carve his initials into a tree. Something to prove he'd actually left. Instead, he kept driving. The morning sun burned off the mist clinging to the hills. Patches of fog pooled in the low spots, making the world look like islands sticking out from a white sea. His truck rattled and complained whenever the road climbed, but it kept going. It always had. He drove in silence at first. No radio, no music, just the drone of the engine and the whine of tires over cracked pavement. The road straightened as it moved west, trading curves and trees for long, flat stretches that gave him too much sky and too much time to think. He thought of Carl, of course. He tried not to, but grief had a way of filling whatever space was available. Every billboard, every mile marker, every half-empty field seemed to have some memory attached to it. There was the stretch of road where they'd lost Carl's first car, a rusted-out Chevy that had finally given up the ghost and coasted to a smoky stop. Carl had kicked the fender and said, "Guess this is a sign I'm not supposed to leave yet." Dan had laughed like it was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. Farther down, near a rest area, he remembered the night they'd driven back from Knoxville. Carl detoxing hard in the passenger seat, shaking and sweating while Dan's knuckles turned white on the wheel. "Don't take me back home," Carl had pleaded. "If I go home, I'll find a way to use again. Take me somewhere I don't know the dealers by name." Dan had driven him 3 hours in the other direction, to a rehab facility outside Nashville that smelled like antiseptic and stale coffee. He had left his friend there, with a duffel and a hug that had felt like a goodbye. "That was the first time you left," he muttered to himself now. "Now it's the last." By midday, he'd cleared the worst of the mountains. The interstate widened, and the landscape flattened into something that looked like it had been rolled with a giant hand. Tractor-trailers thundered past, hauling goods from one side of the country to the other, except there were fewer of them than he expected. At a truck stop in Kentucky, he noticed his first real sign that something was off. The parking lot was full, but several of the rigs were just sitting there with their cabs dark and their trailers disconnected. A handwritten sign on the door of the convenience store read, "Card system unreliable. Cash preferred inside." A line of people snaked from the only working register back toward the coolers. A radio behind the counter was tuned to a news station. "Officials are still investigating the cyber attack that affected several major shipping companies overnight," the announcer was saying. "While the Department of Homeland Security insists there is no cause for panic, supply chain experts warn." The clerk switched the station to country music with a quick, irritated movement. "People get twitchy when they hear that crap," he grumbled. Dan waited his turn, bought gas and coffee, and paid in cash. The clerk eyed the bills like they were a rare species. "You heading far?" he asked as he counted. "Boise," Dan said. The man let out a low whistle. "That's a long haul. You might want to fill up whenever you can. Couple of stations out west are already limiting pumps. Some kind of delivery hiccup." Dan nodded and took his coffee. Back on the road, he tried the radio again. AM stations crackled with overlapping voices. Talk show hosts yelling about government incompetence. Experts warning about grid vulnerabilities. Callers insisting it was all overblown. On one news program, a calm voice reported that there had been coordinated attempts to disrupt major infrastructure networks, but that contingency plans are in place. Planes had been grounded for technical reviews at several busy airports. Some regional banks were dealing with temporary online outages. Temporary, Dan thought. They always said temporary. By late afternoon, his eyes were starting to burn. He'd made it through Missouri and crossed into Kansas, the landscape stretching out into a flatness so absolute it felt like driving across a sheet of paper. The sky was enormous, a pale blue dome with thin streaks of cloud like someone had dragged a brush across it. He saw the hitchhiker just after he passed a faded billboard advertising fireworks. She was walking along the shoulder, backpack slung over one shoulder, thumb half-heartedly stuck out. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, and she wore a denim jacket over a black hoodie despite the warm day. A cardboard sign hung from her pack. West. Dan had a rule against picking up strangers. It was one of the few rules he'd managed to keep since his kids were little, and he'd wanted to model basic caution. He drove another half-mile past her. Then he saw in his mirror the way a semi shifted just enough to spray gravel at her legs as it roared by. She flinched but kept walking. "Hell," he said, and checked his mirrors before pulling onto the shoulder. The girl jogged up to the passenger side when he rolled down the window. "I'm not a serial killer," she said, slightly out of breath, before he could speak. "Promise." "If you were, you'd say that," Dan replied. "Okay, fair." She gave a crooked smile that was more tired than charming. "I'm just trying to get west. Anywhere that's not here." "You got a destination?" "Eventually Oregon. Eugene, if I can make it. But I'll take anything on the way. Utah, Idaho." She squinted at him. "You look like a guy who knows where Idaho is." "Boise," he said. "That's where I'm heading." Her eyes lit. "Seriously?" Could I ride with you part of the way? I can pay for gas or snacks. I'm excellent at staying awake and criticizing other people's taste in music. He hesitated. She seemed young, early 20s, and there was a stubborn kind of hope in her face that made him feel older by comparison. What's your name? He asked. Maya, she said. Maya Harris. Dan. I know, she said, pointing at the name patch on his work jacket. Dan Slaughter. That's a very metal name, by the way. You in a band? Lumberyard, he said. She shrugged. Everyone's in something. He weighed his options. He could tell her no, drive off, and spend the next 300 miles wondering if the next guy to pull over had worse intentions than he did. Or he could say yes and hope his own instincts about people hadn't completely rusted away. Put your pack in the back, he said finally. Don't slam the door, it sticks. She grinned. You're the best, Dan Slaughter. I doubt that, he muttered, but she was already circling the truck. Once they were back on the road, Maya buckled herself in and immediately started adjusting the air vent. Thank God, she said. I thought I was going to roast out there. So what's in Boise? Funeral, he said. She winced. Sorry. Family? Friend. That sucks. She studied his profile for a second. You look like you were good friends. We used to be, he said. Life happened. Life tends to do that. For a while they drove in silence, the road humming beneath them. Maya dug her phone out of her pocket and frowned at the screen. Service keeps dropping, she said, and my news app looks weird. Define weird, Dan said. Like, there were 3 new notifications earlier about some hack on the West Coast grid, and now they're just gone. Replaced by a generic, we're experiencing technical difficulties banner. She glanced at him. I've watched enough disaster movies to know that's not comforting. You headed back to Oregon because of that? He asked. Partly, she admitted, and because my mom has this rule about the world going to hell. If things get weird, come home. She texted me this morning saying planes were delayed, card systems were glitching, and it felt like before the big storms used to roll in when I was a kid. I was supposed to be in Denver another week for school stuff, but she spread her hands. Here I am. He nodded. It made a certain kind of sense. If disaster was coming, you wanted to either be home or somewhere that at least felt like it. Maya studied him again. What about you? You think all this is nothing, or you think the sky's about to fall? I think the sky falls in slow motion, he said. By the time most people notice, it's already halfway down. Dark, she said, but not without respect. You and the news would get along. They stopped for gas in western Kansas at a station that looked like it had been dropped in the middle of an empty page. As he pulled in, Dan counted 4 pumps already out of order, bagged with yellow plastic. Inside, a harried clerk tried to explain to an increasingly angry man that the card system had gone offline again. It's not my fault, she was saying. If it doesn't scan, it doesn't scan. I got a truck to fuel, the man growled. You want me to just sit here? You can pay cash, she said, and then winced as he cursed. Dan paid with crumpled 20s. The clerk gave him a look that was half gratitude, half envy at the wad in his wallet. Where you heading? She asked. Idaho. Hope they got gas when you get there, she said. At this rate, we'll be dry by the weekend. Back in the truck, Maya watched the argument through the windshield. Feels like everyone's running hotter than usual, she said. People don't like being reminded how much of their life depends on things they can't see, Dan replied. As they crossed into Colorado, the land began to lift in slow, almost imperceptible degrees. The flatness gave way to soft rises, then to distant mountains, blue and jagged on the horizon. Maya talked to fill the space, about the music program she'd been in, about her dad's obsession with old vinyl, about her mom's garden that took up half the backyard. Sometimes I think she loves those tomatoes more than she loves me, she said with a laugh. Tomatoes don't hitchhike, Dan said. True, but they also don't talk back. Toward evening, the sky turned the color of bruised peaches. Clouds stacked up over the Rockies like someone piling blankets. Dan's back started to ache, a deep, familiar throb that came from too many years lifting more than he should. We'll stop soon, he said. Find a motel. Maya made a face. Can we afford a motel? I can, he said. You can pay me back by not snoring. I'm very dainty, she said. I only snore when I'm awake. They found a roadside motel a few miles off the interstate, The kind with doors that opened directly to the parking lot and a faded sign promising cable and Wi-Fi. The lobby smelled like coffee and bleach. The clerk behind the desk looked like a teenager and wore an expression of someone who had seen too many episodes of true crime to trust anyone. "One room or two?" she asked, eyes flicking between Dan and Maya. "Two," Dan said quickly. "Relax," Maya added with a grin. "He's not my type, or anyone's probably." "Appreciate that," Dan muttered. The clerk clicked around on her computer, then frowned when the screen froze. "Of course," she sighed. "System goes down right when I need it." "Card trouble?" Dan asked. "Whole thing's glitching," she said. "Internet's been spotty all day. Some kind of routing issue," they said. "You got cash?" He did. He paid for both rooms. For a moment, as he handed over the bills, the lights flickered. The buzzing soda machine in the corner cut out, then sputtered back to life. "Great," the clerk said. "Now the power too. This day just keeps getting better." In his room, Dan dropped his bag on the bed and sat down heavily. The mattress felt like someone had stuffed it with old magazines. The television clicked uselessly when he tried to turn it on. The cable connection was dead. He checked his phone. No signal. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked out at the parking lot. The sky was dark now, a thin crescent moon hanging above the glowing motel sign. Maya stood outside her room a few doors down, phone held up, waving it around like she could catch reception out of the air. He stepped outside. The air was cool, the kind that hinted at snow somewhere higher up. "Any luck?" he called. "Nothing," she said. "It's like the entire world took a break from existing online. I can't even doom scroll. What am I supposed to do? Read my own thoughts?" "Try not to," he said. "It's addicting." She walked over, hugging her hoodie tighter around herself. "Think it's just here or everywhere?" "Don't know," he said. "But I'm sure someone on the news would tell us not to worry. Until tomorrow, when they tell us to panic." A siren wailed in the distance then, thin and far off. They both turned toward the sound. It rose and fell, then cut off abruptly like someone had slammed a door on it. "Comforting," Maya said quietly. "Probably just an accident on the highway," Dan said. He wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe in all the ordinary explanations, the kinds of emergencies the world knew how to handle. But there was a different kind of hum in the air now, an almost electrical tension that made the hair on his arms stand up. His phone buzzed in his hand, startling him. One bar of service flickered into life long enough to deliver a series of stacked notifications. Emergency alert. Infrastructure disruptions reported in multiple regions. Authorities investigating. Please avoid unnecessary travel and conserve fuel where possible. Then the bar disappeared. The screen went blank of signal again. Maya's phone chimed at the same time. "Oh, good," she said. "We're officially in a disaster movie." "Get some sleep," Dan said. "We'll get an early start." "Sure," she said, but she kept looking at the dark hills beyond the parking lot, like she expected something to start moving out there. Back in his room, Dan lay on the bed fully clothed, listening to the faint sounds of the motel, a television in another room turned up too loud, a shower running, the creak of pipes. The emergency alert glowed in his mind even after the screen went dark. Avoid unnecessary travel. He was halfway across the country because of a dead man and a guilty conscience. Hard to imagine anything less necessary than that. And yet, lying there in the weird, humming silence, he felt more certain than ever that turning back was not an option. Carl was waiting for him in a chapel in Boise, and whether the rest of the world liked it or not, Dan intended to be there. He slept badly and woke before dawn, as he always did. The power was still on. The shower spit out lukewarm water. The coffee in the lobby tasted like burnt plastic, but it was hot. Maya appeared with her backpack already slung over her shoulders. "Still going west?" she asked. "Until the road stops," he said. They drove into thinning traffic and thickening clouds. As they climbed into the mountains, the sky lowered, the ceiling pressing closer. Patches of snow lingered in the shadows of the higher slopes, dirty and stubborn. Somewhere near the Utah border, police lights flared in his mirror. Dan's stomach dipped instinctively. "Relax," Maya said. "You weren't speeding." "Much." He slowed and pulled onto the shoulder. The cruiser slid in behind them, red and blue lights pulsing in the overcast afternoon. A state trooper approached the driver's side. He looked younger than Dan had expected, with tired eyes and a jaw working on a piece of gum like it owed him money. "Afternoon," he said. "License and registration." Dan handed them over without argument. "Heading where?" the trooper asked. "Boise," Dan said. The trooper's brows rose slightly. "That's past where most people are going today." "Funeral," Dan said. "Friend of mine." The trooper nodded, like that was still a good enough reason to be on the road. "You aware of the current advisories?" he asked. "Mostly," Dan said. "Lot of folks heading home, hunkering down," the trooper said. "We've had reports of short tempers, supply issues, weird outages. You see anything concerning? You call it in. Don't try to be a hero." "I'm fresh out of hero tendencies," Dan said. The trooper studied him for another moment, then glanced at Maya. "You both good? No trouble between you?" "We're fine," Maya said. "He only sings along to the radio sometimes. That's the worst of it." The trooper's mouth twitched like it wanted to smile, but wasn't sure if it was allowed. "Drive safe," he said finally. "And if the alerts change from avoid unnecessary travel to don't travel at all, find a place to park it." He handed back the license and stepped away. Back on the road, Maya let out a breath she'd obviously been holding. "Dude was jumpy," she said. "Whole world's jumpy," Dan replied. By late afternoon, they rolled into a mid-sized Utah town where the bus station still claimed to be operating. The schedule board inside, however, was a mess of delays and cancellations. "This is as far as I go," Maya said, hitching her pack higher. "There's supposed to be a bus to Boise in the morning. After that, I'll figure out the rest." "You sure?" Dan asked. "Could keep you with me as far as Idaho." "I appreciate it," she said. "But my mom's wired to my phone and this bus ticket now. If I diverge from the plan, she'll assume I've been kidnapped by cultists." "Fair enough." She stuck out a hand. He shook it. "Thanks for not being a murderer," she said, "and for the ride. If you see a woman in Oregon screaming at tomato plants because the internet's down, tell her I'm trying." "I'll do that," he said. She hesitated, then added, "Hey, Dan, whatever's going on with your friend, I hope you find what you're looking for." He watched her disappear into the small crowd in the station, travelers clutching bags, staring at screens that didn't update. Back in the truck, the cab felt emptier than it had before he'd picked her up. He sat for a minute, hands resting on the wheel, watching the people move in jerky, uncertain patterns. Then he turned the key. The highway to Boise stretched out ahead, a gray line threading through mountains and high desert. The sky to the northwest looked darker than it should have at that hour, clouds gathering in thick, unmoving sheets. Dan drove toward it, toward a city where the power flickered and people died alone in apartments, and cops shrugged off overdoses as paperwork. Toward a funeral that felt less and less like an ending, and more like the opening move in a game he didn't yet understand. Far behind him in Tennessee, the quiet town he'd left settled in for another night. Far ahead of him, in Boise, someone flipped a switch in a secure room, and somewhere in the tangled web of grids and networks and safeguards, something important failed. Chapter 3. A Funeral in the City of Glass. Boise looked cleaner than Dan thought a city had any right to look. He rolled into town on a gray morning, following the river and the green belt that wound along it like someone had set a ribbon of trees down in the middle of all that glass and concrete. The mountains in the distance were still capped with snow, white against the low ceiling of clouds. Downtown rose up ahead of him, sleek office towers, mirrored facades catching what light there was and throwing it back in pale, fractured pieces. At first glance, it didn't look like the kind of place where people overdosed alone in their apartments. It looked like the kind of place where people wore badges on lanyards and worried about quarterly earnings. He found Carl's neighborhood a few blocks off the river, on a street lined with small apartment buildings and older houses that had been chopped into rentals. The place Karen had texted him about was a two-story block of beige stucco with a strip of patchy grass out front, and a sign that said Riverbend Court in letters that tried hard to sound more impressive than the building looked. He parked by the curb and sat there for a moment, engine ticking as it cooled. The drive had left him stiff and hollow. His brain still felt like it was moving at highway speed, thoughts blurring past too fast to focus on anyone for long. A city bus rumbled by, half full. A woman walked a dog in a sweater that probably cost more than Dan's entire outfit. Somewhere nearby, a siren wailed briefly, then cut off. A few windows in the neighboring buildings were dark, even though it was mid-morning. He climbed out of the truck and grabbed his duffel from the passenger seat, more out of habit than need. He didn't know yet how long he'd stay. The front door to Riverbend Court was propped open with a brick. Inside, the hallway smelled of old carpet cleaner and cooking oil. A cluster of mailboxes lined one wall, each with peeling numbers and names in mismatched handwriting. He found the one that said C. Jensen. A sticker of a tiny guitar was stuck crookedly in the corner. A thin accumulation of junk mail had been rubber banded together and left in the bottom of the box. No personal letters, no postcards. The emergency contact form had been more accurate than he'd wanted it to be. "Mr. Slaughter?" He turned. A woman stood at the end of the hall, one hand on the rail of the stairwell, like she'd been about to go up. She was in her 30s, small, with dark hair pulled into a low ponytail and a lanyard with a plastic ID badge clipped to her belt. Her eyes looked like they hadn't slept properly in a while. "Karen?" he asked. She nodded and came closer, wiping her palm on her jeans before holding it out to him. "Thanks for coming," she said. "I know it's a long drive." He shook her hand. "You sounded like you could use someone who knew him before all this." Her mouth twitched. "That obvious, huh?" They stood there for a moment, a bit awkward. Two people connected only by someone who wasn't there anymore. "You just got in?" she asked. "Couple minutes ago. Thought I'd see the place before the service." "You should," she said. Well, you should." She led him up the stairs. The carpet on the steps had been worn down the middle by years of tenants dragging laundry and groceries. On the second floor, she stopped at a door with a strip of blue painter's tape across the frame and a notice from the city taped over it. "Is that normal?" Dan asked, nodding toward the notice. "In cases of unattended death, yeah," she said. "They have to clear it for health reasons. It's been cleared now. I left the tape up so no one would go in until you got here." She peeled the tape away and unlocked the door. Carl's apartment was small, living room kitchen combo, short hallway, bedroom, bathroom. The windows looked out over the parking lot, and beyond that, a glimpse of the river and the distant towers downtown. It smelled faintly of disinfectant and something coppery that Dan tried not to identify. The carpet near the couch had a slightly different color, as if it had been cleaned more aggressively. "I had a cleaning crew come through," Karen said quickly, as if she'd read the direction of his thoughts. "There was some stuff. They took out the mattress and a couple of other things. I tried to leave everything else the way it was." Dan stepped inside slowly, feeling like he was trespassing in a museum exhibit titled "The Last Days of Carl Jensen." The kitchen counter held a coffee maker, a row of mugs, and a meticulously neat arrangement of vitamins and prescription bottles, each labeled with dates and dosages. A calendar on the wall had squares filled with Carl's cramped handwriting. Work shifts, meetings, notes like "Call Mom" and "Alan's B-Day." Don't forget. The living room was dominated by an old couch, a thrift store coffee table, and a secondhand TV. Stacks of newspapers and printouts were neatly piled on one side of the table. Articles about pharmaceutical lawsuits, opioid settlements, local politics. On a small bookshelf sat a worn copy of The Big Book from AA, a couple of crime thrillers, and a framed photo of two teenagers standing in front of what looked like a county fair. One of them was Carl, younger and skinnier, grinning at the camera with his arm slung around the shoulders of another boy. Dan picked it up. The other boy was him. He stared at his own younger face for a long time, like he was trying to remember what that version of himself had believed about the future. "His mom mailed him that last year," Karen said from the doorway. "He told me he didn't have many pictures from back then." Dan set the frame back down carefully. "What did he do here?" he asked. "Job-wise, I mean." "Customer account. Specialist," she said. "For a pharmaceutical distributor. Office downtown. He said it wasn't his dream job, but it kept him busy and it let him keep an eye on things." "On things?" "On where the pills were going," she said. "He was pretty vocal about that." Dan's eyes moved to the stacks of printouts. "Yeah, I see that." He walked down the short hall to the bedroom. The bed frame was empty, stripped to the slats. A nightstand held a lamp, an alarm clock, and a small notebook. On the first page in Carl's cramped handwriting was a list. "Grateful for coffee, second chances still being here. Further down the page, the gratitude list turned into bullet points. Times, dates, names, little arrows connecting them. It looked like the early stages of an investigation, or maybe an obsession. Dan flipped to the most recent entries. The handwriting grew messier toward the end, as if Carl had been in a hurry or more agitated. McKenna Pharma, new contract. Why so quiet? City council meeting. Public safety, budget. Who gets that money? Private security, Meridian Shield? Who owns? He closed the notebook and slipped it into his jacket pocket without quite deciding to. Karen watched but didn't comment. Back in the living room, she moved to the small table by the door where an open box sat. I gathered some of his things, she said. Stuff his mom might want. If you're going back soon, maybe you could take them to her. I can mail them, but with all the delays lately. Dan looked into the box. A few more photos, some medals from high school, a stack of letters clearly written in the same shaky hand. Carl's mother, he guessed. On top was a worn Titan's cap. I can take them, he said. I owe her that much. He almost didn't see the old coffee tin under the table, pushed back against the wall. It was one of those vintage-style cans with a smiling woman pouring coffee on the label. The colors faded. Something about the way it had been half covered by a stack of newspapers looked intentional, not careless. He nudged the papers aside with his boot. Is that yours? As Karen asked. No, he said, but I'd bet good money it's his. He picked it up. It felt heavier than an empty tin should, but not heavy enough to be full of coins. He pried off the lid. Inside was a sandwich bag with rolled bills, 20s and 5s, tightly rubber banded together, and, tucked into the side, a small black flash drive. Karen let out a low whistle. He didn't trust banks. Carl's trust issues were an art form, Dan said. He held up the drive. Any idea what this is? She shook her head. If it's what I think it is, though. He mentioned backups once, said if anyone ever came asking questions, he wanted the truth somewhere they couldn't erase. Dan slipped the flash drive carefully into his pocket with the notebook. The money he left where it was for now. I know this feels like snooping, Karen said quietly, but I figured if someone came all this way, he'd want you to see it, to see him. He would, Dan said. He always hated the idea of being reduced to a line in a file. She checked her watch. We should go soon. The service is at 3 and traffic's been weird with all the outages. How far? He asked. 10 minutes when the lights work, 20 when they don't. Boise Community Chapel sat on a corner lot across from a park where kids played on a jungle gym under the watchful eyes of parents with coffee cups and tired smiles. The chapel itself was one of those non-denominational places that tried to look welcoming to everyone. Light wood, big windows, a simple cross on the wall inside but nothing over it on the outside. The parking lot was half full. Dan sat in his truck for a moment, watching people go in. They weren't dressed in full black the way his grandmother's generation had for funerals. Mostly they wore what they probably would have worn to work: slacks and blouses, collared shirts, jackets against the lingering chill. He swallowed, suddenly aware of his own worn jeans and work jacket. He'd never been good at dressing for grief. Karen tapped on his window. He rolled it down. You okay? She asked. Define okay, he said. Fair point. She stepped back so he could get out. There's not many people. He kept his circle small. Dan followed her inside. The chapel smelled like wood polish and floral air freshener. Soft instrumental music played from speakers hidden somewhere in the ceiling. At the front, a simple wooden casket rested on a stand, flanked by 2 arrangements of lilies and something else white that Dan didn't recognize. A small frame photo of Carl sat on an easel next to the casket. The same photo that had been on his bookshelf in the apartment, the teenage grin frozen in time. The caption card beneath it simply read, Carl Jensen, 1982-2025. Beloved son, friend. A few rows of chairs were occupied. An older woman in a floral dress sat near the front, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. A man in his 40s wearing a polo shirt with a logistics company logo on it shifted uncomfortably near the back. A young guy in a collared shirt and tie sat alone, staring at the casket with a stiff, stunned expression. And then there was the man Dan pegged as a cop the moment he saw him. Not the uniform kind, the other kind. Plain clothes, but the way he scanned the room, The way he sat with his back against the wall and his eyes on the exits gave him away. He was in his 50s with a deeply lined face and dark hair dusted with gray. A badge flashed briefly when his jacket fell open as he shifted. "Detective Alvarez," Karen murmured when she saw where Dan's gaze had gone. "He's the one who handled the case, or signed off on it, at least. Is he here as a cop or as a mourner?" Dan asked. "Does it matter?" Probably not, he thought. The service was short. The chapel's pastor, an earnest man with kind eyes and a receding hairline, read a few verses about rest and peace and the Lord knowing each of his children by name. Karen spoke briefly about Carl's reliability as a tenant, how he'd paid his rent on time and never complained about the leaky faucet or the unreliable elevator. The man in the logistics polo said a few halting words about Carl as a coworker, always on time, thorough, quietly funny when he thought no one was listening. The young man in the tie, introduced as Alan, choked his way through a story about how Carl had sponsored him when he first came into rehab. He told me relapse wasn't failure, it was feedback," Alan said, voice shaking. "He said the only way it beats you was if you stopped getting back up." Dan felt the words land like blows. When the pastor asked if anyone else wanted to speak, the room was quiet. The silence felt heavier than the words had. Dan shifted in his seat. He hated speaking in front of people, always had. But the idea that Carl would go into the ground with only those few fragments to define him in this city, a reliable tenant, a good employee, someone who'd given one kid the courage to stay clean, felt wrong. His legs carried him to the front before he could talk himself out of it. He cleared his throat, suddenly aware of every eye in the room. "I'm Dan," he said. "Dan Slaughter. Carl and I grew up together." There was a small stir at that, people looking at him, then at the photo, trying to match the younger version of his face to the one standing there now. "We were idiots," he said. "We did a lot of stupid things. I'm not going to stand here and pretend otherwise." A faint ripple of strained amusement moved through the few people present. "But Carl," he looked at the casket, at the framed photo, at the lilies that didn't smell like anything real. "Carl had this thing in him, this line he hated seeing people cross. When someone was too weak to stand up for themselves, he would, even if it meant getting his nose broken in the process." Alan gave a small nod, eyes shining. "There were times," Dan went on slowly, "when that line got blurry, when he crossed it himself. Drugs will do that to you. They take the part of you that hates injustice and turn it inward until you're beating yourself up harder than anyone else ever could." He swallowed, the words thick. "But he fought his way back. I saw him at his worst, and I know how hard he climbed to get out of that hole. That's not a thing you forget." He rested his hand on the edge of the casket for a second. "I don't know exactly what happened here," he said quietly, "but I know who he was, and he was more than what it says on any police report." He stepped down before his voice could betray him. Karen gave his arm a quick squeeze when he sat back down. The pastor closed the service with a prayer. People filed past the casket one by one, laying hands on it, whispering their goodbyes. Dan waited until the others had gone before he approached again. He stood there, feeling the grain of the wood beneath his palm. "Guess you finally got me to Boise," he murmured. "Took you 30 years, but you did it." His vision blurred briefly. He blinked hard. "Dan Slaughter?" The voice came from his right. He turned to find the detective standing a respectful distance away. "Yeah," Dan said. The man extended a hand. "I'm Detective Miguel Alvarez, Boise PD." Dan shook it. Alvarez's grip was firm, dry, and lingered just a second too long, like he was weighing something. "Appreciated what you said," Alvarez said. "Not many people show up at these things anymore who knew the deceased before their file started." "Files don't tell much," Dan said. "Sometimes they tell more than people want them to," Alvarez replied. He nodded toward a side door. "You got a minute?" Dan glanced at Karen. She gave a slight shrug that said it was his call. He followed Alvarez into a small side room with a coffee machine, a counter stacked with styrofoam cups, and a bulletin board full of pamphlets about grief. Alvarez poured himself a cup of coffee that smelled burnt even from across the room. Want some? He offered. I've had worse, Dan said, taking a cup. They stood in awkward silence for a moment, both sipping. Then Alvarez set his cup down. So, he said, you came all the way from Tennessee. Looks that way, Dan said. Long drive for a funeral. Long friendship, Dan countered. Alvarez studied him. You knew he was working on something? Before he died? Dan kept his face neutral. He always had projects. This one was, specific, Alvarez said. He'd been calling in tips about some of the overdose cases, asking questions about where the pills were coming from, public records requests, citizen complaints, that sort of thing. That bother you? Dan asked. Bothered a few people, Alvarez said. Desk sergeant thought he was a pain in the ass. Some of the patrol guys called him the watchdog. Me, I figured, anyone who still gives a damn in this town is a resource, not a problem. Then why does the official line read like you shrugged and moved on? Dan asked. Alvarez's jaw tightened. Because toxicology came back with enough fentanyl in his system to put down a horse. Because there was residue on the table next to him and paraphernalia in the trash. Carl didn't use any more, Dan said sharply. Alvarez met his eyes. You sure about that? People relapse. I saw what he went through to get clean. He told me he'd rather chew glass than go back. The detective rubbed a hand over his face. Up close, he looked, more worn than he had from across the chapel. Look, he said quietly, off the record, I don't like this any more than you do. Guy was trying to help. Guy ends up dead of the same shit he was complaining about. It's ugly, but ugly doesn't always equal conspiracy. Sometimes it's just entropy. That your official philosophy? Dan asked. It's what gets me through most days, Alvarez said. He hesitated, then added, but there's something else. He called me the night before he died. Left a message I didn't get until next morning, 'cause the system was down half the night. What did he say? That he had proof something was wrong with the numbers, distribution stats, billing codes, stuff like that. Said if anything happened to him, someone should check his apartment, specifically his backups. Dan felt the flash drive in his pocket like a hot coal. And did you? He asked. By the time we got the welfare call and checked the place, he was already gone, and the apartment had been disturbed. Alvarez's eyes slid away briefly. The first responding officers didn't know about the message. They went by the book, saw the scene, saw the paraphernalia, made assumptions. By the time I listened to the voicemail, any backups he was talking about were either gone or I didn't know what I was looking for. You didn't push it? Dan asked. Alvarez gave him a tired smile. You ever try pushing bureaucracy uphill? I got told very firmly that with the volume of cases we're dealing with, unless I had something solid tying this to a larger pattern, Jensen's file stays what it is. Unfortunate overdose. End of story. You think it's the end? Dan asked. I think some stories don't get endings, Alvarez said. They just stop. For a moment they stood there, the hum of the fridge and the distant murmur of voices from the chapel filling the space between them. Word of advice, Alvarez said at last. You came a long way. Pay your respects, say goodbye, then go back to where you've got roots. Boise's tense right now. We got power problems, supply issues, too many guns in the wrong hands, and people who want to keep certain things quiet. Outsiders asking questions about a dead man with a history, that tends to draw the wrong kind of attention. And if I'm not good at doing what I'm advised? Dan asked. Alvarez's smile this time was shorter, but real. Then be smart about being stubborn. And if you find something I should see, bring it to me before you wave it in anyone else's face. You mind writing that down? Dan said. Name? Number? The detective pulled a card from his wallet and slid it across the counter. Miguel Alvarez, Detective, Violent Crimes Division. A phone number, an email, the city seal. Boise handles Boise, Mr. Slaughter, Alvarez said. But sometimes Boise needs a little help seeing itself clearly. Just don't stick around longer than you have to. Something in the air feels wrong. Dan tucked the card into his jacket. I've been breathing wrong air my whole life. I'll manage. After the burial, just a short drive to a small cemetery on a hill, where a backhoe waited with professional indifference, Dan stepped away from the small cluster of mourners and pulled out his phone. The signal went in and out. He moved toward the edge of the lot near a row of old trees until he found a spot where the bars stabilized long enough to make a call. Carl's mother answered on the third ring. "Hello?" Her voice was thin, quavering, the Tennessee drawl thick enough to yank him back a couple of decades. "Mrs. Jensen," he said gently. "It's Dan. Dan Slaughter." There was a small intake of breath, then a rush of words. "Danny? Oh, good Lord, they said you went. You're there? Is it over? Did they say nice things? I couldn't." Her voice broke. "I'm here," he said. "I was there. The service was small but good. People who knew him here came." Karen spoke, his co-worker, a young man he sponsored. "He told me about that boy," she whispered. "Said he reminded him of himself. When he was—" She cut off, composing herself. Was he peaceful?" The question stabbed at him. He pictured the cleaned patch of carpet, the missing mattress, the cold efficiency of the scene as described in the police report. "He looked at rest," Dan lied softly. "They took care of him." "I should have been there," she said. "A mother ought to be at her child's funeral." "You were there," he said. "In every story they told. In every picture." There was a long pause. He could hear the faint sound of a television in the background, the muted rumble of one of those afternoon talk shows she used to love. "Thank you for going for me," she said at last. "I know you boys. You had your troubles, but you were always his best friend." Guilt swelled in his throat. All the years he hadn't called, all the texts he'd meant to send and hadn't. "I should have come sooner," he said. "We all should have done 1,000 things sooner," she replied. "Doesn't change what we can do now." "I'll bring you his things when I come back," he said. "Some photos. Letters." "I would like that," she said. "I don't know how much time I got left to hold on to what I got of him." They talked a little longer, about the weather back home, about the way the power had flickered the night before, about how the news was full of stories she didn't fully understand. "They keep saying everything's under control," she said, "but my mama always told me if someone has to keep saying they're in control, they ain't." "I'll be back as soon as I can," he promised. When he hung up, my cemetery felt very quiet. The city's skyline rose in the distance, glass catching the late afternoon light. He watched the workers finish covering the grave. Karen came over, arms folded against the chill. "How's she holding up?" she asked. "About as well as can be expected," he said. "And you?" He looked at the new mound of earth. "Still figuring that out." "You should probably get some rest," she said. "We have a couple of guest rooms at the building we use sometimes when there's situations. You're welcome to one, at least for tonight." "Appreciate it," he said. The guest room at Riverbend Court was small but clean. Bed, nightstand, lamp, a dresser that had seen better days. Karen handed him a key. "If the lights flicker, don't freak out," she said. "They've been doing that all week. Grid problems, they say. Welcome to the future." He dropped his duffel on the floor and sat on the edge of the bed. Outside the window, the city glowed. Towers lit in blues and whites, red taillights threading along the streets. He couldn't sit still. After a few minutes, he grabbed his jacket and headed out. Downtown Boise at dusk felt like a city holding its breath. The sidewalks were busy enough. People heading home from work, couples walking dogs, a few teenagers on electric scooters weaving between them. But there was a jittery edge to it all, as if everyone had somewhere else they wanted to be. He walked with no particular destination, letting the rhythm of his footsteps steady him. Glass towers rose on either side, their reflective surfaces catching fragments of the sky and the city and tossing them back at odd angles. Some floors were bright, others dark, creating checkerboard patterns of light and shadow. At one intersection, he paused as a convoy of dark SUVs rolled through, hazard lights flashing. No sirens, but their speed suggested urgency. He saw the silhouettes of men inside wearing tactical gear. Across the street, a small group of protesters had gathered in front of a modern-looking building with the logo of a healthcare company on the side. Their signs read things like, "Stop the poison," "No more dead kids," "Fentanyl kills families." A news van idled nearby, The reporter half turned toward the camera, her words snatched away by the wind. Behind her, a police presence lingered, officers in dark uniforms standing with arms folded, trying to look relaxed and succeeding only in looking bored and tense at the same time. Dan crossed to the other side, watching. As he waited at a crosswalk, the traffic lights flickered once, twice, then went dark. For a few seconds, chaos threatened. Cars inching forward, horns honking, pedestrians hesitating in the middle of the street. Then, one by one, the lights blinked back on. A couple of people cheered weakly. "Keeps doing that," a man next to Dan muttered. "City keeps saying it's fine. Grid instability. Whatever the hell that means." "Means somebody's playing with switches they shouldn't be," Dan said. The man gave him a suspicious look and moved away. In the sky above the buildings, a helicopter thumped past. It wasn't a news chopper. The shape was wrong. The paint scheme more subdued. Military? Police? Hard to tell in the fading light. Dan spent another hour wandering, getting the lay of the land. He noted the bars, the coffee shops, the offices, the alleys. Old habit. Whenever he was somewhere new, he liked to know where he could run, where he could hide, and where he could watch without being seen. Eventually, he headed back to Riverbend Court. In his room, he pulled the notebook and flash drive out of his jacket and set them on the bedspread. The flash drive's plastic casing felt cheap, disposable. The weight of significance came only from the fact that someone had hidden it. He didn't have a computer with him. Carl would have laughed at that, at Dan driving across half the country without so much as a cheap laptop. There might be a communal machine in the building's office, but pulling out a mysterious flash drive and plugging it into someone else's system seemed like a fast way to lose whatever was on it. He settled for the notebook. He read through the entries slowly, tracing the evolution of Carl's thoughts. Early pages were mostly routine. Notes on cravings, gratitude lists, reminders for meetings. Then patterns started to emerge. Names of pharmaceutical companies, local clinics, doctors, invoices, numbers circled, arrows drawn from one line item to another. The last few pages were dense, almost frantic. Overdoses up 300% in Riverbend neighborhood versus city average. Why? Meridian Shield contracts tripled in same period. Public safety budget line, Councilman Dalton. Push the measure. Campaign donations from McKenna Pharma. If Alvarez won't dig, someone has to. Follow the pills. Dan leaned back against the headboard, rubbing his eyes. He didn't know who Councilman Dalton was. Didn't know anything about Meridian Shield beyond what the name suggested, some kind of security outfit. But he knew the look of a man following a thread that worried him. He thought about Alvarez, about the way the detective had said Boise handles, Boise like it was both a promise and an excuse. Outside, sirens wailed again, closer this time. A dog barked hysterically in the courtyard. Dan closed the notebook. He was tired. His body ached from the drive, from standing at a graveside, from carrying more guilt than his frame was built for. He could lie down, close his eyes, and let the city take care of itself. Instead, he went to the window. From here, he could see downtown stretched out like a grid of light. The towers stood tall and reflective, glass surfaces gleaming. They looked solid, unshakable. But as he watched, one of the buildings flickered. Just for a moment. Several floors went dark, lit again, then dark once more before stabilizing. The effect was subtle but unmistakable. A brief, stuttering heartbeat in the city's glowing face. "Something's wrong with you," he murmured, not sure if he meant the city or himself. Carl had died asking questions. The notebook and the hidden drive suggested he'd been getting close to answers someone didn't want found. Dan wasn't a cop. He wasn't an investigator. He was a man who could barely hold his own life together. But he was also the man Carl had underlined 3 times on a form titled Emergency Contact. He let the curtain fall back into place. "Okay, old friend," he said softly into the dim room. "I'm here. Let's see what you dragged me into." Outside, far above the quiet hum of Riverbend Court, the glass towers of Boise reflected a sky that was preparing to go dark. Chapter 4. The Night the Lights died. Dan woke to a sound he didn't recognize. For a few seconds, he lay in the dark of the guest room at Riverbend Court, heart thumping, trying to place it. Not the familiar whine of sirens, not the rumble of trucks on the street, not the muffled arguments from neighbors through thin walls. It was deeper than that. An almost subsonic vibration that seemed to come from inside the building itself, like the world had cleared its throat. Then, faint and far off, came a sequence of pops. Not quite thunder, too sharp, too staccato. They rolled through the night in uneven clusters, followed by the distant barking of dogs and the thin rise of human voices, too far away for words. He raised his head and squinted at the digital alarm clock on the nightstand. 3:17 a.m. The red numbers flickered once, then steadied. He swung his legs out of bed and went to the window. Boise slept uneasily below him. Streetlights washed the pavement in sodium orange. In the distance, the glass towers glowed in tiers of white and blue and yellow, their reflections smearing across the surface of the river. A helicopter moved slowly over downtown, a dark beetle against the cloud-streaked sky, its running lights blinking. The deep hum he'd heard seemed to trail in its wake, though he couldn't be sure. A pair of sirens wailed, converging, then diverging, swallowed by distance. He stood there for a minute, waiting for the city to explain itself. It didn't. After a while, the boom stopped. The hum faded. The clock on the nightstand kept counting. Dan let the curtain fall back into place and lay down again. Sleep came only in scraps, shredded by strange dreams he couldn't remember upon waking, except for the feeling of being late for something important. He was up before dawn, because he always was. Gray light seeped around the edges of the blinds. The alarm clock still worked. The power was still on. Whatever had happened in the night, the world apparently hadn't ended yet. Coffee in the hallway kitchen tasted like it had been filtered through a sock, but it was hot and bitter, which was all he needed. Karen passed through, her hair in a messy bun, eyes shadowed. "You hear anything weird last night?" she asked, pouring her own cup. "Define weird," he said. She gave him a flat look. Loud, worrying, like the city was dropping furniture. "Yeah," he said. "Thought it might just be me." "Nope. A couple of tenants called, said they heard pops, saw flashes toward some of the industrial districts." She blew on her coffee. "Of course, when I checked the news this morning, nothing. Just the usual minor infrastructure incidents and isolated disturbances." "Comforting," Dan said. "Terrifying," she corrected. "But we're getting used to that." He tapped the notebook in his jacket pocket. "I need a computer," he said. "Something I can use without jamming a strange flash drive into your building's network." "Library downtown," she said. "Still old school enough to have desktops you can sign into with a guest pass. If the system's up." "If it's not?" She shrugged. "Then we add it to the list of things that stopped working this week." Outside, the sky was low and colorless, the kind of overcast that made it impossible to tell what time it was by looking up. The air felt heavy, not with heat, but with anticipation. He took the bus into downtown, more to see what everyday life looked like here than out of any desire to conserve fuel. The bus was half full, office workers with travel mugs, students with earbuds, a nurse in scrubs nodding off against the window. The driver had the radio tuned low to a talk station. "Homeland Security assures us there's no evidence of a coordinated attack," the host was saying. "Officials attribute yesterday's airport delays and last night's industrial fires to technical malfunctions and routine accidents." "In other news," the driver snorted and turned it down further. Dan caught his eye in the rearview mirror. "Always amazed how many accidents can be routine when they want them to be," the driver muttered. Downtown Boise in daylight looked different than it had the night before. The glass towers seemed less ominous and more simply there, reflecting the flat sky. Street vendors set up carts. Cyclists zipped past in neon vests. Construction crews worked behind orange cones. But there were cracks. 2 traffic lights at a major intersection were dark, replaced by an actual police officer standing in the middle of the road directing cars with exaggerated movements. The line at a bank ATM snaked down the block, people shifting from foot to foot, craning their necks every time the machine beeped. Dan climbed off the bus near the library. The building was modern, lots of glass and steel, but inside it smelled like every other library he'd ever been in: paper, dust, and institutional carpet cleaner. At the information desk, a middle-aged librarian with thick glasses and a cardigan gave him a guest login card. "Computers are limited to 1 hour at a time," she said. "If the system kicks you off early, it's not me, it's the network. We've been having issues." "Seems to be going around," he said. The computer lab was half full. Monitors glowed with the familiar blue-white of idle desktops. A kid played an online game with the intense concentration of someone defending a kingdom. An older man squinted at a news site. A young woman in a business suit typed furiously, earbuds in. Dan chose a station in the back corner. He sat, slid the flash drive into the USB port, and waited. For a moment, he was sure nothing was going to happen. Then a small window popped up asking what he wanted to do with the drive. He clicked open. Folders appeared. Names, shipments, ledger, email backups, photos. He started with shipments. Spreadsheets filled the screen. Rows of numbers, dates, client codes. The columns blurred together until he forced himself to slow down. He didn't know what he was looking at, not exactly. But Carl had left him a clue in the notebook. Riverbend neighborhood versus city average. Meridian Shield. Councilman Dalton. Follow the pills. He clicked sort by destination. The list reordered. Clinic names, pharmacies, rehab centers. His eyes snagged on one. Riverbend Family Health. Another. Riverbend Community Clinic. He scrolled. The Riverbend facilities showed a sharp spike in shipments over the last 6 months. Not just a little more, double, triple the quantities going to comparable clinics in other neighborhoods. He opened Ledger next. This one wasn't spreadsheet software. It looked like Carl had photographed or scanned actual pages of a paper ledger and organized them into a folder. The pages showed columns of numbers and handwritten notes. In the margins, Carl had scribbled connections. Meridian Shield retainer, exactly when Riverbend shipments, Dalton PAC donations, same dates as contract renewals, public safety initiative, Russia more patrols in Riverbend, there was more OD calls. Dan didn't pretend to understand all the financial terms, but he recognized patterns. Money flowed from McKenna Pharma to the distributor Carl worked for. From there, product flowed disproportionately to certain clinics in poor neighborhoods. Meanwhile, city funds flowed to Meridian Shield, a private security company contracted to manage those same areas. He flicked to email backups. Screenshots of emails. Most were boring, meeting reminders, HR notices, company newsletters, but a few stood out. Internal memos about strategic overstocking in high-risk zones. A message from a manager reminding staff to keep your heads down and focus on what's in your job description, not what happens after the product leaves our warehouse. Another warning that external audit inquiries should be forwarded to legal. He took out his phone and snapped photos of the more damning bits. A primitive method, but he trusted it more than the idea of printing anything here or emailing it to himself. Halfway through photographing an email that mentioned Councilman Dalton by name, the computer screen froze. He clicked the mouse. Nothing. The cursor stayed stubbornly in place. "Don't you dare," he muttered. The overhead lights flickered. A collective murmur swept through the room. A few chairs scraped back. Somewhere, someone's phone chimed and then cut off mid-tone. Dan's arm hair stood up. The lights steadied. The fans in the desktop towers whirred back to their usual hum. "Sorry about that," the librarian called from the doorway. "We've been having—" The world went white. It wasn't just the lights. For a fraction of a second, the entire room seemed to flash, like someone had detonated a camera the size of the sky. A searing brightness pressed against Dan's eyes even though he'd reflexively squeezed them shut. Then came the sound. Not a boom, not exactly. More like a whump that he felt in his teeth and bones, followed by a shudder that vibrated the floor and the table legs. Every monitor in the lab went black at once. Silence rushed in, unnaturally complete. The background hum of air conditioning, the whir of computer fans, the distant grind of the elevator, gone. Then all at once, the building remembered how to be alive. People shouted. A baby wailed somewhere upstairs. Feet pounded in the hallway outside the lab. Dan pulled the flash drive out of the dead computer on instinct, slipping it into his pocket. Emergency lights blinked on in the ceiling, casting the room in a dim, reddish glow. They weren't strong, but they were enough to see the collective confusion on everyone's faces. "What the hell was that?" the gamer kid said, yanking off his headset. "The power went out," someone else said, like they were narrating the obvious to feel useful. Dan checked his phone. No signal. No icons. The screen lit up when he pressed the side button, then flickered off again like it was too tired. The librarian appeared in the doorway, her usually calm expression rattled. "Everyone, please remain calm," she said, which was the traditional opening incantation for moments when remaining calm was statistically unlikely. "We're experiencing a power disruption. We have backup lighting, but we need to move away from windows and stairs until we know what's happening." A man in a suit pointed toward the street-facing windows. "There's no traffic lights," he said. "Cars are just stopping. Some are hitting each other." Dan moved to the glass despite the librarian's request. Outside, the intersection that had been smoothly flowing 10 minutes ago was a chaotic gridlock of stopped vehicles. Drivers got out of cars yelling at each other, pointing at dashboards that presumably looked as dead as Dan's phone. Above, the sky looked the same, gray, low, unimpressed. But the city's usual electric hum was missing. No walk signal chirps, no distant construction saws. Even the neon signs on nearby storefronts hung lifeless. Somewhere beyond the library, maybe downtown, a column of smoke curled upward. "Is it an EMP?" a college kid near the back said, half anxious, half excited. "I read about that online. Nuclear detonations in the upper atmosphere, fries electronics, knocks everything out." "Shut up, Trevor," his friend snapped. A woman clutched her toddler closer. "The news said this kind of thing couldn't happen," she said. "They said the grid was secure." Dan thought of the emergency alerts the night before, the disappearing headlines, the way official statements had all sounded like copy-pasted reassurances. "Anyone else trapped in the elevators?" the librarian asked, trying to pull everyone back to immediate problems. A security guard jogged up. "We got 2 people stuck between floors," he said. "I'm trying to get the fire department on the radio, but all I get is static." "I was supposed to pick up my kids from school," a woman near the door said, voice sharp with rising panic. "If the buses aren't running..." Dan stepped away from the window. He'd been in enough disasters, large and small, to know that the first few hours were the difference between frustration and catastrophe. Right now, everyone was stunned, but the fear was coming. "Where's your maintenance room?" he asked the guard. "What?" the man said. "The elevator panel," Dan said. "Manual override. If the fire department's not answering, those people are going to be sitting in a metal box until they run out of air or patience. Neither is good." The guard hesitated for an instant, then nodded. "Basement, this way." They hurried through dim corridors lit by emergency strips. A few patrons watched them go, caught between wanting to follow and not wanting to leave the familiar safety of the main room. In the basement, they found the mechanical room, a clutter of panels, pipes, and wires. The elevator control box was labeled in faded letters. Dan had only passing familiarity with such systems, but emergency procedures at the lumber yard had included a few training slides that were suddenly worth more than anyone had thought. "Here," he said, pointing at the manual release lever. "If we crank this and someone upstairs pries the doors, we can bring that car down, floor by floor." The guard swallowed. "You sound like you know what you're doing." "I sound like a man who read an instruction pamphlet once," Dan said. "Got a crowbar?" They improvised. With the guard controlling the mechanism, Dan took the stairs 2 at a time, back up to the floor where the elevator was stuck. A couple of bystanders stood outside the stall doors, listening to muffled voices inside. "It's stuck between 2 and 3, one said. Dan wedged the edge of a metal book cart between the doors and leaned his weight on it. "Hey!" called a man's voice from inside. "What's going on out there?" "Power's out," Dan grunted. "We're bringing you down the old-fashioned way. Hold on to something." The doors gave an inch, then another. A narrow gap opened, just enough for him to see a slice of the elevator car and the pale faces inside. 3 people, one of them an elderly woman, clutching a purse like a flotation device. "Okay!" Dan yelled down the stairwell. "Slow crank!" The car shuddered and began to inch downward. As its floor lined up with the second-floor threshold, Dan yanked the doors wider. The passengers scrambled out, shaken but intact. Thank you, the older woman said, gripping his arm with surprising strength. I thought I was going to die in there. Not on my watch, he said, then realized how dramatic that sounded and shrugged it off. By the time the elevator rescue was done, the library had shifted from confusion to nervous activity. Staff were herding people toward the ground floor. Someone had found a battery-powered radio. Repeat, power outages have been reported across multiple states, a voice was saying through static. Authorities urge citizens to remain calm and stay off the roads if possible. Police and emergency services are responding to an unusually high volume of calls. The broadcast dissolved into crackle. Outside, the traffic jam had metastasized. Cars were abandoned in intersections. Some drivers were trying to push vehicles out of the way. Others sat behind the wheel, gripping it uselessly, staring ahead like if they waited long enough, the lights would forgive them and come back. A pharmacy across the street had its doors propped open. People streamed in and out, some carrying bags, others arguing. Dan saw a man shove a woman aside, snatch something from her hands and bolt. The line between shopping and looting had apparently eroded in under an hour. He considered going over. His instinct was to intervene, to try to inject some order into the chaos. But the scene at the pharmacy had the brittle, dangerous feel of a situation one bad move away from violence. You can't fix everything, he told himself. Pick a direction. His direction was Riverbend Court. Karen, he muttered, remembering her tired eyes and the cluster of tenants who depended on her to be the adult in the room. If the city wasn't going to answer calls, they'd need someone who knew how to keep people from panicking themselves into worse trouble. The buses weren't moving. With the streets half blocked by cars frozen mid-commute, walking was faster anyway. He slipped into the flow of pedestrians heading out of downtown. The city without its electric shell sounded different. Voices louder, footsteps more distinct. Somewhere, a car alarm blared continuously, undeterred by the lack of power, until someone silenced it with a brick. He passed a grocery store with its sliding doors stuck half open. Employees tried to control the crowd with their bodies, forming a human barrier while their manager shouted something about cash only, 1 cart per family. It was barely working. Further along, he saw a group of men in matching jackets blocking off a side street. They had radios clipped to their shoulders and pistols on their hips. The logo embroidered on their jackets matched the name he'd seen in Carl's notes, Meridian Shield. One of them gestured sharply at a driver who tried to cut through their impromptu checkpoint. The driver reversed hastily. "Road's closed," the guard barked. "Who says?" The driver shouted out his window. The guard tapped his jacket. "Contract says, city sent us. You want to argue, go find someone in a suit who's still picking up their phone." Dan kept walking, head down, watching without drawing attention. The Meridian Shield team looked professional, but not exactly reassuring. They were the kind of men who'd learned that holding a gun in a crisis earned you respect, and sometimes obedience. By the time he reached Riverbend Court, his legs ached and his throat felt dusty. The building's front door was propped open again, but this time not by a brick, by the mass of bodies moving in and out. Tenants clustered in the lobby, voices overlapping. "My insulin's in the fridge. How long before it goes bad? The water's still running now, but if the pumps fail..." "I tried 911 5 times, it just rang." Karen stood near the mailboxes, attempting triage with a clipboard and a harried expression. "Hey," Dan said, shouldering his way through, her face lit with brief relief. "Thank God," she said. "You made it." "Library," he said. "Saw the fireworks from there. What's the status?" "Lights went out for about 10 minutes, came back, went out again," she said. "Now we've got partial power. Some outlets work, some don't. Elevators are dead. Fire alarms went off and then died. I got a message from the management company 2 hours ago saying, and I quote, 'We are experiencing technical difficulties, but expect to resume normal service soon.' Nothing since." "Water?" "Still running," she said. "For now. I've told everyone to fill every tub and pot they've got, just in case." A boy about 8 tugged on her sleeve. "Miss Karen, Mom says my game doesn't work anymore." "That's the least of our problems, Milo," she said gently. He scowled and stomped away. "We need information," Dan said. "Radio, anything." "Battery-powered ones sold out days ago. Karen said. "But Mr. Chang in 2B has one of those crank radios. I sent someone to get him." As if on cue, an older man shuffled up, cradling a small device with a fold-out handle. "I told you this would be useful," he said, his voice carrying the particular smugness of the chronically prepared. "Nobody listens until the lights go out." "Hook it up," Karen said, "please." Mr. Chang set the radio on the lobby table and began cranking. Tinny sounds sputtered and then solidified. "To repeat," a voice said through static, "a widespread power and communications failure has affected large portions of the western United States. Officials are working to determine the cause. Citizens are advised to stay in their homes if possible, conserve water and non-perishable food, and check on vulnerable neighbors. Do not attempt to drive unless absolutely necessary. Emergency services may be delayed." "May be delayed," someone scoffed. "They're not coming," the voice continued. "There have been reports of looting and civil unrest in some urban areas. Law enforcement agencies remind the public that—" The signal fuzzed, then cut out. Mr. Chang frowned and cranked harder. "Not a terrorist attack," another station insisted when he found it. "Repeat, officials say there is no evidence of a terrorist attack. This appears to be a failure of critical infrastructure due to—" The words dissolved into white noise. "Due to what?" a woman demanded, as if sheer volume could force the radio to answer her. "Okay," Karen said, raising her voice. "Everybody listen up. I know you're scared. I am too. But panicking isn't going to help. We're going to make a list. Who here has medical needs that require power or refrigeration? Who has extra food? Who has tools or skills we might need?" The lobby fell into a kind of ragged order. Hands raised. Names were written down. A teenager volunteered that his mom was a nurse. An older woman announced she'd been a cook in the army. Mr. Chang listed off a variety of supplies he had in his closet, including candles, duct tape, and an impressive amount of canned peaches. Dan watched Karen work, impressed despite himself. She didn't have authority in any official sense, but people gravitated to her because she sounded like she knew what she was doing. He stepped forward. "Put me down for can lift heavy things and keep idiots from making bad situations worse." She scribbled something. "Security/muscle," she said. "I'll take it." He thought of the Meridian Shield checkpoint, of the private guns and branded jackets. "We might need a plan if those guys decide Riverbend is part of their jurisdiction," he said quietly. "One crisis at a time," she replied. "But, yeah, I've seen them around more lately. They make people nervous." As the afternoon wore on, the building settled into a strange, brittle rhythm. People went up and down the stairs, hauling water buckets, checking on neighbors. Children were corralled into a common room with board games and coloring books. Someone started a pot of soup on a gas stove in an apartment where the burners still worked. Every now and then, the power would flicker back to full strength. Lights brightening, refrigerators humming, only to sputter out again minutes later. It gave everything the feel of a patient flatlining and then catching a weak pulse. Toward evening, Dan stepped outside for air. The sky to the west was streaked with orange and pink, deceptively beautiful for a day that had broken so many things. From the parking lot, he could see more of the wider city. Dark patches spread through the skyline where towers had lost power entirely. Elsewhere, generators roared, keeping certain buildings lit like islands in a growing Black Sea. Smoke curled up from at least 2 spots farther downtown. Sirens had become rare, not constant, and when they did sound, they seemed to go in the wrong directions. Chasing crises, they would arrive, too late to effect. A pair of Meridian Shield trucks rolled past, their occupants scanning the streets. One of them slowed when he saw a group of teenagers loitering by a corner store with its doors open. Voices rose, gestures sharpened. Dan watched long enough to see the teenagers back off, hands raised, as one of the guards rested his hand casually on the butt of his holstered pistol. "Neighborhood watch, my ass," Dan muttered. Back upstairs, the hallways were lit only by emergency strips and the occasional battery lantern. The building smelled of soup, sweat, and anxiety. Karen found him leaning against the wall outside his room. "You look like hell," she said softly. "Better than the city," he replied. She nodded toward the dark window at the end of the corridor. "It's going to be a long night." He followed her gaze. Usually, cities resisted true darkness. Even during blackouts, there were car headlights, distant glows, the ambient haze of a million small lights. Now as full night fell, Boise slipped towards something older. The towers were mostly dark. The bridges over the river seemed to vanish entirely. Only a few scattered points of light remained. Emergency generators, candles in windows, the occasional uncontrolled fire. The stars, freed from competition, burned brighter than he'd seen them in years. Somewhere a gunshot cracked. Then another. A dog started howling and didn't stop. "It'll come back on," a tenant said behind them, the desperation in his voice wrapping itself around the verb. "They'll fix it. Couple hours, tops." No one answered him. Dan thought of the spreadsheets and emails he'd seen on the library computer. If the drive had been plugged in a second longer, the surge might have fried it. As it was, the evidence sat, small and inert, in his pocket. Proof of a pattern that might never matter again if the society that had made those deals and signed those contracts collapsed entirely. He felt strangely angry about that. The idea that the people who'd profited off this mess might escape accountability not by covering their tracks, but because the tracks no longer led anywhere. In the stairwell below, voices echoed, someone crying, someone trying to comfort them. "Get some sleep if you can," Karen said. "We're going to reassess in the morning, if morning still means anything." He gave a short nod. "Wake me if something escalates." "Everything's escalating," she said. "But yeah, if it gets worse than this." In his room, the darkness felt thicker than it should have. He lit one of Mr. Chang's candles in a borrowed jar. The small circle of light pushed back the shadows just enough to be more unsettling than comforting. He sat on the edge of the bed and took out the flash drive and the notebook, setting them in the candlelight. "Carl," he said softly, "if this was your storm, you picked a hell of a day to die." Outside, Boise exhaled what was left of its stored electricity and went finally dark. For the first time in his life, Dan Slaughter watched a modern American city lose its glow entirely, and knew, with a steadiness that scared him more than the outage itself, that the world he'd driven away from 3 days ago was not coming back. Chapter 5. Predators of Downtown Morning came without the usual hints. There was no hum of refrigerators stirring awake one by one, no gradual brightening of streetlights giving way to daylight. The first sign the sun had risen was the way the darkness in Dan's room shifted from absolute to merely heavy. He blinked his way into awareness, the candle on the nightstand long since burned out. For a moment he didn't know where he was. Then Riverbend Court asserted itself. The thin mattress beneath him, the distant sound of someone arguing in the hallway, the faint smell of burned soup and unwashed fear. He checked his watch. The battery-driven hands told him it was just after 7. No electric clock, he thought. No phone alarms. Somewhere entire cities were going to oversleep. He pulled on his boots and stepped into the hallway. The building had the hollow, echoing feel of a place that had been awake all night. Voices came from behind doors. Kids cried, then quieted. A baby laughed somewhere, the sound startling in its normalcy. In the lobby, Karen stood by the table with the crank radio, circles under her eyes now dark enough to qualify as bruises. Mr. Chang was cranking dutifully. "Repeat, citizens should conserve water and non-perishable food," the announcer said through bursts of static. "Local authorities are working with federal agencies to restore power. There is currently no estimated time for full restoration." "They're still saying temporary," Karen said when she saw Dan. "They'll be saying temporary 6 months from now when we're eating shoe leather," Mr. Chang muttered. "How's the building?" Dan asked. "We lost water pressure overnight on the upper floors," she said. "First and second still have a trickle. Elevators are useless. I've got people hauling buckets up the stairs like it's the Middle Ages." "Any trouble?" he asked. "A couple of idiots tried to hoard the bottled water in the vending machines," she said. "I convinced them that sharing was preferable to being thrown out into the street. But people are edgy. They're used to someone else being in charge." "Someone else is busy," Dan said. "Or dead. Or hiding." She looked at him. "You going somewhere?" "Need to see downtown in daylight," he said. "Figure out who's actually running what. Try to get a better sense of how bad this is." "That sounds like volunteering to walk into a mess," she said. "Mess is coming here whether we invite it or not," he said. "I'd rather know what flavor." she sighed. Fine. Just don't get shot. It's a terrible time to need a hospital. He checked his jacket pocket, notebook, flash drive, folding knife. He added a bottle of water from the common stash and a granola bar. The preparation felt absurdly thin, but he wasn't planning to camp, just to scout. Outside, the air had a crisp clarity that felt almost insulting. The sky was a brilliant, unfettered blue, as if the previous day's violence had scrubbed it clean. The city, in contrast, looked hungover. On Riverbend Street, a couple of cars were still parked haphazardly where they had been abandoned when the lights died. A man tried to push one out of the way by himself, cursing under his breath. A group of kids rode bicycles down the middle of the road, gleeful at the absence of traffic. Dan walked toward downtown. The sidewalks were busier than usual, but the energy was wrong. People clutched bags and backpacks. Some carried jugs of water or boxes of food. Conversations were short, clipped. He passed a small cafe with its chairs stacked inside and a handwritten sign on the door. Closed until power returns. Stay safe. Next to it, someone had scrawled in marker. When? Further along, a line of people waited outside a closed supermarket, intending to be first through the doors when or if it opened. Their patience was thinner than the plastic bags dangling from their wrists. As he crossed into the downtown core, he saw the first checkpoint. Concrete planters and metal barricades had been dragged into the street, funneling foot traffic through a narrow opening, watched by 3 men in tactical vests. 2 wore the Meridian Shield logo. The third wore a police jacket, though his badge was turned inward. A paper sign taped to a sawhorse read, "Essential personnel only, ID required." Dan slowed. The first person in line, an older woman with a canvas grocery bag, held up her driver's license. One of the guards glanced at it, then at her face, then shrugged. "Not essential," he said. "Turn around, ma'am." "I live down there," she protested, pointing. "On 3rd. I just need to get home." "Residential access is limited until we stabilize the situation," the guard said, reciting something he'd clearly been told. "For your safety, you need to remain in the designated zones." "What zones?" she demanded. "Nobody told me about zones." "Ma'am," he said, hand drifting toward his holster, "take it up with City Hall when the phones work again. Right now, go around or go back." Dan stepped out of the flow of pedestrians, watching. Behind the woman, a man in a suit moved forward, ID already in hand. The guard took one look and nodded him through. "Private security," the man said smugly as he passed. "We're working to restore order." "I've seen your version of order," someone in the crowd muttered. Dan considered his options. He could try to push through like everyone else, get turned away, argue, maybe escalate. Or he could find a street they hadn't claimed yet. He opted for the latter. A block over, a narrow alley smelt of stale beer and wet cardboard. It ran behind a row of small businesses and opened up past the barricades. No one watched it. That would change soon, he figured, but for now, bureaucratic control hadn't trickled into every crack. He slipped through. On the far side, downtown was a jittery mix of unfinished routines and rising predation. Some offices had tried to reopen. Employees in business casual stood outside glass doors, holding tablets that didn't work, arguing about whose fault the lack of contingency plans was. A few stores had taken advantage of the daylight to conduct cash-only sales, their handwritten signs promising last chance before stock spoils. Others had given up entirely. Windows were boarded, doors were chained. One sportswear shop had been hit hard, its front glass spiderwebbed, mannequins toppled. Inside, shelves were half cleared, the wreckage of a panicked night. Dan turned his steps toward the grocery store he'd seen yesterday near the library. If anywhere was going to show the true state of the city, it would be a place that held food. The automatic doors were jammed open, one at a crooked angle. Glass crunched under his boots as he stepped inside. The store was a study in selective devastation. The produce section looked like a locust swarm had passed. Empty crates, discarded leaves, a lonely cabbage rolling on the floor. The canned goods aisle had been hit hard too, though the low-sodium vegetables and obscure imported fish remained mostly untouched. The pet food aisle, on the other hand, was pristine. "People's priorities are fascinating," Dan muttered. At the front of the store near the registers, a young woman in a store polo and name tag stood behind the counter like a soldier at a post that had already fallen. The name tag said Riley. Her hair was pulled into a tight ponytail, and her eyes had the red-rimmed look of someone who'd been crying and gotten tired of it. She watched suspiciously as a man stuffed his backpack with snack cakes from a display. "Hey," she snapped, "those are not free. You gotta pay." "With what?" the man said, not slowing. "The registers are dead, sweetheart." "We're still taking cash," she said, gripping the edge of the counter. "If you don't have cash, you take what you need, not what you want." "Who made you queen of the apocalypse?" he sneered. "Manager left," she shot back. "Somebody has to stop this place from turning into a free-for-all." Dan stepped closer. The man noticed him and straightened, sizing him up. He was in his 30s with the kind of gym muscles that came from more mirror time than manual labor. "You got a problem?" he asked Dan. "Only with your math," Dan said mildly. "You look like you need at least 3 more snack cakes to survive the day." For a second, the man wasn't sure if he was being mocked. Riley blinked, surprised. "Look, buddy," the man said, bristling. "Society's broken. The rules don't apply anymore." "Funny thing about rules," Dan said. "They tend to matter most when everything else is broken. Otherwise, the biggest jerk wins, by default." He kept his voice level, his posture relaxed. He didn't want this to turn into something that required blood or broken teeth. Not yet. The man's eyes flicked to Dan's hands, then to his face, measuring. There was something in Dan's expression, an absence of fear, a steadiness that made him think twice. "Whatever," the man muttered, shoving one more box into his pack for pride's sake. "Place'll be empty by tomorrow anyway." He walked out, bumping Dan's shoulder deliberately as he passed. Riley let out a breath she'd clearly been holding. "Thanks," she said. "I didn't really have a plan beyond yelling louder." "You been here all night?" Dan asked. "On and off," she said. "I live 4 blocks away. When the power went out, people started showing up. Some to buy, some to buy." She made air quotes. "Manager tried to control it, failed, bailed. I couldn't just leave it." "Why not?" he asked. She gestured broadly. "Because if this place goes full riot, nobody around here eats for more than a day. People lose their minds. I've seen it on Black Friday. This is like that, but with less sleep and more desperation." He nodded, grudgingly impressed. "Name's Dan." "Riley," she said, tapping the tag. "I'm the idiot who still believes in receipts." "You staying?" he asked. She looked around, taking in the half-emptied shelves, the flickering emergency lights, the shadow of the broken window. "I was thinking about it," she said. "Until it gets dark again, at least. Maybe we can ration out what's left in some kind of fair way. I've been making lists of who took what." She lifted a notebook from under the register. Names, apartment numbers, items. "Fair is a good idea," Dan said. "Staying here alone is a bad one." Footsteps sounded near the side entrance. Raised voices. The tone set his teeth on edge before he even parsed the words. "Told you this place would still have stuff. Check the back. They always hide the good shit." He moved toward the end of the aisle, peering around. 4 men. Not the panicked civilians of last night. These were organized. Bandanas, backpacks, one with a bat, another with a length of pipe. No obvious guns, but that didn't mean much. Riley's face went pale when she saw them. "They came by earlier," she whispered. "I told them we were closed. They said they'd be back with more friends." "Well," Dan said softly, "they're punctual." The men fanned out, eyeing the remaining stock with proprietary interest. "You again," one of them said when he spotted Riley. "Didn't you hear? This place is under new management." Dan stepped fully into view before she could respond. "And your business card would say," he asked. The leader, shaved head, neck tattoo creeping up from his collar, looked him over with frank appraisal. "Who's Grandpa?" he asked Riley. "Guy who thinks rules still matter," she said. "Cute," the leader said. "Here's the deal, old-timer. City's gone. Cops are busy crying somewhere. So we're putting together a little community service outfit. We keep the peace. Make sure places like this don't get smashed by idiots. In return, we take our cut." "A protection racket," Dan said. "How nostalgic." "Call it what you want," the man said, shrugging. Our cut today is everything left on those shelves. You and the girl can go home and be grateful we didn't take her register too. Riley stiffened. This isn't yours to take. The man's smile thinned. He took a step toward her. Careful, Dan said quietly. You're close enough for me to smell how much you need a shower. The leader's eyes snapped to him. The room seemed to shrink. Behind him, one of his buddies shifted his grip on the pipe. You've got jokes, the leader said. You got anything else? 'Cause from where I'm standing, I see one old guy, one checkout girl, and a whole lot of reasons not to care what either of you think. Old. Dan filed it away for later. He didn't want to fight. Not with 4 men, not in a place with this many corners and blind spots, but he also wasn't going to walk away and leave Riley here as a bargaining chip. I see something else, he said. I see 4 guys about to pick a fight in a store directly on Meridian Shield's patrol route. The leader's expression flickered. What? Dan gestured toward the street. Saw their trucks 2 blocks over. Checkpoints, jackets, guns. Big M on the back. They're skittish today. Last thing they want is civilians stirring up shit in a grocery store. Makes them look bad. They don't care, one of the men scoffed. They care about image, Dan said. Every public-private partnership does. They care about being the ones who get called heroes when the news runs the story of how Boise survived. He stepped a little closer, lowering his voice so Riley heard, but the men had to lean in. You loot this place now in broad daylight, and some Karen in a condo records it from her window? Meridian Shield gets a perfect excuse to say, see, you need us. And you become their poster boys for why they need bigger guns and looser rules. They will use you up and toss you in a ditch. The leader swallowed, throat working. Dan watched the calculation in his eyes. The man wasn't stupid. Violent, sure, but not stupid. What's your angle? He asked. My angle is, I like eating, Dan said, and I'd prefer not to have the people with actual rifles think this store is a combat zone while I'm in it. You want to tough it out here when they come through, be my guest. But if you're smart, you walk away, come back when it's dark, and pick on someone who doesn't have corporate PR. Backing. The men glanced at each other. The battle between ego and survival played out in a series of small muscle twitches and exhaled curses. Fine, the leader said at last. This dump's not worth Meridian Shield's attention. Today, he pointed a thick finger at Riley. This is a one-time grace, sweetheart. Next time we come, we're taking what we want. Or we're taking you. Riley's face didn't flinch, but her hands tightened on the edge of the counter. You come back, Dan said. You'll wish you'd taken the grace part more seriously. The man stared at him, as if trying to decide whether the threat was hollow. Dan let him look. There were decades of bad decisions in his gaze, and enough carefully stored rage to make it believable. The leader spat on the floor. Let's go, he said to his crew. They left with a burden of stolen toilet paper and protein powder, which Dan filed under choices that will make sense to them later. The automatic doors wheezed crookedly closed behind them. How long until Meridian Shield actually gets here? Riley asked in a low voice. With their scheduling? Week and a half, Dan said. But that's not information they need. Her shoulders slumped, then straightened again. You didn't have to do that, she said. They could have had weapons. They still could, he said. They're not the only predators in town. She looked at the shelves, at her notebook, at the empty street outside. I can't stay here, she said suddenly. Not after that, not alone. Then don't, he said. You got somewhere else? Mom's place is 5 miles away, she said. On a good day, no buses, no cars. I trust not to get carjacked. Come to Riverbend, he said. At least for now. We've got water, for the moment, and people trying not to be idiots together. That's rarer than it should be. She hesitated. You don't know me. I know you didn't walk away from your job when everyone else did, he said. That's enough for today. Her jaw worked. Then she nodded. Let me grab my stuff. 10 minutes later, they were on the street, Riley carrying a backpack stuffed with a mix of clothes and non-perishables, plus her notebook of receipts. She locked the shattered front door of the store out of habit, then laughed once at herself. Old reflex, she said. Old reflexes are why some of us are still here, he replied. They headed toward Riverbend. The crowds were thinner now, A lot of people had apparently decided that staying home and guarding what they had was smarter than roaming. Those who were out moved with purpose rather than curiosity. Near a hospital complex, they passed a crowd clustered near a side entrance. A nurse in stained scrubs sat on the curb, head in her hands. "No more beds!" someone was shouting toward the doors. "You can't just send people away." "The generators are failing," another voice answered, weary and frayed. "We can't run full capacity. We're doing what we can." "Does anyone know where the blood bank is?" A man asked no one in particular. Dan slowed. The nurse on the curb looked completely emptied out, as if all the compassion had been wrung from her by hours of triage and bad choices. "You okay?" he asked. She laughed, a short, humorless sound. "I've been better." Her ID badge read, Leah Marsh, RN. "You done for the day?" he asked. "Done forever, maybe," she said. "They told us to go home and rest so we can come back fresh when they have a plan. We're running on backup generators, half the systems are down, and security walked off their posts around 2 in the morning. I don't know what I'm supposed to come back to." "You live far?" he asked. 3 miles, she said. "Other side of the river. My car's in the parking garage and the gate's is stuck. I've been walking for an hour and I'm still nowhere." "Come with us," Riley said suddenly. "We're going to an apartment building where people aren't completely losing their minds. Yet." Leah looked between them. "You two always pick up exhausted strangers?" "Only on days that end with the grid collapsing," Dan said. "Name's Dan. This is Riley. Riverbend Court's got water and some semblance of organization. It's not much, but it's better than collapsing in the middle of the sidewalk." Leah hesitated. "I should go home. My roommate can't get far without buses, can't call her without phones," Dan said gently. "If she's smart, she's staying put. If you come with us, we can head to your place tomorrow, when we know more about who's claiming what territory." She chewed her lip, then pushed herself to her feet. "Fine," she said. "If I pass out, drag me by the feet." They set off together. Leah's stride lengthened after a few blocks, the ingrained rhythm of a nurse who'd spent years doing 12-hour shifts refusing to quit. As they approached Riverbend's neighborhood, they hit another informal checkpoint, this one less official-looking than Meridian Shields. A couple of pickup trucks were parked at angles across the street. Men in mismatched camouflage and flannel held shotguns and hunting rifles with the comfortable familiarity of people who'd grown up shooting cans off fence posts. A hand-painted sign read, "Riverfront Neighborhood Watch. Residents only. No trouble." "Great," Riley muttered. "The cosplay militia." One of the men stepped forward, palm up. "Hold up," he said. "State your business." "Going home," Dan said. "Riverbend Court." "Never seen you before," the man said. "You from around here?" "Just moved in," Dan said. "Management knows me." The man's gaze flicked to Riley and Leah. "They live there." "Too?" "New arrivals," Dan said. "Apocalypse refugees." The man's lips twitched. "You're funny. Gates closed for non-residents. We're keeping this block safe. Too many outsiders causing problems." "You mean like those clowns with Meridian Shield logos downtown?" Dan asked. "Heard they've been shaking people down." The man's expression soured. "We don't answer to corporate mercs." "Good," Dan said, "because they've already got our building on their patrol route. Last thing we need is competing neighborhood watches arguing over who gets to protect us." Riley glanced at him, pleasantly surprised at how easily the lie rolled off his tongue. "Meridian Shields claiming Riverbend?" the man asked, suspicion and unease warring in his tone. "Big meeting scheduled with the property manager and Councilman Dalton," Dan said. "They're talking about turning the whole complex into a model safety zone. You want to stand in the way of that and risk some friendly fire when they roll through? Be my guest." He had no idea if any of that was true. It sounded plausible enough to live. The man frowned, chewing a non-existent piece of tobacco. Behind him, one of his buddies shifted, clearly not loving the idea of standing in a crossfire between corporate security and city politics. "Fine," the man said grudgingly. "Riverbend Court's on the edge anyway. Go. But if you bring trouble through here, we'll send it right back at you." "Wouldn't dream of it," Dan said. They walked through the gap between the trucks, the hair on the back of his neck prickling at the feel of rifle muzzles tracking them. "You lie a lot for someone who looks so grumpy about the state of the world," Leah said quietly once they were out of earshot. Old habit from when telling the truth got me punched, he said. You were good, Riley added. I almost believed you had a meeting scheduled with a councilman. So did I for a second, he said. Riverbend Court's lobby was busier than ever when they stepped inside. People milled around, some carrying buckets, others clutching radios or candles. The air was thick with overlapping conversations and the baseline anxiety of too many humans in a confined space. Karen spotted him and came over, eyes narrowing at the two women flanking him. New tenants? She asked. Strays, Dan said. Riley here single-handedly kept a grocery store from turning into the purge for about 12 hours. Leah's a nurse straight out of a disaster zone. Skills, Karen said. We like skills. Riley lifted her notebook. Also, I have receipts. Leah gave a tired half salute. I can set bones, clean wounds, and yell at people who don't take their meds. Karen exhaled, something like relief passing across her face. God really does send what we need, just with awful timing. Welcome to Riverbend. Rules are evolving, but basic ones are no hoarding, no violence inside the building, and if you have information, you share. Riley glanced around. You're really running this place. Somebody has to, Karen said. I've seen what happens when nobody does. Dan briefed her quickly on what they'd seen. Meridian shield checkpoints, the grocery store vultures, the amateur militia. So the city's being carved up, she said when he finished. Perfect. Just what we needed. We need to get ahead of it, Dan said. Not just react. Set up watches. Decide who talks to outsiders. Figure out how to lock this place down if things get worse. They're already worse, someone muttered nearby. Karen straightened. Okay, tonight we create shifts. Hall monitors, basically. People we trust walking the stairwells and checking the entrances. We coordinate with whatever's left of the neighborhood watch, but we don't let them tell us who can come and go. I'll take the first shift, Dan said. Riley knows who in the neighborhood's likely to get desperate. Leah can help us triage medical supplies. Leah grimaced. What medical supplies? Exactly, he said. We need to know how little we have. Over the next few hours, Riverbend Court transformed from a loose collection of frightened individuals into something closer to a fragile community. Riley helped Karen create a board listing each apartment number, the number of occupants, and what supplies they'd admitted to having. There were arguments. People loathed to reveal their stockpiles, but Karen's combination of patience and steel wrapped in kindness won more compliance than resistance. Leah went door to door, asking quietly invasive questions about medications, chronic conditions, and allergies. Some residents balked. Most, when confronted with the possibility of needing help later, cooperated. Dan followed a floor behind her, making note of who seemed agitated, who seemed predatory, who seemed likely to snap. They found a diabetic man who'd been rationing insulin in a way that would have killed him within days. They found an elderly woman who'd been too proud to ask for help carrying water up 4 flights of stairs. They found a single mother whose pantry held enough canned goods to be a target, and whose eyes held enough fear to know it. By sunset, they had a rough map. Resources, vulnerabilities, potential threats, all scrawled on a large piece of cardboard salvaged from the recycling room. Some tenants grumbled that it was overkill. Others clung to the board like a talisman. It's a start, Dan said. That night, he climbed to the roof. The door had been locked before all this, but someone had slipped the bolt. From up here, the city looked less like a collection of buildings and more like a topographical map of crisis. Darkness pressed in from all sides. Here and there, small bright clusters marked places, with generators, hospital, police headquarters, maybe a rich condo building that happened to have a prepper on the HOA board. Between those islands of light, shadow moved. He could see them if he watched long enough. Figures on the streets below, gathering at corners, drifting from one target to another. Flashlights flared and vanished. Occasionally, he heard a shout carry on the still night air, followed by silence that was somehow worse than continued noise. 2 separate groups caught his attention. Near the river, Meridian shield trucks moved in slow procession, headlights off, their shapes defined only by reflected light from the few working lamps. They stopped at intersections, disgorged men who walked purposefully toward buildings, then returned with boxes or people. It was a methodical kind of predation, dressed in the language of order. Closer to downtown, a chaotic cluster of movement suggested less organized hunters, gangs, opportunists, people who had discovered that fear could be leveraged into food, fuel, or entertainment. Fires burned in trash cans. Someone had lit a car on fire simply because they could. Predators, Dan thought. Some with badges, some with bandanas, all smelling blood. He leaned on the parapet, feeling the rough concrete under his palms. Below him in Riverbend Court, Karen and her improvised counsel tried to build something that wasn't entirely awful. It felt small compared to the scope of what was happening out there. But small was more than nothing. Small was where everything started. He thought of Carl, scribbling notes about shipments and contracts while the world around him quietly headed for this cliff. Carl had seen one kind of predation: company men in suits, councilmen in tailored jackets, security firms selling fear by the hour. Now there were others, less subtle, but no less dangerous. "You dragged me into a hell of a mess, buddy," Dan said softly to the dark. A helicopter passed overhead. In the distance, a building that had been burning finally gave up and collapsed in on itself, a dull, heavy sound that took several seconds to reach him. Dan straightened. Downtown Boise had become a feeding ground. If Riverbend wanted to survive, they couldn't just hide and hope not to be noticed. Predators didn't leave quiet corners untouched. They expanded until something stopped them. Dan Slaughter, who had spent most of his life running from confrontation, felt a grim, unfamiliar certainty settle in his chest. If no one else was going to be that something, he might have to be. The night deepened. The city shifted. Somewhere, one predator tested the defenses of a new block and found them thinner than hoped. On the roof of Riverbend Court, Dan watched, learning the shapes of the threats that circled them. Tomorrow, he knew, learning wouldn't be enough. Chapter 6. The Siege of Riverbend Court. By the third day without a real sunrise, people stopped asking what time it was and started asking how long they had. The sky still went from dark to light and back again, but the usual markers, alarm clocks, morning news, the predictable hum of traffic, were gone. At Riverbend Court, the day began when enough people opened their doors at once that the hallway filled with the sound of voices. Dan woke to the smell of something frying and the ache of muscles that hadn't had a proper rest since Tennessee. He swung his legs off the bed, feeling every mile of the drive and every stair he'd climbed since. The candle he'd used the night before was a puddle of hardened wax in the jar. He touched his pocket, reassuring himself with the familiar shapes. Notebook, flash drive, folding knife. In the hallway, someone had taped a piece of cardboard to the wall with Day 3 scrawled on it. Underneath, in a different handwriting, someone had added, "Of what?" He found Karen in the lobby as usual. She stood by their improvised command center, a folding table with a big cardboard chart propped on it, covered in names, apartment numbers, supply counts, and notes that had been added and crossed off. "Morning," she said without looking up. She had a mug of something in her hands that might once have aspired to be tea. "Any news?" he asked. "Same as yesterday." She nodded toward the crank radio, where Mr. Chang was performing his daily act of stubbornness. The words change so they can pretend something is happening, but the meaning's the same. As if on cue, the radio spat out a burst of static and then a voice. "Federal state of emergency has been declared in 8 western states," the announcer said. "National Guard units have been mobilized to assist in restoration efforts and maintain order. Officials continue to insist that the grid failure was caused by multiple coinciding technical faults and that there is no evidence of foreign attack. Citizens are urged to remain patient and avoid unnecessary travel." "Technical faults," Mr. Chung repeated. "Sure, and my radio just happens to work because the fairies blessed it." "How's the water?" Dan asked. Karen's face tightened. "Upper floors are basically dry now. We're filling buckets on 1 and 2 and hauling them up. People are already arguing about who's using more than their share." "Food? We're okay for a week if we're strict. 2 if we're creative and people stop pretending expiration dates are sacred law. After that," she trailed off. "After that, other people's food starts looking tempting," he thought, "or they start looking at ours that way." Riley sat at one end of the table, hunched over her notebook, updating columns. She looked like she hadn't slept much, but her eyes were sharp. Morning, boss, she said. I don't work. Here, Dan reminded her. Yeah, but if this was a movie, you'd be the guy in charge of the ragtag band of survivors. Might as well accept it. Pretty sure in those movies that guy dies in Act 2, he said. Then we'll just have to skip Act 2, she replied. Leah entered from the stairwell with a small backpack and a weary smile that didn't reach her eyes. Blood pressure meds for Mrs. Alves in 3C, she reported. She's been cutting doses to make them last. I yelled at her. She cried. I felt like a villain, but at least her heart won't explode this week. Put it on the board, Karen said, scribbling. Dan looked around the lobby. It was fuller than yesterday. Word had spread that Riverbend was organized, which was both good and bad news. A couple of unfamiliar faces lingered near the mailboxes, eyeing the board and the people cluster around it. One of them, a young man in a hoodie 2 sizes too big, with jittery eyes, approached. Hey, he said, we heard you got food and water. We've got residents, Karen said, and we're sharing with them. You live here? The guy hesitated. My cousin does, he said. 4th floor. What apartment? Dan asked. The kid's mouth opened, then closed. I don't remember the number. Funny, Dan said. Seems like something you'd know if you visited often. The kid's eyes darted. Look, I'm just trying to find a safe place. It's crazy out there. People with guns, man. They're taking whatever they want. You look like you got your act together. You figured we'd be dumb enough to open our doors to any stranger who flatters us? Riley asked sweetly from the table. A couple of residents snickered. The kid flushed. Forget it, he muttered, backing away. Bunch of assholes. He stormed out. Through the glass, Dan watched him cross the parking lot and join 2 others who'd been loitering by the sidewalk. They talked, gesturing angrily, then walked off together toward the next building. Add probing for weak spots to the list of things happening, Dan said. It's already there, Karen replied, tapping the board. He moved to the window. Across the street, a new sign had appeared overnight on a lamppost. A laminated sheet with the Meridian Shield logo in a neat corporate font. Meridian Shield Security Zone. For your safety, this area is under private security management. All residents and visitors are subject to search and identification checks. For assistance, call... The number was useless, of course. The line beneath it said, or visit our downtown office during business hours. You've got to be kidding me, Dan said. Karen joined him. I saw them putting those up at dawn, she said. 2 trucks, 4 guys. They didn't knock, but they definitely took a good long look at the building. Boise handles Boise, Dan muttered, remembering Alvarez's words. But Meridian handles the parts of Boise that can pay. You think they'll come back? She asked. He watched a Meridian Shield truck roll slowly down the main road, stop to talk to someone, then move on. Yeah, he said. Either to offer us protection we don't want, or to collect resources they think we shouldn't have. Then we need an answer ready, Karen said, because some of our tenants will think private security sounds like a godsend right about now. He turned. Any of them own guns? Some, she said. Hunting rifles, a couple of pistols. I told them to keep them in their apartments unless we say otherwise. Last thing we need is some trigger-happy guy in 3B playing cowboy in the hallway. He nodded. We're going to have to walk a line, look organized enough that opportunists think twice, but not so hostile that we look like a rival gang to the people with badges. As lines go, I've seen better ones, she said. The front door opened then, and a blast of cold air hit them. A man stepped inside, closed the door carefully behind him, and scanned the lobby with practiced efficiency. He wore a windbreaker over a faded button-down shirt and jeans. The badge that would usually hang from his belt was gone, but the way he moved was pure cop. Detective Alvarez, Dan said. The man's eyes found him and softened by a fraction. Mr. Slaughter. Karen shot Dan a look that said, we're going to have a serious conversation about all the weird contacts you have later. Got any rules about visitors? Alvarez asked mildly. We're making them up as we go, Karen said. But for now, it's no weapons pointed at residents, no taking things without asking, and no bringing trouble in the door. I left my trouble outside, Alvarez said. For now. He looked older than he had at the funeral, Dan thought. It hadn't been that long, but whatever he'd seen since then had carved itself into his expression. What brings you to Riverbend? Dan asked. Alvarez hesitated. then nodded toward a quieter corner of the lobby. "We should talk," he said. "Somewhere without an audience." Karen bristled. "If it involves this building, it involves me." "It does," Alvarez said, "but some of it involves him." He jerked his chin at Dan. "And a dead man's secrets. Let me start there." They compromised on the laundry room, semi-private, but with the door propped open so Karen could claim plausible deniability about not eavesdropping too blatantly. Inside, the washing machine stood silent. The air smelled faintly of detergent and damp concrete. Alvarez leaned against a folding table, hands in his pockets. "How's your stay in Boise?" he asked Dan. "Enjoying the amenities?" "5 stars, Dan said. "The blackout mood lighting really ties the whole city together." "Yeah," Alvarez said dryly. "The reviews are going to be brutal." He sobered. "You got what was on that drive?" he asked quietly. Dan didn't bother to play dumb. He pulled the flash drive from his pocket, keeping it curled in his fist. "Most of it," he said, "before everything went dark. Shipments skewed toward certain clinics, funds flowing to Meridian Shield, campaign donations. Looks like Carl was trying to map the whole rotten system. Then you've seen the part where certain areas, like this one, got drowning in overstock," Alvarez said, "and where certain private security contracts got fat right alongside the overdose numbers." "Yeah," Dan said, "I saw that." Alvarez rubbed his temples. "I tried to push it," he said, "before the blackout. Ran searches, connected dots. The more I dug, the more doors closed. Access revoked, files disappeared, bosses telling me to focus on solvable cases. I've been a cop a long time. I know what it looks like when the rot reaches the guys signing my paycheck." "You think Meridian Shield's running the show now?" Dan asked. "I think they're one of the vultures," Alvarez said. "They've got money, guns, contracts, and a narrative. We're here to protect you from the chaos." Meanwhile, their presence justifies bigger budgets and fewer rules. It was bad enough before the lights went out. Now? He shook his head. Now they're writing their own job description. "And Dalton?" Dan asked. "He shows up everywhere in Carl's notes." "Golden boy on the council," Alvarez said. "Law and order platform, tough on crime, big on public-private partnerships, loves cameras, hates questions. His campaign's half funded by companies that happen to profit from this mess." "Does he know about Carl?" Dan asked. "Officially? Just another tragic overdose," Alvarez said. "Unofficially?" He met Dan's eyes. "Guys like that have antennae for threats. Somebody whispering about whistleblowers in a pharma distributor? He'd find out, and he'd make sure the story ended quickly and quietly." Dan resisted the urge to tighten his grip on the drive. "You think they know I have this?" "Not yet," Alvarez said, "but they know someone went fishing in Carl's files. It flagged unusual access patterns the day before the blackout. The source was a terminal in a branch office. They trace that, they get a date and time. They line that up with traffic cams, security footage, whoever worked there that day. They get faces. I used a library computer," Dan said. "How much of that still exists?" "Depends what got fried," Alvarez said. "But corporations love backups, and private security firms love freelance investigations. It'll take them time. The blackout slowed everybody down, but they'll catch up. And when they do, the fact that you were Carl's underlined emergency contact is going to glow like a beacon." Dan exhaled slowly. "So your advice is still go home?" "My advice," Alvarez said, "is don't be here when they come looking. Or if you are, don't be the guy standing in the lobby holding a smoking gun and a USB stick." "I've got people here who are counting on this place being solid," Dan said. "They don't care about Carl's crusade. They care about water, food, not getting shot." "Then make sure Carl's crusade doesn't get them shot," Alvarez said. "I'm not telling you to drop it. Frankly, you might be the only one stubborn enough to see it through. But separate it from Riverbend as much as you can." He straightened. "There's a rumor," he added. "Unofficial channels. National Guard setting up a logistics hub at the fairgrounds tomorrow. Food distribution, medical triage, generator power, the works." "Sounds like a magnet for desperation," Dan said. "And for anyone who wants a piece of the distribution chain," Alvarez agreed. "Meridian Shield's already sniffing around. Dalton's people too. If you want to move that evidence out of here, that might be your best shot. Slip it into the chaos, find someone higher up the food chain you trust more than me. You don't trust yourself? Dan asked. I trust myself, Alvarez said. I don't trust the systems I'm plugged into. Give me that drive. It goes into evidence. Evidence goes into a locker. Locker gets a malfunction the next time the backup generator fails. And I get reassigned to directing traffic somewhere that doesn't exist anymore. He looked tired in a way that went beyond lack of sleep. Keep it safe. Don't brag. If I'm still free and breathing in a few days, I'll try to find you. If I'm not, he spread his hands. Decide who deserves to have their life blown up with the truth. Footsteps sounded in the hallway. Karen's voice. If you boys are done conspiring in my laundry room, Meridian's shield just pulled up out front. Alvarez's jaw clenched. Right on time, he said. They stepped back into the lobby to see what kind of storm was rolling in. 2 Meridian shield trucks idled at the curb, their engines rumbling. 4 men in tactical gear stood in front of the building. They wore ballistic vests with the company logo, sidearms, radios, and the confident posture of people who knew they were the scariest thing on most blocks. One man stood slightly ahead of the others. He was in his 40s, clean-shaven, with a buzz cut and mirrored sunglasses despite the overcast light. His vest bore a name patch. Cole. He smiled as they approached. It wasn't a nice smile. It was the kind of smile salesmen wore when they were about to pitch you something that would ruin your finances. Good morning, folks, and he said, I'm Captain Cole with Meridian Shield Security. You must be Miss Rios. He nodded at Karen. Property manager, she said, evenly. This is a residential building. If you're selling vacuum cleaners, you're 3 decades late. A few tenants chuckled nervously. Cole's smile widened. No, ma'am. I'm here to offer something a lot more valuable than vacuums. He gestured toward the street. You've seen what it's like out there. Looting, gangs, infrastructure failures. The city's doing its best, but they're overwhelmed. That's where we come in. We've seen your signs, Dan said. Hard to miss. Cole acknowledged him with a nod, eyes flickering over him, clocking everything. Posture, age, the way people's attention shifted when he spoke. And you are? Resident, Dan said. Volunteer. Well, Mr. Volunteer, Cole said, you and your neighbors are in luck. Riverbend Court's been identified as a priority asset under the city's emergency public safety framework. That means Meridian Shield is authorized and funded to provide full perimeter security, incident response, and resource protection for this property. Authorized by who? Karen asked. Because last time I checked, my contract was with a management company, not a private army. Cole's jaw ticked just enough to reveal there was still a man under the salesman. Councilman Dalton's office, he said, in coordination with the Office of Emergency Management. The paperwork's in progress. I'm just here to get ahead of the curve and make sure you're protected before things get worse. Protected from what? Riley muttered under her breath. Reality? What does resource protection mean? Karen asked. Exactly what it sounds like, Cole said smoothly. We keep looters out. We make sure your water, food, and medical supplies aren't stolen by desperate people from other neighborhoods. We maintain order. In return, we ask for basic cooperation, access to the building's common areas, information about residents, the ability to search for weapons if we have credible intel of a threat. Search for weapons, Leah repeated. So you disarm us and we trust you to be the only ones with guns. Cole's smile thinned. Ma'am, unregulated firearms in a high-density residential situation are a recipe for tragedy. We've already seen neighbors defending each other, Dan cut in, while certain security providers focus on protecting banks and corporate offices. Cole turned his sunglasses on him. Dan saw his own reflection, small and distorted in each lens. You were at the chapel, Cole said suddenly. Dan blinked. What? Carl Jensen's funeral, Cole said. I was there, in the back. He tilted his head slightly. You gave a nice speech. Touching. More than what the file says, right? Dan felt a cold thread wind through his gut. Didn't see you, he said. Wasn't there to be seen, Cole replied. Sometimes my job is to watch. See who shows up for who. Who cares about what? You work funerals often? Dan asked. You'd be surprised, Cole said. Overdoses make messy neighborhoods. Messy neighborhoods need security contracts. It's a growth industry. The lobby went very quiet. Karen stepped between them slightly. Captain Cole, she said, we appreciate the offer. But until I see that paperwork and until my tenants vote on whether they want armed strangers in their hallways, I'm not signing anything. We'll handle our own safety for now. Cole studied her like she was a puzzle. We're already operating in this zone, he said. Your building's a hole in the perimeter. Holes attract problems. You don't want to be the weak point that gets exploited. We're not weak, Karen said. We're prepared. We have rules. We know our people. Rules don't stop bullets, Cole said. No, Dan said. But neither do sales pitches. Cole's gaze snapped back to him. You military? He asked. Lumberyard, Dan said. Funny, you don't talk like a guy who spends his days stacking 2x4s, Cole said. You talk like someone who's seen what happens when a situation spins out of control. Maybe I've lived long enough to see a few, Dan said. Cole's radio crackled. A voice spoke quickly, too garbled for Dan to make out the words, but the tone was urgent. Cole listened, nodded once, then clipped the radio back on. Storm's moving fast, he said to Karen. We'll be in the neighborhood. If you change your mind, if something happens and you decide you want professional backup instead of volunteers, you call this number. He handed her a card with the Meridian Shield logo and improbably an actual landline number scrawled in pen. Phones don't work, Riley said. They do inside certain buildings, Cole replied, for certain people. He stepped back. His men followed. As they reached the trucks, he looked over his shoulder at Dan. You know, he said, some folks might think driving all the way from Tennessee to attend the funeral of a man who overdosed in a city you haven't visited in 10 years is a little obsessive. Dan kept his face blank. Some folks should mind their own business. Cole smiled again, that same practiced stretch of lips. These days, everyone's business overlaps. The trucks pulled away, engines growling. The card in Karen's hand looked like it weighed more than paper should. Well, Riley said after a long moment, that wasn't ominous at all. They were at the funeral, Karen said quietly. Yeah, Dan replied. Makes you wonder which resource they were protecting. Alvarez had drifted to the edge of the lobby during the exchange, eyes half-lidded, taking everything in. Now he stepped closer. He knows who you are, he murmured to Dan. If he didn't before, he does now. I noticed, Dan said. You should move that drive, Alvarez said. Soon. Maybe tonight. If they decide this building's in their way, they won't come through the front door with clipboards next time. The siege didn't begin with a bang. It began with a trickle. By late afternoon, the water in the first-floor tap slowed to a cough and then a thin, rusty thread. Residents crowded the communal sink, holding pots and bottles under the weakening flow. Stop, Leah said sharply. Once the pressure drops below a certain point, you risk contaminants backing into the lines. We've got what we've got. What we've got barely fills a bathtub, someone protested. Then we ration, Karen said. Half what you used yesterday. Less if you can manage. A rumor spread that someone had seen men invest near a pump station a few blocks away, that they'd been redirecting water to certain addresses. No one could confirm it, but the timing was suspicious. Air in the hallways grew heavier as the day warmed. Without AC, without even fans, the building began to feel like a clogged lung. In the early evening, a group of tenants returning from a scouting run burst into the lobby with bad news. The store on Jackson's empty, one reported. Shelves cleared, freezer section thawing. Somebody spray-painted claimed on the doors. Claimed by who? Karen asked. Didn't stick around to ask, he said, but they left a message on the wall. Zone 3, protected by Meridian. Mr. Chang turned up the radio for the next bulletin. It didn't mention zones. It didn't mention private security. It talked about community resilience and public-private cooperation. Translation, Riley said. Anyone with a logo and a gun is carving up the city, and the mayor's calling it partnership. As dusk thickened, Dan took his place at the main entrance with two other volunteers, a retiree named Bill who'd been a trucker, and a college kid named Nate who looked terrified, but had insisted on doing his part. You see anyone you don't recognize, you don't open the door, Dan told Nate. You talk through the glass. You call upstairs. You don't play hero. Got it, Nate said, swallowing. Heroes die early, Bill added. Old guys like me stick around because we learn when to duck. The first test came just after dark. 3 figures approached from the street, silhouettes against the fading light. They moved with the loose confidence of people who weren't afraid of being challenged. Keep it latched, Dan said quietly. Let me talk. He stepped up to the glass. The tallest figure, a woman with braided hair and a bandana over her mouth, raised a hand. Evening, she called through the door. We're here to talk business. Business hours are closed, Dan replied, her eyes crinkled. Cute. Name's Jessa. We represent some concerned members of the community. Word is you folks are hoarding supplies. We're sharing supplies with residents, Dan said. Nobody here is going hungry if we can help it. See, that's the thing, Jessa said. Your definition of here is real strict. Streets full of hungry people. We're just trying to even the scales. You got extra, you tithe a little. We make sure nobody comes knocking at 3 a.m. with less polite intentions. Protection again, Bill muttered behind him. It's like the 70s never ended. You with Meridian Shield? Dan asked Jessa. She laughed. Nah, we're independent contractors. They stick to the main drags. We handle the side streets. What's your cut? He asked. 1/3 of whatever you've got, she said without hesitation. Food, water, meds. You give willingly, we walk away smiling and tell our friends this building's off limits. You don't, she shrugged. We come back with more friends. We're not a warehouse, Dan said. We're a building full of families. We give you 1/3. People upstairs start thinking the parents downstairs chose charity over their kids. You think they'll see it that way after somebody else shakes you down? She asked. We're offering the gentle option. Gentle options don't usually come with threats, he said. Her eyes hardened. You've got until tomorrow night to think about it, she said. We'll be back, maybe with a bigger crowd, maybe following somebody who had a different idea about polite introductions. She leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. And maybe, she added, somebody else will come first. Somebody with uniforms and contracts. If they knock, you might wish you'd given us our cut instead. She stepped back. Her crew followed. They vanished into the dark. Bill exhaled. I miss when evangelists were the only ones who knocked on doors asking for a cut of your soul. Think she's bluffing? Nate asked. No, Dan said. I think she's testing us for somebody else, like probing a fence to see if it's electrified. He thought of Cole's warning. Holes attract problems. Riverbend Court had just been marked as either a potential client or a potential target. Either way, the siege had begun. The first real attack came sooner than expected. Around midnight, most of the building was in an uneasy, exhausted sleep. The volunteer guards rotated shifts, walking the stairwells in pairs, with flashlights and lengths of pipe or baseball bats. Leah dozed on a couch in a makeshift clinic set up in an empty ground floor unit, her medical bag organized on a card table next to her. Dan sat on a chair near the front door, fighting off the heavy pull of fatigue. His eyelids dropped once, twice. The third time the sound snapped them open. Metal on concrete. A scrape, then a faint clank, like someone dragging something heavy along the side of the building. He stood, every nerve alert. Bill, he hissed up the hallway. You hear that? A moment later, Bill appeared at the top of the short stair to the lobby, wearing pajama pants and a flannel shirt over his volunteer armband. Thought that was just my tinnitus acting up, he whispered. The sound came again, this time closer. Then the quiet, unmistakable thud of something hitting the back door. Dan's mind ran through possibilities. Random junk blown by the wind? Kids? Or someone testing another entrance? Wake Karen, he said, and Leah, quietly. He grabbed the flashlight from the table and clicked it off. Better to keep the lobby dark, see out without being seen in. Moving low, he slipped down the hall toward the rear entrance. The back door of Riverbend Court opened onto a narrow alley where dumpsters hunkered like sleeping animals. A single security light, running on the building's struggling power, glowed dim orange above the frame. Shadow moved beyond the frosted glass. Dan pressed himself flat against the wall beside the door. Listening. A voice muttered. Another answered. The faint squeak of metal. Someone testing the handle. He cracked the door open an inch, just enough to see through. 3 figures clustered around the doorway, silhouettes in the weak light. One held a pry bar. Another had what looked disturbingly like a shotgun slung over his shoulder. "Told you they're soft," one whispered. "They got kids and old people. They won't put up a fight." "Soft ones panic," another replied. "Panic turns ugly. Better to scare them, get what we want, and bounce before the rent-a-cops show up." Rent-a-cops, Meridian Shield. Either these guys wanted to beat them to the punch, or they'd been given a quiet nod to do the dirty work. Dan pulled the door inward suddenly, stepping into the frame. "Bad time for a sales call," he said. The men jumped. The one with the pry bar recovered first, raising it in a half-threatening, half-defensive posture. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. "Door guy," Dan said. "We're closed." Shotgun guy shifted, angling the weapon slightly, not quite pointing it at Dan, but close enough that his palms started to sweat. "Look, old man," Prybar said, "we're not here to chat. You open up, let us walk through, nobody gets hurt. We take what we need, you get to keep the rest." Dan's voice stayed calm. "What you need seems to be whatever's not bolted down within 3 blocks. A movement at the edge of his vision. Bill and Nate slipping into place behind him, bats in hand. Karen a few steps back, whispering urgently to someone. Probably Leah, prepping. "This is stupid," Nate hissed under his breath. "They've got a gun." "Bet it's not loaded," Bill murmured. "Most idiots carry empty shotguns. To look tough." "We're not stacking bedtime odds," Dan said softly. He raised his voice. "You fire that thing in a concrete alley," he told Shotgun Guy, "and the echo alone will bring every scavenger in a mile radius. You really want to split the loot that many ways?" Shotgun Guy hesitated. Prybar shot him an annoyed look. "We didn't come here for a seminar," he snarled. From deeper in the alley, another voice called out. "Problem?" 4 more figures approached, silhouettes resolving into Jessa and her crew. Well, Dan thought, guess they didn't want to wait until tomorrow night. Jessa took in the tableau at a glance. Dan in the doorway, his back up with bats, the would-be raiders with their tools and bravado. "Boys," she said, "we had a schedule." "They took too long," Prybar said. "Word is Meridian sniffing around. We figured we'd get in before the corporate taxman." "By stepping on my toes," Jessa's tone sharpened. "We got rules. You start freelancing, people start thinking the whole system's optional." Dan almost laughed at the idea of criminals concerned about internal regulations. Almost. "If you're going to argue about it," he said, "can you do it somewhere else? We're trying to maintain a peaceful ambiance inside." Jessa looked at him. "Doorman's got jokes," she said. "Here's one. How many grandpas does it take to get their building ransacked because they thought holding a bat made them invincible?" "Depends how many idiots show up with hardware they barely know how to use," Dan replied. A shadow moved on the roofline across the alley. For a second he thought his sleep deprivation was inventing things. Then he saw the outline clearly. Someone prone, aiming down. Sniper. He ducked back instinctively, grabbing Karen by the arm and yanking her against the wall just as the first shot cracked. The bullet hit the metal door with a ringing clang, punching a neat crater inches from where his head had been. Screams erupted in the alley. Bill yanked Nate down. The raiders dove behind dumpsters. "What the hell?" Jessa shouted. "Who's firing?" Another shot. This one took a chunk out of the brick pillar near the door. Dan risked a glance. The figure on the roof had shifted slightly, silhouette framed by the security light. Even at this distance, he recognized the stance. Smooth. Practiced. Not Jessa's people. Not random thugs. Professional. Meridian Shield. "Get inside," he barked. "Now!" He shoved the door closed, slamming the bolt home. A third shot hit the glass, spider-webbing it. The echoes of gunfire rolled through the building, followed by a rising wave of voices. "What's happening?" someone shouted from the hallway. "Everybody back from the windows," Karen yelled. "Get away from the exterior walls." Dan pressed his shoulder against the door, as if that would make it thicker. His pulse thundered in his ears. Shots outside continued. Short, controlled bursts now. Shouts blurred into panicked noise. After what felt like hours but was probably less than a minute, silence fell. Then distantly the low growl of engines. Trucks, moving away. Dan exhaled slowly, muscles unclenching by degrees. Bill picked himself up off the floor. "Well," he said shakily, "I feel very protected now. Do we tip them or just send a thank you card?" Karen's face had gone pale. "They were shooting at us," she said. "At the door." "At everyone," Dan said. "They see a crowd. They see a problem. Easier to disperse it with bullets than words." Nate's eyes were wide. "If you hadn't pulled us back—" "Yeah," Dan said. "Let's not dwell on that." A small group of tenants had gathered at a cautious distance, eyes huge. "Is it over?" one asked. "For tonight," Dan said. "Maybe. No one opens that door until I say so. Not for anyone in a vest, a bandana, or a uniform. If they want to talk, they can shout from the sidewalk in broad daylight." He caught Leah's eye down the hall. "Any casualties inside?" he called. "Couple of panic attacks and one twisted ankle from falling downstairs," she said. "Nothing I can't handle." "What about outside?" He imagined Jessa and her crew pinned down in the alley, the raiders scattering, Meridian bullets making no distinction between them. "We'll find out tomorrow," he said. Morning came with a brittle kind of light. The radio brought word of isolated exchanges of gunfire and misunderstandings between private security contractors and citizens. Officials urged calm. Again. Dan drank coffee that had been reheated 3 times over a gas flame and tasted like burned rubber. His hands still shook, less from the caffeine than from the leftover adrenaline. On the roof, the alley below bore scars, pockmarks in the brick, a killed security light hanging by its wiring, a smear on the concrete that might have been blood. No bodies. Whoever had fallen had been dragged away. Karen joined him, arms wrapped around herself. "They're not going to stop, are they?" she said. "No," he said. "Last night was a test. For them and for us." "We passed?" she asked. "We didn't die," he said. "That's something." She leaned on the parapet. "You planning to stay indefinitely?" she asked. "Be our, I don't know, war chief, survival consultant, resident pain in the ass?" He almost smiled. "You asking me to sign a contract? I'm asking if you're going to vanish one day and leave me explaining to 100 people why their human shield walked off the job," she said. He stared out at the broken skyline. He could leave, take the drive, find the National Guard hub Alvarez had mentioned, try to shove the evidence into someone's hands who could actually do something with it. Maybe head back east, try to reach Carl's mother before the chaos spread. But when he pictured Riverbend Court without him, he saw the faces. Milo with his broken video game, Mrs. Alves and her blood pressure, Riley stubbornly guarding dwindling supplies, Leah treating wounds in a hallway lit by candles, Karen holding the building together with nothing but spreadsheets and sheer will. "Leaving would be smart," he said. "I haven't always been smart." She looked at him. "I'll stay," he said, "at least until we've got something more than hope and a crank radio between us and whatever's outside." She nodded once, as if she'd known that's what he'd say. "Good," she said, "because we've got decisions to make." "Jessa's tithe?" he asked. "That," she said. "And what we do about the fairgrounds." "Alvarez left a note at the desk when you were upstairs." She pulled a folded slip from her pocket and handed it to him. In neat block letters. "Fairgrounds confirmed. Major distribution center. Chaos expected. If you're coming, come armed with proof, not guns. M.A." Below it, a hastily scribbled line. "Meridian and Dalton will be there. So will the cameras." Dan tucked the note into the notebook with Carl's scribbles. "The siege isn't just here," he said quietly. "It's everywhere. Food, water, information. They're all under attack. If we want to change anything beyond our stairwell, that fairgrounds might be the only window we get." Riley's voice drifted up from below, faint but urgent. "Dan, Karen, we got a neighborhood committee at the door." They exchanged a look. "Round 2, Karen said. "Yeah," he replied. "Let's see what the predators want today." They headed downstairs together, not as landlord and tenant, not quite as leader and deputy, but as two people who had stumbled into a war neither of them had volunteered for and were now too entangled to walk away. Outside, the city continued its slow, grinding fall. Inside Riverbend Court, The siege settled in for the long haul, and Dan Slaughter, who had come to Boise to bury a friend, found himself planning something that looked a lot like a campaign. Chapter 7. The Fairgrounds Gambit. The neighborhood committee at the door turned out to be three people too tired to pretend they weren't scared. They stood just inside the entrance of Riverbend Court, shoulders hunched against the cold air leaking through the glass. One was a woman in her 50s with a church lady haircut and a cardigan pulled tight across her chest. One was a lanky guy in a faded mechanic's jacket. The third was a teenager with pink earbuds dangling uselessly around her neck and a look that said she'd like the whole world to reboot now, please. Karen, Dan, Riley, and Leah faced them near the cardboard command board. A few other residents hovered within earshot because no one in the building trusted decisions made behind closed doors anymore. The woman spoke first. "We're from the Riverfront Neighborhood Association," she said, as if that meant something in a world where the streetlights didn't work. "I'm Patty, this is Jim. That's my niece, Zoe." "Karen," Karen said. "This is Dan, Leah, Riley. You here to borrow sugar or try to sell us a security plan? Because we're all out of both." Patty's mouth twitched. "We're trying to coordinate," she said, "between the buildings. There's folks who think if we pool resources, we'll last longer. Others think we should shut our doors and pray. And then there's—" She glanced toward the street. "Others. Jessa and her friends," Dan said. Jim nodded. "They came by our complex last night, called it a tithe, said they'd protect us from worse if we gave them a cut." "How'd that go?" Riley asked. "We told them to go to hell," Zoe said bluntly. "Mom said if we start feeding bullies now, we'll never stop." Patty shot her a look. "We told them we'd consider our options," she corrected. "They didn't like that either." "They won't like anything except yes," Dan said. Patty took a breath. "Look, rumor is you folks are organized. You've got a nurse, you've got a board, you've got volunteers." Her eyes flicked to Dan. "We thought maybe we could, link up, share information. If Meridian Shield or those gangs decide to make an example of one building, we don't want the rest of us watching it on the sidelines." "You want a mutual defense pact," Karen said. "We want to not die alone in the dark," Patty replied. Silence settled for a moment. "All right," Karen said. "Here's where we're at. We've got limited water, limited food, and a whole lot of opinions. Meridian Shield just tried to strong-arm their way into protecting us. Jess's crew is circling. The National Guard set up a distribution hub at the fairgrounds, which means every predator with a radio is heading that way too. We can't promise we'll be able to help you, but we can promise we won't look away if something happens." "That's not nothing," Jim said quietly. "We can share what we learn," Dan added. "If one of us gets hit, the others know how. That alone might keep us from making the same mistakes." Patty nodded. "We'll send a runner if we see anything," she said. "You do the same." Zoe looked at Dan. "You really argued with those Meridian guys?" she asked. "The ones with the vests?" "Argued is a strong word," he said. "I told them no, and they smiled at me like I'd ordered the wrong appetizer." "You gonna tell them no again?" she asked. "If they ask the same question, yeah," he said. She seemed to think about that, filing it away. "Cool," she muttered. "Someone should." When they left, a few residents drifted back to their apartments murmuring. The building felt slightly less alone and slightly more exposed at the same time. "Okay," Riley said when the lobby quieted. "Neighborhood diplomacy, check. Extortionists, partially checked. Now what about the fairgrounds?" Dan pulled Alvarez's note from his pocket and smoothed it on the table. "Fairgrounds confirmed. Major distribution center. Chaos expected. If you're coming, come armed with proof, not guns. Meridian and Dalton will be there. So will the cameras." "It's a trap," Leah said immediately. "It's also the only place anyone above the pay grade of local cop is likely to be in the next week," Dan said. "If there are federal people here checking on the blackout, if there are guard officers who still think their oath means something, that's where they'll be. And you want to stroll in and hand them a thumb drive that points fingers at their local allies while Meridian Shield and a grandstanding councilman watch?" Riley asked. "Sounds fun. And by fun, I mean suicidal." "I didn't say stroll," Dan said. "I said try. Carefully." Karen rubbed her temples. Let's say you go, she said. Best case, you find someone honest, they take the evidence, they blow the whistle, they bring down Meridian and Dalton, and we all get a Netflix docu-series out of it in 10 years. Worst case, you get disappeared behind a tent, and we're left telling Mrs. Jensen why her son's last friend never came back. There are more worst cases, Leah said. Like they label him a terrorist spreading disinformation during a crisis and use that to justify cracking down on anyone who questions the official story. I love this brainstorming session, Riley said. Very uplifting. Dan sat back. If we do nothing, he said, Carl's work dies in a laundry room in Boise. The same people who flooded these neighborhoods with drugs and guns and security walk away richer. They spin this blackout into a business opportunity. I came here for a funeral. I'm not staying for that kind of wake. Karen watched his face. You made up your mind already, she said. You just wanted to see if anyone could talk. You out of it. Could you? He asked. She thought for a moment. No, she said, but I can make sure you're not walking in alone. Absolutely not, Leah said. We've seen how well you do with guns pointed at your head. I didn't say he needed a second target, Karen replied. We need supplies, meds, food, information. A small group going to the fairgrounds makes sense whether or not he finds someone to hand that drive to. Leah exhaled. A supply run disguised as a moral crusade, she said. Fine, I'm in. The triage tents will be begging for help, and I need to see what shape the health system is in before my patients here start needing more than aspirin and pep talks. Riley raised her hand. I have experience navigating chaotic retail environments, she said. Black Friday, grand openings, that time we had a buy one, get one free energy drink promotion. I can handle food lines. Karen looked at Nate, who had hovered at the edge of the group, listening hard. You've been itching to do more than stairwell patrol, she said. How are your observational skills? I'm a communications major, he said. YouTube comments don't scare me. Angry crowds do, but that's probably healthy. You'll go, she said. You watch and remember everything, what they say, who's in charge, how they keep records. You bring it back to us so we're not guessing when the fairgrounds become the new center of gravity. He swallowed, then nodded. Okay, he said. Yeah, I can do that. Karen turned back to Dan. You forego, she said. Take enough to trade if you have to, not enough that we feel it here. If you find someone worth trusting with Carl's evidence, you come back and tell me exactly who, when, and how much you gave them. And if I don't, he asked, then you come back with the drive still in your pocket, she said, and we figure out plan B. Which is? Riley asked. Karen's eyes were grim. Survive long enough for someone else to see what's happening. They left at mid-morning, after a quick council in the lobby that felt more like a farewell scene than any of them liked. Bill pressed a small folding knife into Nate's hand. For cutting rope, he said, or sandwiches, not heroics. Mr. Chang insisted on giving Leah a little cloth pouch with dried herbs. For good luck, he said when she protested. Western medicine is not the only kind. Riley slung her backpack on, double-checking the straps. If I don't come back, she told Milo, the 8-year-old, you can have my secret stash of gummy bears, but only if you promise to share. You don't have a secret stash, he said skeptically. Exactly, she replied, so you better make sure I come back. Dan checked his jacket pocket for the 100th time. Notebook, flash drive, Alvarez's card. The drive felt like a fossilized piece of Carl's brain, heavy with things that might finally matter. Karen walked them to the door. If it feels wrong, turn around, she said quietly. No shame in surviving. Define wrong, Dan said. She gave him a look. You know the difference between nerves and danger. He nodded. We'll be back before dark. Don't make promises you can't keep, she said. Then softer, just try. He stepped out into the pale light with the others. The walk to the fairgrounds took them through neighborhoods in different stages of denial. Some blocks looked almost normal at first glance. Kids playing in yards, laundry hung out to dry, people sweeping sidewalks. Then you saw the buckets lined up by every door, the boarded windows, the suspicious eyes following strangers. Other streets were stripped, shops emptied, windows broken, doors hanging open where someone had given up pretending they could be closed. They passed one intersection where a sedan sat in the middle of the road, its windshield shattered, doors open. No one went near it. A few blocks later, they saw why. A hastily sprayed warning on a wall. Traps, don't touch abandoned cars. People adapt fast, Riley muttered. They overcorrect fast, Dan said. As they neared the fairgrounds, the crowd thickened. People carried shopping bags, backpacks, duffels. Some pushed strollers. Others dragged suitcases missing wheels. The fairgrounds themselves sprawled across several acres, usually the domain of summer concerts and rodeos. Today, the main gate was flanked by military vehicles and portable floodlights. The floodlights weren't on. The power situation was still iffy. But their presence made a promise. When the juice came back, the guard would own the night here. Concrete barriers guided people into snaking lines that moved with glacial slowness toward a series of large tents. Signs printed in bold black letters hung from ropes. Food and water, distribution, medical triage information, and family reunification, security checkpoint. Beyond the tents, bleachers rose around empty arenas. A cluster of mobile command trailers sat near the rear, bristling with antennas. The faint scent of hay mingled with diesel fumes, sweat, and the metallic tang of an overstressed generator somewhere out of sight. National Guard soldiers in camouflage moved among the crowds, some trying to impose order, others simply existing as symbols that someone was still technically in charge. They looked exhausted too. Stay together, Dan said. Last thing we need is to be searching for each other in this mess. Leah peeled off toward the medical triage tent almost immediately, drawn by habit and duty. I'll find you later, she said. If you get hurt, skip the line and yell my name. I'll pretend I've never seen you and treat you like everyone else. That's comforting, Riley said. Equal opportunity care, Leah replied, then vanished into the press of people. Riley, Dan, and Nate joined the line for food and water. It moved but slowly, like a snake that had eaten too much and was reconsidering its life choices. This is a lot, Nate said, eyes darting. I thought it would be more organized. That's the thing about disasters, Dan said. TV only shows you the close-ups of heroism and chaos. The real picture is just tired people waiting. Near the front of the line, a makeshift stage had been set up. Just a flatbed truck with a portable podium and a cluster of microphones. A banner draped along the side read, Boise Strong, Community Resilience in Action. Subtle, Riley said. A small knot of people had gathered in front of the stage. Camera crews positioned themselves, crews wearing branded gear from local stations and one with a national logo. Here comes the show, Dan said. A man in a crisp suit stepped up to the podium. Even without the banner behind him, his posture and the practiced way he scanned the crowd would have marked him as a politician. Councilman Dalton, Dan thought. He'd seen his face in some of Carl's clippings. Dark hair perfectly combed, jawline that looked engineered for yard signs. Ladies and gentlemen, Dalton began, voice amplified through a battery-powered PA. Boise is facing an unprecedented challenge, but we are facing it together. The crowd's reaction was mixed. Some people cheered out of habit or desperation. Others just stared hollow-eyed. We have with us today partners from the National Guard, from the State Emergency Management Office, from our dedicated healthcare workers, and from the private sector, Dalton continued. Companies like Meridian Shield, who have stepped up to provide security and stability in this difficult time. On cue, a line of Meridian Shield personnel stood at the edge of the stage area. They were in full gear, weapons slung, vests zipped up. At the center of the line stood Cole, sunglasses off today, eyes scanning the crowd like he was hunting. Dan shifted his angle slightly, keeping one of the tent poles between himself and that gaze. Boise will not be bullied by chaos, Dalton said. We will not allow criminals to exploit this blackout. We will restore order, and we will do it with compassion and courage. Riley snorted softly. Maybe he should hand the mic to someone who's been in line since dawn, she said. Dalton launched into specifics. Distribution schedules, curfews, reminders to obey instructions. The words washed over Dan. He'd heard versions of these speeches after floods, after storms, after riots. The key difference here was the level of corporate logo density on the stage. Between Dalton and the tent, A cluster of officers conferred. Their uniforms bore a mix of insignia: Guard, state police, something federal that Dan didn't recognize at a glance. One woman in a plain dark jacket with no visible rank watched the stage with a neutral, assessing expression. Dan followed her gaze. When she saw him watching, her eyes flicked past him, scanning for threats, not contacts. "See that woman in the jacket?" he murmured to Nate. "No insignia." "Yeah," Nate said. "Feels like Fed," Dan said. "If anyone here is less in love with the local power structure, it's her." "Less in love with—" Nate frowned. "You mean she's, like, not buddy-buddy with Dalton and Cole?" "That's the hope," Dan said. When Dalton finally wound down and stepped away, cameras following, the crowd dispersed back into their lines, grumbling. The Meridian Shield Line broke formation and began moving through the area in pairs, assisting guard soldiers with keeping order. Dan kept his head down and his profile turned. He'd gotten away with being just another face for a while. That streak had ended when Cole recognized him at the building. Here in the fairgrounds, he couldn't count on semi-anonymity. "Find Alvarez," he said to Nate. "He said he'd be here." "How do I find one detective in all this?" Nate asked. "Look for someone who looks like he hates the script but can't leave the theater," Dan said. It turned out to be slightly easier than that. Near the perimeter of the fairgrounds, at a checkpoint where anyone with a backpack was being half-heartedly searched, Alvarez stood with a guard sergeant, talking in low voices and watching the flow. "There," Riley said, pointing with her chin. They eased their way across the field, using the movement of the crowd as cover. Alvarez saw them before they reached him. For a heartbeat, his expression showed recognition. Then it smoothed into cop neutral. "You picked a hell of a day for a field trip," he said when they were close enough to be heard. "Wanted to see the new town square?" Dan said. "All the best empires fall here." Alvarez grunted. "You bring it?" he asked. Dan patted his pocket. "And his notes." Alvarez's gaze slid briefly across the fairgrounds, toward the stage, where Dalton now held court with a local news crew, toward Cole, who was very obviously not looking their way, which meant he knew exactly where they were. "You got maybe 10 minutes before someone notices you don't belong," Alvarez said softly. "After that, I can't guarantee anyone's safety, including my own." "Can you get us to someone worth talking to?" Dan asked. He nodded toward the woman in the plain jacket. "Her? Name's Rivera," Alvarez said. "Department of Homeland Security, Critical Infrastructure Division. She's here for the grid, not for your dead friend. But if anyone has the mandate to look at connections between power failures, drug pipelines, and private security outfits, it's her. Problem is, her access runs through local liaisons like Dalton and Cole, and they're both invested in making sure any investigations go where they want them to." "Can you introduce us?" Riley asked. "Not officially," Alvarez said, "but I can get you into the same tent and hope she's still the kind of person who listens when someone talks sense." The guard sergeant next to him cleared his throat. "If I look the other way for 5 minutes," he said, "will any of you make me regret it?" "Depends how much you regret seeing official corruption up close," Riley said under her breath. Leah reappeared then, hair askew, scrubs smeared with other people's bad days. "If you're planning something bold," she said, "make it fast. The med tent's one bad scuffle away from turning into a battlefield, and I'd rather not have Meridian calling the shots there too." Alvarez steered them toward a nondescript white tent near the command trailers. A laminated sign by the entrance read, "Operations, Briefing, Authorized Personnel Only." A guard corporal moved to block them. Alvarez flashed an ID and murmured something about witness to last night's incident, an overdose case linked to pre-event anomalies. The corporal frowned, glanced toward the interior for confirmation he wasn't getting, then shrugged and stepped aside. Inside, the air was cooler. Plastic folding tables were arranged in a rough horseshoe, covered in maps, printed reports, and half-empty coffee cups. A portable projector sat idle. On one wall, a board listed priorities in blunt marker. Power, water, food security, communications. Rivera stood near the maps, conferring with a guard major whose name tag read, Harper. Both looked up as Alvarez entered with his entourage. "Detective," Harper said, "this isn't a public complaint desk." "I know," Alvarez said, "but you wanted anomalies. Patterns. Something more than rumors. This is that. Rivera's gaze flicked over them, taking stock. Who are they? She asked. Residents, Alvarez said. One of them drove halfway across the country because his friend died of an overdose that looks less accidental the more we learn about the supply chain. Ma'am, Dan said, stepping forward. Dan Slaughter. Carl Jensen was my friend. He worked for a pharma distributor here. Before he died, he dug into where the pills were going and where the money was coming from. Rivera didn't offer a seat. And, she said, and he found that certain neighborhoods like Riverbend were being flooded with product, Dan said. At the same time, those neighborhoods got more police overtime and more private security contracts. Overdoses spiked. Contracts fattened. Councilman Dalton's campaign donations lined up with contract renewals. Then Carl turned up dead with enough fentanyl in him to kill a bull, and a neat little report saying it was just another tragedy in a bad part of town. He pulled the notebook from his jacket and set it on the table. He tracked shipments, he said. He tracked money. I saw the files. I pulled them from his hidden drive before the blackout fried the library computers. Rivera's eyes narrowed. You have the drive? She asked. Yeah, he said. Right here. He held it up between thumb and forefinger. Harper looked uneasy. Detective, how much of this is corroborated? He asked Alvarez. Enough that chasing it got my system access downgraded, Alvarez said. Enough that the minute I requested certain logs, they disappeared. Enough that Meridian's shield started showing up at places they never cared about before, right as the grid started having technical issues. Rivera reached for the notebook first. She flipped pages quickly, absorbing more than she read. Names, dates, arrows, underlined phrases, Meridian shield retainer, Kyukert Riverbend shipments, Sarai, public safety budget line, Dalton Pass. You're saying there's a coordinated effort to destabilize certain neighborhoods, drive crime and overdose stats up, and then sell security services as the cure, she said. I'm saying my friend believed that, Dan said, and he died right after he started calling it in. Now the power's gone, the cops are stretched thin, and the only people patrolling my street with guns are wearing Meridian logos. Rivera looked at Harper. You see any movement from your liaison on this? She asked. Any mentions in their reports? Harper shook his head slowly. We've been getting the official picture, he said. Infrastructure problems, delayed upgrades, maybe some criminal opportunism. Nothing about systemic overprescribing or security companies writing their own contracts. Of course not, Rivera said. Why advertise your side hustles? She turned back to Dan. Why come to me? She asked. Why not the press? Why not social media? Dan almost laughed. You seen a cell network lately? She allowed herself the ghost of a smile. Because, he said more seriously, if I walk up to a TV camera out there and start talking about how Meridian, Shield, and Dalton might have helped prime this whole mess, I won't make it back to my building. Cole's people will pick me off on the walk home. And no offense, but I don't trust that the Boise PD chain of command won't bury this before it hits a judge's desk. You're the first person I've seen all week whose paycheck doesn't depend on pretending this is just a series of unfortunate events. Harper glanced toward the tent flap, as if expecting someone to burst in at the mention of Cole's name. Rivera steepled her fingers. You understand, she said, that if I take that drive, it becomes evidence. Chain of custody rules apply. I have to report what's on it up my chain. That includes the people coordinating with local authorities. If they're compromised, this could disappear. That's my fear, Dan said. So maybe you don't take it. Not yet. Maybe you take what you need to get someone bigger interested. Phone photos. Notes. Enough to justify a deeper look when you're not being chaperoned by the people you might be investigating. Riley cleared her throat. He's got screenshots on his phone, she said. Emails, memos, ledger pages. I saw them. He was that annoying guy in the library taking pictures of the screen. Annoying saved our asses when the surge hit, Dan said. Rivera held out a hand. Phone, she said. He handed it over. She scrolled through the images, spreadsheets with highlighted columns, memos with phrases like strategic overstocking, emails referencing Dalton's support for our public safety partners. Her eyebrows rose at one where a Meridian Shield executive wrote, Once the Riverbend contract renews, we can count on a steady pipeline of incidents to justify expansion citywide. Harper swore under his breath. This is not smoking gun material on its own, Rivera said, but it's a lot of smoke around the same fire. She handed the phone back. Major, she said to Harper, I want a separate secure channel set up for any data we get that touches Meridian Shield or council-level contracts. Off the usual systems, paper if we have to. I want a list of everyone with red access to the liaison reports, and I want to know exactly how far these private contracts extend into our logistics here. Harper hesitated. Rivera, if we cut them out visibly, we lose half our security manpower overnight, he said. We're barely holding the perimeter as it is. I'm not saying cut them out, she said. I'm saying don't let them police themselves. The tent flap rustled. Cole stepped inside, flanked by another Meridian Shield officer and a city staffer with a clipboard he clutched like a shield. Major, Cole said, not bothering to hide the faint edge in his voice. Councilman Dalton asked me to check in on your operations. See if there's anything our team can do to supplement your efforts. His gaze slid across the room and landed on Dan. He froze for a heartbeat. Then his lips curved. Well, he said, Mr. Slaughter, you get around. Dan felt his chest tighten. Captain Cole, he said, nice stage show out there. Show's the only thing keeping people from tearing each other apart, Cole said. That and the men in vests you love so much. He looked at Rivera, then at Harper. Didn't realize you were doing witness interviews without looping me in, he said mildly. Thought we were all on the same team. We're talking about infrastructure anomalies, Rivera said. Her tone cooled a few degrees. Not neighborhood rumors. Cole's eyes never quite left Dan. Funny, he said. Infrastructure seems to be falling apart most in the same places where overdose stats were through. The roof last month. And now I see the guy who delivered a touching eulogy for one of those statistics standing in a federal tent during an emergency. Makes a man curious. He took a step closer. The space felt smaller. You still carrying that drive, Mr. Slaughter? He asked softly. Drive, Dan said, playing for time. I drove here. That count? We both know what I'm talking about, Cole said. Farm boy like you doesn't borrow library computers in the middle of the day unless he's looking for something. Carl Jensen was looking too. Then he stopped. We'd hate for you to stop suddenly as well. The threat was barely veiled. Harper stiffened. Captain Cole, he said, this is a DHS-led briefing. You're here as a courtesy. And as a partner, Cole said smoothly. We're the ones in the streets, Major. When people get desperate enough to attack these walls, it won't be analysts with slide decks holding the line. It'll be us. So when I see a potential security concern, he flicked his fingers at Dan, wandering your operations, I take interest. Rivera stepped between them slightly. Mr. Slaughter is here at my request, she said. He brought me information relevant to my investigation. Cole's gaze sharpened. Investigation of what? He asked. Because right now the priority is getting food and water to people, not chasing conspiracy theories. We're looking at patterns in distribution and security allocations, Rivera said coolly, to make sure resources are used effectively. Resources like Meridian contracts? Cole asked. Among others, she said. For a second, the air in the tent felt like a wire pulled taut. Dan felt the flash drive burning in his pocket like a brand. Cole didn't know for sure he had it, not yet, but the way he said still carrying suggested he'd guessed, or at least suspected. If Dan handed it to Rivera now, in front of Cole, he might as well tape a target to his back into Riverbend's front door. Meridian would throw everything they had into getting it back, or into discrediting whatever came from it. If he kept it, using only his phone images and Carl's handwritten notes, the evidence trail stayed thinner. Enough to raise questions, maybe enough to start an internal probe later, but not as much weight behind it. Carl's map deserved more than being reduced to blurry screenshots. You came here to do this, he thought. You came here because hiding it forever is just another way of letting them win. He looked at Rivera, at Harper, at Alvarez standing near the tent opening like a man caught between loyalties. Then he looked at Cole, whose eyes said, I will follow you out of this tent and into whatever dark corner you think you can hide in. Captain, Dan said. You really think I'm dumb enough to carry anything important where you can see it? Cole's smile flickered. You drove 2,000 miles to attend a funeral, he said. Your judgment's already in question. Dan reached slowly into his jacket pocket. Rivera tensed. Harper's hand drifted toward the gun he wasn't supposed to draw in here. Alvarez's eyes widened just a fraction. Dan's fingers closed around the drive. He pulled his hand out and opened it toward Rivera, not Cole. This belonged to Carl, he said. He risked a lot to put what's on it together. He died anyway. I'm not going to keep it in my pocket until somebody decides my funeral makes a good PR moment. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Rivera stepped forward and took the drive. The room exhaled. Cole's face stayed impassive, but a muscle jumped in his jaw. You understand, Dan went on, looking at Rivera, that handing that to me just painted a lot of targets I didn't ask for. Is that a threat? Cole asked. It's a reality, Dan said. Your people already shot at my building last night. Maybe not on purpose. Maybe you were just being proactive. Either way, the bullet holes looked the same. Harper's head snapped his way. Your building? He asked. Riverbend Court, Dan said. You've probably got it on a map somewhere labeled Zone 3, High Risk, Low Priority. We had reports of an exchange near Riverbend, Rivera said quietly. No casualties recorded. Not for lack of trying, Dan said. Harper cleared his throat. Captain Cole, he said in a voice that had acquired some steel, until further notice, Meridian Shield personnel do not conduct unsupervised operations within 1 block of the fairgrounds perimeter. Any joint actions with guard units get my direct sign-off. Understood? Cole's eyes flicked to him, calculating. We're just trying to help, he said evenly. Help by not shooting at residential doors in my city, Harper said. We've got enough enemies without friendly fire. Cole's gaze returned to Rivera and the drive in her hand. You put unverified data from an emotionally compromised civilian ahead of your field partners, he said. That's your choice. Just remember who's going to be cleaning up when rumors turn into riots. He turned to go, then paused at the tent flap. You keep that drive safe, Miss Rivera, he said over his shoulder. Would be a shame if something happened to it. Then he was gone, his subordinate and the clipboard staffer hustling to keep up. Silence hung thick for a moment. That went well, Riley muttered. Rivera turned the drive over in her fingers. You really trust me with this? She asked Dan. I don't trust anyone with it, he said. But I trust that if I walk out of here still carrying it, I'm going to be bringing more heat back to Riverbend than we can handle. At least if you have it, there's a chance it ends up where it's supposed to be. Or in a desk. Drawer under 6 layers of red tape, Riley said. Maybe, he said, but that's a better fate than lying under a mattress while Meridian redraws the city. Rivera slipped the drive into an inner pocket. I'll log this separately, she said. Minimal circulation. If I get reassigned or if communications come back, I'll push it up to people who owe me favors. Harper nodded slowly. I'll back your play, he said. Off the record for now. The last thing we need is for the public to think we're ignoring something like this. They already think that, Nate said before he could stop himself. Harper looked at him, then at the lines outside the tent. They're not entirely wrong, he said. Alvarez stepped closer to Dan. You just painted yourself into a corner, he said quietly. That's where I work best, Dan said. You'll need to tell Karen, Alvarez said, and you'll need to be ready for Meridian to start testing your defenses more aggressively. They don't know exactly what you gave us, but they'll assume the worst. People like Cole always do. Dan nodded. You going to be all right? He asked. Alvarez smiled without humor. I just watched a private security captain get told no in a room where he expected yes, he said. I'll be fine until someone up the chain decides that was a mistake. Then I'll be reassigned to counting traffic cones in the desert. Try not to get yourself buried next to Carl, Dan said. No promises, Alvarez replied, but I'll do my best to be a living irritant. Harper ushered them toward the tent exit. Get your supplies while you can, he said. Lines are going to get longer. And if Meridian catches on that we're not letting them fully steer, they might find other ways to exert pressure. Such as, Leah asked. Whisper campaigns, Rivera said. Anonymous tips about troublemakers. Selective enforcement. You know the drill. Yeah, Dan said. I've seen versions. They stepped back into the bright, chaotic sunlight. The fairgrounds looked different now. Same tents, same lines, same hungry faces. But layered atop it was an awareness that the little flash drive had just shifted weight from his pocket to a federal agent's. He felt lighter and more exposed at the same time. Riley elbowed him gently. On a scale of 1 to catastrophic, how bad do you think the consequences of that decision will be? She asked. Oh, catastrophic, he said. No question. Good, she said. At least we're not stuck in the middle anymore. They collected rations, boxes of shelf-stable meals, jugs of water, a few precious packs of medical supplies Leah wheedled from the triage tent. Nate took mental notes like a man building a documentary in his head. Where guards were, where Meridian stood, how the crowd flowed. As they left the fairgrounds, Dan felt eyes on them. More than one pair. Cole stood near the main gate talking to a reporter. His gaze slid over the moving crowd and briefly locked on Dan's. There was nothing overt in his expression, just a small, knowing nod. See you soon, it said. Dan looked away and kept walking. By the time they reached Riverbend Court again, the light was already starting to melt toward evening. The building loomed ahead, familiar and fragile. Karen met them in the lobby as if she'd been pacing the floor for hours. She scanned their faces, counting. You're back, she said, more statement than greeting. For now, Dan said. His jacket felt strangely empty. What happened? She asked. He met her eyes. We set the gambit, he said. Now we see who moves next. Chapter 8. Fire on the Stairwell. The day after the fairgrounds felt like the pause between inhaling and screaming. Riverbend Court woke up twitchy. Every sound seemed a little louder. Every knock on a door made people flinch just a little harder. It wasn't just the blackout anymore. It was the knowledge that out there, in that big white tent, a tiny plastic drive had changed hands and put a spotlight on a building that hadn't asked for one. Dan felt it in his bones the moment he stepped into the hallway. The air itself seemed to be listening. The cardboard command board in the lobby had grown overnight. New notes, new arrows, more names. Someone had drawn a shaky outline of Riverbend Court in one corner and labeled it the ship. Underneath, another hand had written, No Captain, Chak Sink. Karen stood at the table, hair pulled back, pen tucked behind her ear. She'd upgraded from clipboard to a whole stack of scrap paper. Morning, she said without looking up. Is it? He asked. She shrugged. The sun rose. The building didn't burn down, so we're batting 2 for 2. Give it time, he said. She glanced at him briefly. Optimism looks weird on you. Riley was in her usual spot beside the board, feet up on a chair, flipping through her notebook of Riverbend's food inventories. Nate sat nearby, scribbling diagrams of the fairgrounds layout from memory. You're back on your feet, Dan said to Leah when she appeared, tying her hair into a knot. I never really got off them, she said. The med tent was a war zone. I saw 3 people collapse in line waiting for food. One of the guard medics told me they're already rationing insulin and antibiotics. Good thing you came back to the relaxed assignment, Riley said. Leah gave her a look. Relaxed is not the word I'd use about this building full of anxious people with limited water and too many opinions. As if summoned, one of those opinions walked into the lobby. His name was Tully, mid-40s, with a faded tattoo of a skull peeking out from under his t-shirt sleeve. He lived on the 3rd floor with a girlfriend who argued loudly and a pit bull who didn't bark, just watched everything as if considering its life choices. He marched up to the board and slapped his palm against it. I want to know what he did, Tully announced, jerking his chin at Dan. Good morning, Tully, Karen said carefully. What's this about? You know damn well what it's about, he said. I heard some of you went down to the fairgrounds yesterday, ran your mouths about Meridian and the councilman. Now word is, Meridian's pissed. They're telling people this building's non-compliant. You know what that means? It means they stop coming when we call. It means when Jess's psychos decide it's open season, we're on our own. We were already on our own, Leah said. Last time Meridian came near this place, they shot at the door. That was an accident, Tully said. They were firing at those thugs in the alley. They're not perfect, but they've got guns and training. We don't. Bill folded his arms. Speak for yourself, he said. I can still hit a beer can at 50 yards with my old 3006. Yeah, Tully snapped. You gonna stand out in the parking lot playing target practice with the next convoy that rolls through? Enough, Karen said sharply. Tully, what did you hear exactly? Jess's people were talking, he said. Words running up and down the block. Riverbend's making trouble. Riverbend's got a guy who's feeding dirt to the feds. They think that makes us a prize. Meridian thinks it makes us a problem. Either way, we're painted red. All eyes drifted, consciously or not, toward Dan. He sighed. That didn't take long, he said. You didn't deny it, Tully said. You really go down there and hand our business over to some suit with a clipboard? First, our business was already on that drive before I got here, Dan said calmly. All I did was keep it from getting lost in a sock drawer while people like Cole rewrote the story. Second, what do you think happens if nobody ever says out loud that we're being used as target practice for profit? I think we're alive, Tully shot back. That's enough right now. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. Fear had a way of attaching itself to the nearest solid object, and today that object was Dan's decision. Maybe he's right, a woman from 2D said. Maybe poking the bear isn't smart when the bear has bullets. And maybe doing nothing is how you end up in its stomach, Riley said. We can't hide forever. Why not? Someone else demanded. Why can't we just play along until this passes? Take Meridian's help. Give Jessa what she wants. Keep our heads down. Because there's no line, Leah said quietly. They looked at her. There's no line where just this once ends, she said. I worked in the hospital when the first public-private security partnership came through. It was supposed to be temporary. They roll in, they stabilize a few neighborhoods, then the police take over again. You know what happened? The overtime budgets dried up. The private contracts stayed. The neighborhoods with the most incidents got more Meridian, not more social workers. The overdose clinics got more pills, not more treatment slots. You think playing nice changes that math? Silence again. The kind that meant people were thinking and didn't particularly like the thoughts. Dan stepped forward. If anyone wants to blame me, he said, go ahead. I knew handing over that drive would put a target on my back. I didn't expect it to be subtle. But understand this, even if I'd walked away, even if I'd driven back to Tennessee, Riverbend was already on their ledger. Carl proved that. They invested in your pain before I ever showed up. Maybe, Tully said, but they didn't have a face for it until now. Then they can take my face, Dan said, but they don't get to take this building without a fight. You going to stand out front and catch the first bullet? Tully asked. If it keeps it from hitting a kid? Dan said. Yeah, probably. Something in his tone, not dramatic, not loud, just plain exhausted certainty, took some of the heat out of the room. Tully swore under his breath, ran a hand through his hair, and stepped back. I just want to sleep at night without wondering who's coming through the door, he muttered. We're working on it, Karen said, but yelling at the guy who brought us the closest thing to leverage we've had in years isn't going to speed that up. The lobby slowly dispersed. People went back to their floors, their apartments, their arguments behind thin walls. Riley blew out a breath. Well, she said, that was a fun morning town hall. What's next? Synchronized panic? Next, Karen said, we lock down the holes we can. They spent the afternoon checking doors, windows, and improvised barricades. Nate drew a rough floor plan of the building and marked choke points. Bill and a couple of neighbors reinforced the back door with additional bolts, and a bar scavenged from a broken bed frame. Dan walked the stairwells like a man memorizing a maze he might have to run blind. He noted every creak, every corner, every spot where light didn't quite reach. By late afternoon, a tense sort of calm settled. The building buzzed with activity, bucket brigades moving water, kids dragging blankets into a communal game room, Leah making rounds, but underneath, nerves hummed like an overloaded wire. The first escalation came just after sunset. A sharp crash shattered the murky twilight on the second floor, followed by a child's scream. Dan and Leah reached the hall at the same time. A knot of people had already gathered near an apartment whose door stood open. Glass glittered on the hallway carpet. The living room window had been shattered inward, shards littering the couch and the floor. A rock the size of a fist lay in the middle of the room. A little girl clung to her mother's leg, sobbing. It came through the window, she cried. It came through the window. Leah scooped her up and checked for cuts. Just some tiny scratches, she said. Scary, but you're okay. Dan moved to the window carefully, avoiding the worst of the glass. He peered out. The parking lot below was empty except for the usual mix of badly parked cars. No figures lurked in the bushes. No kids sprinted away laughing. He looked down at the rock. Something white clung to it. Tape, folded over. He picked it up with 2 fingers and peeled the tape away. A piece of paper unfurled. Block letters, thick and angry. You're not safe. Stop making trouble. He felt the now familiar cold thread run up his spine. Riley, who had appeared at his shoulder, whistled softly. Well, that's subtle. Karen arrived, saw the note, and closed her eyes briefly. Show people? Riley asked. Some, Karen said. Not the kids. They already have enough to be scared of. Word spread anyway. It always did. Within an hour, everyone in Riverbend Court knew somebody had thrown a rock through a second-floor window with a handwritten message attached. Some said it was Jess's crew. Some said Meridian. A few whispered that maybe it was someone in the building, trying to force them to accept one side or the other. Whoever did it, Leah said, cleaning up the cuts on the little girl's arm, they want the same thing. Fear. Fear makes people choose quick and stupid. They boarded the window with a piece of plywood from the maintenance closet. The girl refused to sleep in her own room that night, curling up instead in the hallway with a Barbie clutched in one hand and her eyes on the door. Riley stayed with her, reading from the least terrifying book she could find by candlelight. Around midnight, Dan was making another round when he noticed something at a doorway on the 3rd floor. A folded piece of paper lay just inside the threshold of 3B, where Tully and his girlfriend lived. Someone had slipped it under the door and not pushed it far enough that it couldn't be seen from the hall. He picked it up and unfolded it. This one was handwritten too, but the letters were smaller, tighter. Cole can protect you. Call him. Stop listening to Slaughter before he gets us all killed. The S in Slaughter had been scratched over so many times the paper was about to tear. You're popular tonight, Bill said dryly from behind him. Fan mail? Dan showed him the note. Bill grunted. Looks like someone's been taking their news from the wrong radio station. He slid the note into his pocket next to the first one. He found 2 more before dawn, one under the door of the woman. From 2D, one near the laundry room entrance. All the same message. Same shaky handwriting, same pitch. Meridian as savior. Dan as the reason they might not receive salvation. Who do you think wrote them? Nate asked when Dan spread them on the command table in the morning. Could be anyone, Dan said. Someone scared enough they'll cling to the first thing wearing a badge. Or someone Meridian leaned on. Or someone they're paying in the oldest currency there is. Fear of being on the wrong side when the shooting starts. Maybe we should give the building a choice, the woman from 2D said, arms crossed. Vote on whether we let Meridian in. I don't like them, but I like feeling like a target even less. And if the vote's 50-50, Karen asked, do we split the building down the middle? East wing under private security, west wing under common sense? The woman flushed. At least then it wouldn't all be on you, she said, nodding at Dan. It's not, he said. It's on Carl. It's on the people who decided this neighborhood was a testing ground. I just refuse to pretend I didn't see it. You don't live here, she said. You can always leave. That landed harder than she probably intended. I could, he said. I won't. Riley stirred. Okay, she said. Before we eat each other alive, maybe we should hear from someone who actually lives in the shadows we're all scared of. They looked at her. Jess is here, Riley said quietly. She's asking to talk, again. Dan's first instinct was to say no. His second instinct remembered that every bad situation he'd ever survived came with at least one moment where talking to someone he didn't like bought him time he couldn't get any other way. Where? He asked. Roof, Riley said. She said if she knocked on the front door again, she'd get shot from 3 different angles by our hall monitors. I told her she wasn't wrong. Jessa waited near the far edge of the roof, hands in her jacket pockets, hair pulled back. 2 of her crew hovered near the access door, trying not to look nervous and failing. You've upgraded your watch, she said as Dan stepped out into the weak daylight. Last time I came by, I didn't have to dodge so many suspicious grandpas. Occupational hazard, he said. You threw any rocks last night? If I throw rocks, I don't hide behind windows, she said. I aim for heads. Comforting, he said. She gave him a sideways look. You got a note too? She asked. I saw one of your tenants waving it around like a flag. Couple, he said. Some from concerned neighbors, some from anonymous well-wishers, and some from Meridian, she said. Believe me, I recognize their handwriting, even when they pay someone else to hold the pen. He leaned against the parapet, watching her. You didn't come up here to talk about stationery, he said. No, she agreed. I came to tell you something you're not going to like. Bad news has been trending, he said. Go ahead. She jerked her chin toward the city. From the roof, the fairgrounds were a faint smudge on the horizon. Closer, Meridian trucks moved like patient sharks through the streets. Word on the side streets is that Cole tagged you as a hostile node in their internal chatter, she said. Means you're flagged. Not just you either. Riverbend Court. Hostile node, he repeated. Sounds like something a virus scanner would say before deleting a file. He thinks you're infectious, she said, stirring up questions, making the feds look at things they're not supposed to. Thought he'd be a little more grateful, Dan said. I handed him a chance to prove he's not the villain in his own story. Guys like him never think they're the villain, she said. At worst, they think they're misunderstood visionaries. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. He's not going to kick your door in himself, she said. Too messy, too obvious. But he'll loosen the leash on some of his more creative contractors. The kind who like chaos, fires, accidents, anonymous tips that those people are hoarding weapons. If he can't break you from the outside, he'll try to make you tear yourselves apart from the inside. Dan thought of the rock, the notes, the way people had looked at him that morning. He's doing well so far, he said. Which brings me to the part you'll hate, Jessa said. You need allies who don't wear logos. I remember your last pitch, he said. 1/3 of our supplies in exchange for protection that looks suspiciously like organized extortion. Her jaw tightened. I won't apologize for wanting to keep my people alive, she said. But I get it. You don't want to swap one brand of control for another. Fine. New offer. She nodded toward the floors below them. You've got a room you're not using. Storage. Laundry annex. Something with a lock that still works. Maybe, he said cautiously. You give me limited access, she said. One room, one key. We stash some of our stuff there. Food, meds, things we don't want Meridian to find when they do their random sweeps. In return, we treat Riverbend as neutral ground. We steer trouble away when we can. And we feed you information, patrol routes, planned raids, who got bought, who's talking. That sounds like the same deal in different packaging, he said. It's not tribute, she said. It's a cash. If Meridian decides to make an example of us, we lose everything. If your building falls, we lose the cash. We'd be tied together. You think I'd light a fire under my own safety net? He studied her. What's in it for you besides extra storage, he asked. Options, she said. Right now we're playing chess on a board where Meridian keeps changing the rules. I need somewhere to put a piece they can't see. You trust us that much? He asked. She laughed without humor. I don't trust anyone that much, she said. I trust that you're stubborn, and Karen's protective, and your nurse would punch God for messing with her patients. That's enough. He looked over the edge of the roof at the building below. If I say yes, he said, some of our people will lose their minds. They already think I'm inviting too many predators to dinner. If you say no, she said, you stand alone between Meridian and the next gang with a half-baked copy of their business model. And Cole keeps pushing until something breaks. Maybe it's a window. Maybe it's a neck. He thought of Carl, of the notebook, of Rivera's hand closing around the drive. Let me talk to Karen, he said. I don't make deals like this alone. Good, Jessa said, because lone wolves make great examples. She stepped back. You've got until tonight, she added. Cole's people are planning something. I don't know what yet, but the tone changed on their radios. Less patrol, more anticipation. That's vague, he said. It's the kind of vague that smells like gasoline, she replied. The building took the news about Jessa's offer about as well as Dan expected. You want to what? The woman from 2D demanded. Turn us into a gang warehouse, Tully said. You out of your mind? I said one room, Dan repeated. Locked, controlled. We'd know exactly what was in it. It's not a free pass for them to run wild in the halls. It's leverage, Leah said. If they're storing their own supplies here, they have a reason not to burn the place. Burn is a strong word, someone muttered. Is it? Nate asked. We literally got a rock through our window yesterday, telling us we're not safe. And now we're going to bring more trouble inside? The woman from 2D said. Why don't we just hang a banner that says, all criminal interests welcome? Karen held up a hand. Let's slow down, she said. Jess is not our friend. She's not our enemy either. She's adjacent. She warned us about Meridian's label. She didn't have to. Maybe because she wants to scare us into saying yes, Tully shot back. Maybe, Karen said. But she also has a point. The more isolated we are, the easier we are to squeeze. If we become the only building on the block that says no to every outside player, we don't look noble. We look weak and outnumbered. I thought the whole point was not giving in to any of them, the woman from 2D said. Meridian, Jessa, whoever. The point, Karen said, is surviving with a shred of dignity left. If that means making a deal with the devil in one room so the rest of us can sleep, I'm at least going to think about it. Eyes swung back to Dan. You met her, someone said. Can she be trusted? No, he said, but her incentives line up with ours right now. Cole wants this building to break. Jessa wants a place to hide things from Cole. That puts us on the same side, for the moment. He looked at Tully. If we say yes, we do it on our terms, and he said. We pick the room. We keep a log. If they cross a line, we toss their stash out the back door and let Meridian collect it. And when Meridian does a sweep and finds it? Tully demanded. What then? Then they might finally have to admit their contractors operate outside their perfect little script, Riley said. We're not the only ones sick of being squeezed from both sides. Can we vote? The woman from 2D asked, stubborn. Karen hesitated. If we vote and it's close, she said, it'll split the building. Half of you will resent whatever we decide. That's as dangerous as whatever's outside. So you'll just decide for us, someone else challenged. No, Karen said quietly. I'll decide what I think keeps the most people alive. You're welcome to hate me for it. The room went quiet. She looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. Dan thought of all the times in his life he'd avoided being the one who had to make that kind of call. It was easier to criticize from the cheap seats than sit in the chair with the red button. Here's what we do, he said. We don't promise Jessa anything yet. We tell her we're considering. We buy time. Meanwhile, we tighten up inside. We make it harder for anyone to spark chaos without getting caught. Spark, Bill said. You mean like actual fires? Let's hope not, Dan said. They didn't have to hope long. The day dragged by in a slow boil of arguments and half-finished chores. People patched clothes, rearranged furniture, checked buckets. Kids got underfoot. Adults snapped at each other more than they meant to. Around dusk, a boy from a nearby building showed up at the door with a folded scrap of paper. For the old guy, he said to Nate. Which one? Nate asked. The one with the dead friend, the kid said. Tall, grumpy. Looks like he chews nails for breakfast. That track, Riley said when Nate relayed the description. The note was from Alvarez. R. Rivera pressed too hard too fast. Already getting suggestions to focus on grid only. Leave local procurement to local partners. She hasn't backed off. That means she's either brave or suicidal. Maybe both. Cole's people very interested in your building now. Hostile node talk confirmed. Watch for staged incidents, fires, shots from unknown sources. Don't give them excuses. M.A. On the back, a hastily scrawled postscript. P.S. If something goes down, don't count on 911. Lines jammed or redirected. Call me if you can. If you can't, assume no one's coming. Dan folded the note slowly. Fires, he said. Yeah, Riley said. That's twice in one day someone's used that word. They doubled the fire watch that night. Volunteers walked the floors with flashlights, checking stairwells, trash rooms, laundry closets. Someone dug out an old fire extinguisher from the basement and tested it. To everyone's relief, it still sputtered foam. You'd think a building full of people would feel safer, Nate said to Dan as they walked the third-floor hall together. It just means more witnesses when things go wrong, Dan said. Comforting, Nate replied. Around midnight, a thick hush settled, one of those collective pauses when even babies and drunk neighbors somehow align their chaos into a single moment of quiet. Dan had just passed the landing between the second and third floors when he smelled it. Smoke, not the faint, reassuring scent of someone burning dinner in a pan. This was harsher, darker, plastic and pain and something older. He froze. The smell drifted upward, thin but definite from below. Do you smell? Nate started. Yeah, Dan said. Go. He took the stairs two at a time down toward the first floor landing. Halfway down he saw it, a ribbon of gray curling under the fire door that led to the lower stairwell access near the back entrance. Shit, he muttered. He grabbed the metal bar and yanked the door open. Heat slapped his face. The stairwell below glowed with flickering orange light. Flames licked up from a pile of something at the base of the stairs. Trash bags, old cardboard, maybe a discarded mattress shoved against the wall. Someone had doused it in something that burned fast and mean. The paint on the lower rail bubbled. Smoke billowed upward, thick and greasy. Fire, Dan roared, the word ripping out of him. Fire in the back stairwell. His shout ricocheted through the concrete like a siren. Nate stumbled back, coughing. What do we do? He choked. Close it, Dan said, pulling the door shut to choke the oxygen. Then we get water. Buckets, pots, anything. And we keep this from becoming a chimney. He grabbed Nate by the shoulder. Go to the lobby, tell Karen and Leah. Get people up, not down. No one uses this stairwell. Send a couple to the roof to watch for spread. Now. Nate ran. Smoke still spilled from the cracks around the door. The stairwell was a vertical throat. If the fire took hold there, it would turn into a giant torch, cutting off their lower exit and filling the upper floors with poison. Doors opened up and down the hall. Faces appeared, eyes wide. What's happening? Somebody shouted. Fire on the back stairs, Dan yelled. Top halves. Clear for now. Get kids and anyone who can't move fast up one level. Close doors, stuff towels under them. We're going to try to put it out before it climbs. Leah arrived at a run, hair loose, a medical bag slung across her body. Karen was on her heels, flashlight beam cutting jittery paths along the walls. Where? Leah coughed, already smelling the smoke. Bottom of the rear stairwell, Dan said. Looks set, not accidental. Of course it does, Karen muttered. You can't fight that with buckets, someone said, panicked. We need the fire department. Phone lines are shot, Karen said. And even if we got through, you think they'd prioritize us over the hospital or the fairgrounds? We can't just stand here, a man yelled. We're not, Dan said sharply. Get every container that holds liquid. Use stored water first, not what's left in the taps. We make a line from the ground floor landing to this door. We crack it open just enough to throw water on the fire and slam it again. Short blasts. No one goes down those stairs. You'll suffocate, the man said. You open that, you've got smoke in your face in seconds. I've got a lot of bad habits, Dan said. Breathing's one of the few I'm attached to. I'll manage. He ran down to the first floor landing, grabbing a damp rag someone thrust at him on the way. He tied it over his mouth and nose. A small barrier, but better than nothing. Half the building seemed to flood the stairs at once. Sleep clothes and bare feet and wide eyes. Karen shouted orders. Leah triaged who needed to sit, who could haul, who should stay with the kids. Mr. Chang appeared with 2 metal buckets, each filled with water sloshing dangerously near the brim. Behind him, a line formed, residents passing containers hand to hand from the makeshift reservoir in the laundry room and stored bathtubs. We're not a bucket brigade, he muttered. We're a bucket army. Let's hope the enemy's scared of water, Riley said, grabbed a pot, and jumped into the line. Dan positioned himself at the door. The metal handle was already warm. Ready? He called. People nodded, some more convincingly than others. He cracked the door open a few inches. Smoke punched out, thick and dark, stinging his eyes even through the rag. The roaring crackle of fire grew louder, like a living thing feasting at the base of the stairs. Now, he shouted. 2 buckets flew past him, water arcing through the gap to crash down the stairs. The flames hissed, recoiled, then lunged back hungrily. He slammed the door shut, coughing. "Again!" he rasped when he could speak. 15 seconds. They counted together, in their heads out loud, each heartbeat feeling longer than the last. "Now!" Crack, toss, slam. Water hissed. Smoke billowed. Upstairs, kids cried. An elderly woman coughed violently, Leah bending over her with a cloth soaked in water, pressing it over her mouth. "Slow your breathing," Leah said. "Short, shallow breaths. Don't try to yell. Let them yell for you." "I hate this," the woman gasped. "Me too," Leah said. "But we're not dying in a damn stairwell today." On the second-floor landing, people stuffed wet towels under apartment doors. Someone shouted that the smoke alarm in 2F had finally decided to work, shrilling its useless warning. Karen moved constantly, checking the line, counting heads, reassuring, nudging people back when they crowded too close. "Remember, the front stairs are clear," she said loudly. "If we have to get out, that's our route. For now, stay away from ground floor windows." If this was set, whoever did it might still be watching. "Comforting," Riley muttered again. Dan's head swam. The rag did little against the smoke that seeped around the door. Each time he opened it, heat licked his face like the breath of an angry oven. "How's it look?" Karen called from a few steps up, covering her own face with a scarf. "Like hell," he said. "Might be shrinking, or I'm hallucinating optimism." One of the kids, Milo, appeared halfway up the stairs with a small plastic bucket. "What are you doing down here?" Leah snapped. "Get back upstairs." "I wanted to help," he said, voice trembling but stubborn. "You are helping," Dan said, even as he pointed upward. "You help by staying out of the smoke. Go keep watch at the front stairs. If anyone tries to open that door who doesn't live here, you yell like your house is on fire." "It is," Milo said. "Then yell twice as loud," Dan said. Milo nodded and scrambled back up, face pale under the soot. The bucket line kept moving. Arms shook, water sloshed. People slipped and swore and got back into place. After what felt like an hour but was probably 15 minutes, the sound behind the door changed. The roar softened to a lower, angrier crackle. Dan risked a longer look. The flames were lower now, mostly orange tongues licking at the dampened heap. The worst of the blaze had been tamed, but hot spots remained, glowing red and sullen. "We're winning," he croaked. "Don't stop." They didn't. Another 10 minutes of relay, open, toss, slam, cough, repeat. At last, when he opened the door, only smoke rolled up. The fire had been reduced to smoldering wreckage. He didn't trust it. Hidden embers could flare back to life the moment they looked away. "Keep the line going," he said. "Less water, more aim. We soak every inch." They did. Slowly, the heat in the air eased. The smoke thinned, shifting from black to gray. Dan let the door swing wider, but kept a foot braced to slam it if needed. The pile at the bottom of the stairs resolved into more detail. Old furniture, trash bags, pieces of cardboard, and in the middle something he recognized with a sick twist. Part of a wooden pallet, branded with a shipping company's logo. Carl's company, it might be coincidence. Pallets moved all over the city, but in that moment it felt like a signature. "Someone wanted this very specific stairwell to burn," Leah said, appearing at his shoulder. "Not just random trash. They wanted to cut off our back exit," Dan said. "Turn this into a chimney. And make it look like an accident," Karen added. "Old junk, electrical short, who knows?" He kicked carefully at the charred mess with the toe of his boot. Something clinked, a small metal object warped by heat. He squinted through the haze and reached down, fingers closing around it with a hiss as he jerked back from the residual warmth. It was a lighter, cheap, plastic, the kind sold in packs at convenience stores. On one side, though, the logo printed in flaking ink was anything but generic. "Meridian Shield," it read. "Stay safe." "Subtle," Riley said from the doorway when he held it up. "Could be planted," Tully said gruffly. He'd appeared despite his earlier insistence he wanted nothing to do with heroics. "Could be somebody trying to frame them." "Could be," Dan said. "But if I were them and I wanted plausible deniability, I wouldn't leave my brand lying around in a bonfire." He turned the lighter over. The metal wheel was blackened, but the logo was still readable. "Get that away from the water," Leah said sharply. If we're going to yell at anyone about this, I want it dry. They left the door propped open now to let the remaining smoke vent, but posted someone there to watch for flare-ups. The bucket line slowed, then shifted to mopping up puddles and wiping soot smear from the walls. Upstairs, people coughed, cried, got angry in the way that came only after realizing they weren't dead yet. Leah checked every floor, listening to lungs, calming panic attacks. Later, minutes, hours, when the worst of the crisis had ebbed, Dan found himself sitting on the first-floor landing, back against the cool concrete wall. His hands shook so hard he could barely hold a cup of water. Karen slid down next to him, legs stretched out, head resting against the wall. "Do not tell me this is the new normal," she said. "I refuse." "Normal implies it stops feeling terrifying," he said. "I don't see that happening." She glanced at the charred mess below. "Somebody really wanted us to panic," she said. "Maybe the fire wasn't even the point. Maybe it was the feeling of sleeping in a building that almost went up. They wanted us to overreact," he said. "Call Meridian. Beg. Turn on each other." "Did we?" she asked. He looked up the stairs. Tully was arguing with someone about whether they'd used too much water. The woman from 2D was hugging her teenage daughter tight enough to leave marks. Mr. Chang was lecturing anyone within earshot about storing flammable materials away from stairwells even when the world wasn't ending. Riley and Nate sat on the steps between floors, trading jokes that landed about half the time. Leah moved relentless from person to person. "No," he said. "We didn't. We yelled. We coughed. We threw water. Nobody went for a gun. Nobody tried to trample their way out. Small miracles," she said. He pulled the lighter from his pocket and set it on the step between them. "Found this," he said. She stared at the logo. "Of course," she said. "Of course they branded their arson." "Could be a plant," he said, echoing Tully's earlier point. "It could be," she said. "Or it could be they're so used to getting away with everything they don't bother hiding the evidence." She picked it up gingerly. "We show this to Alvarez?" she asked. "If he's still able to take calls," Dan said. Rivera pushed and they shoved back. Sooner or later, someone's going to decide the easiest way to solve that problem is to transfer her to a desk in another time zone. "And what about Jessa?" Karen asked. "You still want to tell her, maybe?" He thought of the fire, the bucket line, the kids with rags over their faces. "We tell her yes," he said slowly, "on one condition." "Only one?" Karen asked. "That room we give her," he said. "It's not just storage, it's leverage. We make sure whatever she puts in there is something Cole would really hate to lose, something that hurts if it burns." "You want them tied together," she said. "So if Meridian tries this again, they risk hitting Jess's stash too." "Make them step on their own toes," he said. "Might slow them down." She considered. "The tenants are going to have opinions," she said. "Let them," he said. "They earned the right tonight. But at the end of the day, someone has to decide whether we stand alone and get picked off or stand in the middle and push back both ways." She gave him a sidelong look. "When did you stop being the guy who runs from fights?" she asked. He thought of Tennessee, of the lumber yard, of Carl lying on a slab. "When the fights started finding me anyway," he said. They sat there for a while, listening to the building breathe. Above them, the stairwell still smelled faintly of smoke and wet concrete. The walls were streaked black. It would take days for the air to fully clear. But the stairs were still there. The path up and down still existed. The fire had not taken their escape, their spine, their way out. Leah appeared, rubbing her eyes. "Everyone's stable," she said. "No serious burns, just a lot of lung irritation and one twisted ankle. I need about 9 hours of sleep and a new respiratory system." "We'll get right on that," Karen said. Leah looked at the blackened heap below. "You know this isn't the last one," she said. "Fire, rock, notes. Someone's escalating. They're going to keep poking until something breaks." "Yeah," Dan said. "But now we know how fast we can move when it happens." "Still," Leah said, "you can only fight defensive fires for so long before you run out of water. At some point, you either negotiate with whoever's lighting the matches or you go find their stash of gasoline and kick it over." Karen tilted her head. "You volunteering for arson squad?" she asked. Leah snorted. "I'm a nurse," she said. "I clean up after other people's messes. I don't make them." But I'm not going to patch up Riverbend Court just so somebody else can keep using us as a demo for their business model. She walked away, muttering something about fire drills and oxygen masks. Dan leaned his head back against the wall, closing his eyes for a second. The siege of Riverbend Court was no longer theoretical. It had teeth and smoke and anonymous notes and corporate lighters. They'd held the stairwell. Next time, he suspected, it wouldn't be enough to hold. They'd have to hit back. Chapter 9, The Offensive. The morning after the stairwell fire dawned hazy, as if the sky had inhaled smoke along with Riverbend Court. The building felt different now, not just frightened, alert, like a body that had discovered it could bleed and wasn't sure how much it had left. Dan woke with the phantom taste of smoke still in his throat. He sat up on the thin mattress in 2E's spare room, listening. Voices, buckets clinking, a baby crying, then shushed. Somewhere a radio played faintly, Mr. Chang's crank-powered lifeline still defying the blackout. No sirens, no fire engines, no official, "We heard you almost burned last night. You okay?" He pulled on his boots and jacket and stepped into the hallway. Someone had scrawled on the wall near the stairs in thick black marker. "We put it out ourselves. Remember that." Underneath, smaller letters added later, "Nobody's coming but us." He took the stairs down to the lobby. The cardboard command board had evolved again. Last night's fire was already on it. Timeline, details, suspected cause, deliberate. A small, warped plastic lighter sat taped to the corner, Meridian Shield's logo still visible beneath the soot. Karen stood in front of the board, arms folded, eyes narrowed. Riley slouched in a chair nearby, nursing a mug of something hot and caffeine adjacent. Leah was crouched next to Mrs. Alves on the lobby bench, listening to her lungs with a stethoscope that had seen better days. "You shouldn't be up yet," Leah scolded gently. "You inhaled half the stairwell last night." "I'm not going to hide in my apartment like a scared rabbit," Mrs. Alves said. "If I die where I can see who I'm mad at." "I'd prescribe less existential bravado and more rest," Leah said, but she smiled. Dan joined Karen at the board. "Morning," he said. "Define." "Good," she replied without looking away from the lighter. "Good. Everyone's still breathing," he said. "Bad. We're doing arson investigations with tape and a Sharpie." Riley blew on her mug. "This building handles trauma like it's running a group project," she said. "Step 1, someone almost dies. Step 2, we make a spreadsheet about it." "We do spreadsheets so fewer people die next time," Karen said, "or at least so we know why they died." Tully stalked into the lobby then, jaw set, eyes rimmed red from smoke and lack of sleep. A few other residents trailed behind him. The woman from 2D, a lanky guy from 4A, Zoe's tired-looking mother. "You're not really going to do it, are you?" Tully said without preamble. "Do what?" Karen asked. "Turn this place into Jess's storage unit," he said. He jabbed a finger at the lighter. "She set that fire to scare us into saying yes." "We don't know that," Leah said, standing up. "We don't know it was Meridian either. All we know is somebody put trash and an accelerant in the one spot that would turn our stairs into a chimney." "Somebody with a Meridian promo lighter," Riley said. "Maybe Jess's people picked it up off a patrol and thought it'd be funny," the guy from 4A said. "You ever think of that? I used to work at a casino. You can buy knockoff logo crap by the pound." "Why would they risk burning their own stash?" Bill asked from his chair by the radio. "You think fire knows the difference between ours and theirs?" Tully's gaze snapped back to Dan. "You want this," he accused. "You want to make some big stand. Turn this building into a war story you can tell back in Tennessee." "I want kids to sleep without wondering if the stairs are on fire," Dan said. "I don't care if nobody ever tells this story." "You handed that drive to the feds," Tully went on. "You put us on Meridian's hit list. Now you want to bring a gang stash inside and pretend that makes us safer?" "Enough," Karen cut in, voice sharp. "You want to yell at someone? You yell at the people who lit the match, not the ones who carried water." Tully swung toward her. "You're not the mayor, Karen," he said. "You don't get to decide who we're enemies with. This is our home. We should vote." The woman from 2D nodded vigorously. "He's right," she said. "You and Dan keep making these deals with Jessa, with those agents, with whoever. But if Meriden comes in shooting, it'll be our kids in the hallway. And if Meridian comes in because we invited them, Leah said, it'll still be your kids in the hallway. The only difference will be whose logo's on the bulletproof vest. That's not helpful, Tully snapped. Good, Leah said. I'm not aiming for helpful. I'm aiming for honest. Voices rose. More residents drifted in, drawn by the sound of a fight. We should at least think about asking Meridian for protection, Zoe's mother said. I saw their trucks near the fairgrounds. People listened when they shouted. Scary people, yeah, but they had rules. Rules like shooting into an alley full of unarmed people, Riley said. They were shooting at the gang, the woman insisted. They're not perfect, but, and Jess's people are? The guy from 4A cut in. They shake us down. They mark our doors. They accidentally light fires. We don't know they lit this fire, Dan said, stepping between factions as best he could. And we don't know Meridian didn't. Right now, the only thing I'm sure of is both sides want us scared enough to fight each other. So what, we just sit here? The woman from 2D demanded, waiting for the next note, the next rock, the next fire? No, Dan said quietly. We start pushing back, smart, targeted. We stop being a problem that's easy to isolate and start being a problem that spreads if they hit us. That sounds like you're volunteering us for a war, Tully said. We're already in one, Dan said. The only question is whether we fight or lay down. Someone near the back muttered, You don't get to talk about laying down. You can always leave. The words hit the room like another rock through glass. That's enough, Leah snapped, louder than anyone else. You want to argue tactics? Argue tactics. But nobody gets to tell someone who just risked his lungs on that stairwell that he doesn't belong here. Tully opened his mouth, then closed it. Some of the fight bled out of his shoulders. Karen blew out a breath. Okay, she said. Here's what we're going to do before this turns into a brawl. She climbed onto a low stool so she could see everyone. You all want to vote? She asked. Fine. But you need to know what you're voting on. Not just Meridian bad, Jessa bad, darkness scary. She pointed at the board, at the taped lighter. Option 1, we shut our doors, refuse Meridian, refuse Jessa. We rely on our bucket brigades and our own nerves. We keep all our supplies and all our independence. We also stay a nice fat target with no friends. A low murmur. Option 2, we take Meridian's protection, she went on. We let men with guns and a private logo patrol our halls, search our apartments, redistribute our supplies as they see fit. Maybe they keep some fires away. Maybe they light a few themselves. Either way, they own us. Another ripple. A few faces went hard and closed. Option 3, she said. We make a limited, controlled deal with Jessa. 1 room, 1 key, 1 inventory list. We let her stash some of her stuff here, which ties her survival to ours. In return, she steers trouble away when she can and feeds us intel. We don't romanticize her. We don't trust her blindly. We use her as much as she uses us. And option 4, Riley called, we burn the building down ourselves and move into the fairgrounds. A few people laughed nervously. Karen ignored that. Those are the choices I see, she said. None of them good. All of them risky. You want to vote? Okay, but the question isn't, do you like Jessa or do you hate Meridian? The question is, which risk do you want? The one where we stand alone, the one where we sell our souls to a corporation, or the one where we walk a tightrope between devils? Silence. Then Tully said, I vote for the tightrope. Heads turned. You what? The woman from 2D said. Tully looked uncomfortable, like the words tasted wrong. I don't like her, he said. I don't like her people. But last night somebody tried to turn our stairs into a torch. Meridian had their logo on the lighter. Maybe that's a setup, maybe it's not. Either way, they didn't show up to put it out. We did. I'd rather owe a favor to somebody who bleeds on the same sidewalks than to a guy in sunglasses who watches from a truck. Zoe's mother hugged her arms around herself. I don't want Jessa's people in the hallways, she said. Not like living here. They won't, Karen said. They get 1 room. Period. No couches, no sleepovers, no, oh, we were just hanging out. Voices rose again. 4 against, 4 against. Arguments tangled. At one point, a man from 5C shoved another resident, who shoved back. For a second, Dan thought it was going to spin out of control. Then a metallic click cut through the noise. Everyone froze. A young man near the front, early 20s, wiry, sweat beading on his forehead, stood with a pistol in his shaking hand. It was pointed vaguely upward, but the muzzle wobbled dangerously with each breath. "Stop yelling," he said. "Just stop. My baby is sleeping. My girlfriend is freaking out. I can't do this. Either we let Meridian in or we kick him out." He jerked the gun toward Dan. "All this in between, all these secret deals, it's going to get us shot." "Nathan," Leah said softly, "put the gun down." He swallowed, eyes wide. They said if we joined up, Meridian would keep our floor safe," he said, voice cracking. "I used to work nights. I know what it's like out there. I don't want to die because he," another twitch of the gun in Dan's direction, "wants to be a hero in somebody else's story." "Listen to me," Leah said. "Right now, the most dangerous thing in this lobby is you and that gun. Not Meridian, not Jessa, you." "I'm just trying to—" "You're scared," she said. "So am I. So is everyone here. But pointing that at people you're going to bump into brushing your teeth tomorrow is how horror stories start." Slowly, she stepped forward. "You want Meridian?" she said. "Fine. Argue for Meridian. You want to leave? You leave. But you don't get to wave a loaded question in our faces." A flicker of confused humor crossed his face despite the panic. What?" "Gun," she said. "Sorry. Medical brain's tired." The lobby held its breath. Karen's hand hovered near Nathan's wrist, not grabbing, not yet. Dan stayed still, every muscle coiled but deliberate about not taking a step that could look like a threat. Nathan's arm shook harder. Tears filmed his eyes. "I just want her to be safe," he whispered. Leah nodded. "Then don't be the one who puts a bullet in the walls your daughter has to walk past every day," she said. "Please, give me the gun." For a moment, it could have gone either way. Then his arm sagged. The muzzle dipped. Leah's hand closed around the barrel, gently redirecting it toward the floor as her other hand took the grip. She popped the magazine out with practiced fingers. The single round in the chamber clinked softly on the tile. "Thank you," she said, voice steady but eyes bright with adrenaline. "New rule," she added, turning so everyone could hear. "No firearms in common areas. None. If you've got a gun, it stays in your apartment, unless someone from the fire watch or the defense team," she shot a look at Dan and Bill, "tells you otherwise for a specific reason. We are not turning the lobby into the OK Corral." "Or the Alamo," Riley muttered. "I like metaphors with survivors." Karen exhaled. "Okay," she said. "Show of hands." Hands went up, down, up again as people changed their minds midair. In the end, it wasn't unanimous. It wasn't even close to comfortable. But it was a majority. "We try the Jessa deal," Karen said, voice carrying through the room. "One room. Strict conditions. If it feels wrong at any point, we tear it up. And we do it knowing it won't save us from everything. It'll just make it a little harder for people who want us gone." The woman from 2D shook her head but said nothing more. Nathan retreated to a corner, face buried in his hands. A few people drifted toward him, not to scold, but to sit near him so he wasn't alone with his fear. Dan caught Leah's eye. "Nice save," he said. "Yeah," she said. "Remind me to add hostage negotiator to my resume." The storage room they chose used to be a maintenance closet on the ground floor, down a short, rarely used hallway near the laundry. Once upon a time, it had been home to mops, paint cans, and a broken washer that no one had ever bothered to haul away. Now, after an afternoon of hauling and clearing, it was the most controlled space in the building. Karen stood in the doorway with a clipboard, as if they were doing a professional inspection. "Empty shelves," she said. "Working lock. One door. No windows. Sprinkler above, thank God. And we move any random flammable junk out before we let anyone near it." Bill had already installed an extra deadbolt borrowed from a vacant unit. The maintenance guy, Carlos, had found a heavy steel bar they could drop across the inside if they ever needed to turn the room into a vault. Dan knocked on the frame. "You sure you want this down here and not on an upper floor?" he asked. "If something happens, ground floor is the first place Meridian or anyone else checks." That's exactly why, Karen said. If they get up to 3 or 4, we've already lost more than a storage room. Riley leaned in. Guess this answers the old question, she said. Basement or attic for the secret cache? Please stop calling it secret cache, in earshot of people hanging laundry, Karen said. Just trying to add some spy movie flair, Riley said. Makes the anxiety go down easier. They'd agreed on conditions and written them out on paper, signed by Karen and Dan, and, because she insisted, by Leah. No weapons, no drugs for street sale, no people sleeping here, no using the room as a drop for Meridian stuff. If Jessa wanted to put something in, she had to log it with item description, quantity, and date. Riverbend kept their own log too. 2 keys, one for Jessa, one for Karen. Any attempt to force the door from either side ended the deal. If she's smart, she'll put things in here she can't afford to lose, Dan said. That's the only way this becomes mutual. Like what? Nate asked. Medicine, Leah said. Food, documents, anything she doesn't want Meridian to torch. You think she has documents? Riley asked. Like, on them? She survives by knowing what people don't want known, Dan said. If she's smart, she's got backups of that knowledge. Great, Karen said. So we'll be storing blackmail material. I feel so reassured. They met Jessa that night on the roof again, under a sky that looked bruised rather than starry. You decided, she said, watching their faces. We did, Karen said. 1 room, 1 key each, 1 log. No guns, no people, no drugs for resale. You break the rules, we toss your stuff and never talk again unless it's through the peephole. Jessa arched an eyebrow. You're not much of a negotiator, she said. You don't leave a lot of room for counteroffers. We're not in the mood to haggle over the price of our souls, Karen said. Take it or leave it. Jessa smiled, small and grudging. I like you, she said, and I worry that's going to get me killed. She accepted the key Karen held out. And in return? Dan asked. You don't just keep trouble away when it's convenient. You tell us what Meridian's planning. Patrol routes, targets, who they're trying to flip. You asking me to betray my sources? She said. I'm asking you to survive by making sure they don't turn us into their cautionary tale, he said. She considered that. Deal, she said. You want something right away? Dan nodded. You said Cole's people were acting anticipatory, he said. Any specifics yet? She sighed. They're ramping up sweeps on the west side, she said. Officially to prevent looting. Unofficially to remind certain council districts who's in charge. They've also been sniffing around the old telecom building on Front Street. Why there? Nate asked. It's where half their radios bounce through, she said. They've got a little hub inside, piggybacking off what's left of the city's emergency network. Not many guards because they figure nobody's stupid enough to mess with the people who control the frequencies. Riley's eyes lit up. Ooh, she said. We're thinking of being that kind of stupid, aren't we? Dan felt the idea forming even as she said it. Not a full-on attack, no explosives, no shootouts, just disruption, pressure, a reminder that Riverbend wasn't just a dot on Meridian's problem map. It was capable of drawing lines back. What happens if that hub has issues, he asked. Nothing permanent, just enough to make their sweeps less coordinated. Depends what you hit, Jessa said slowly. You take out the generator, they go dark until they haul another one in. You fry a relay, they lose clear comms with some patrols. You damage the wrong panel, you take out half the cops' radios too, and then you've got everyone hunting ghosts. I'm okay with ghosts, Riley said. I'm less okay with Meridian having a crystal clear line when they're raiding our block. Jessa studied Dan. You thinking of going there? She asked. Personally? Thinking of sending a strongly worded letter, he said. Hand-delivered. She shook her head. You keep volunteering for things that get people buried. You weren't exactly promoting the virtues of staying quiet a few days ago, he said. I thought you'd focus on defense, she said. Barricades, agreements, quiet sabotage. I didn't think you'd go after their comms. You just told us where they are, Riley pointed out. Because I thought you should avoid that area, she snapped. Apparently my assumptions were optimistic. Dan leaned on the parapet. We don't have the manpower for open fights, he said. We can't outgun them. We can't outspend them. The only way we survive is if pushing us gets more expensive than leaving us alone. And you think breaking their toys will send that message? She asked. I think it'll remind them they're not the only ones who can cause inconvenience, he said. She sighed, rubbed her forehead. You're going to do it whether I help or not, aren't you? She said. Probably, he said. Fine, she said. But you don't go in loud. You don't carry more hardware than you can run with. You make sure if something goes sideways, it looks like my idiot competitors, not a building full of families. That last part's non-negotiable, Karen said. If this blowback lands on our doorstep, the deal's done. Jessa nodded. Understood, she said. I like my stash. I'd prefer it not go up in a lesson fire. They planned in the laundry room because laundry rooms had always been where tenants did their real talking. Nate spread his sketch of the telecom building and the surrounding streets on a folding table. Jessa's intel filled in the gaps. Guard shifts, alleyways, which fences were actually electrified and which just had angry signs. 2 guards at the front, she said, tapping the page. Meridian, 1 bored city employee inside monitoring whatever's left of the official system. In the back, a loading bay with a rolling door, mostly used for bringing in hardware. Side door here, usually propped open because the AC's dead. And cameras? Dan asked. Couple outside, she said. Not sure if they're recording in this mess or just there for show. Inside, probably a few more, but they're tied to the same power they're struggling to maintain. Cut the juice, you cut the eyes. How do we cut it? Riley asked. Generators on the roof, Jessa said. Little boxy thing, smaller than the ones at the fairgrounds. You could turn it off if you got up there. Just flip a switch? Nate said skeptically. Or bash a panel, she said. You'd be surprised how fragile critical infrastructure gets when budgets shrink. Roof access, Dan asked. She pointed. Fire escape on the east side. Locked at the bottom, rusted at the top. But the 3rd floor landing is close to the next building. You jump, you pray. Or we don't jump, Karen said. Hey, is there a less suicidal option that doesn't involve rooftop parkour? We could go through the alley, Riley suggested. Find the external fuel line. Kink it, drain it, whatever. Jessa shook her head. Too exposed, she said. Patrols cruise that alley. You'd be playing freeze tag with people who don't mind shooting cheaters. Bill rubbed his chin. What about making it look like the generator just fails? He asked. You got any experience with sugar and gas tanks, Dan? Wrong kind of engine, Dan said. You do that to a generator, you're stuck up there when it seizes. They catch you. It's not a gee whiz, machines break story anymore. Leah, who'd been listening with arms crossed, finally spoke. I still think this is insane, she said. I get the logic. Hurt their communication, slow their sweeps, maybe give other neighborhoods some breathing room. But if you get caught, you don't just become that guy who gave a speech at a funeral. You become that terrorist who attacked emergency infrastructure during a crisis. They'll plaster your face on every remaining TV. Good thing there's not much TV left, Riley said. Leah glared at her. You know what I mean. I do, Dan said. And you're right. This could go very bad. Then why? She started. Because every time we sit here waiting for the next hit, the next fire, the next note, he said, they're learning that fear works. I'm not trying to blow up their building. I'm trying to cut the volume on their loudspeakers. He looked around the table. I'm not drafting anyone, he said. If I go because I'm the one who dragged Carl's fight into this building. I'm not asking anyone to follow. That's adorable, Riley said. You think we're going to let you wander off alone to play sabotage hero? Nobody's going without someone to drag them back when it goes wrong, Leah said. I'm not equipped for rooftop athleticism, Bill said, but I can drive a borrowed van around the block and look innocent as sin. You need a distraction. I can argue with a security guard about my non-existent delivery for a good 10 minutes. I can be eyes, Nate said quickly. I'm not good in a fight. I am good at noticing patterns. Guard routes. Which way they look. That kind of thing. Karen rubbed her temples. We're seriously planning a heist in a coin-op laundry, she said. I hope the apocalypse at least has a sense of humor. They went the following night. Dan wore dark clothes and an old baseball cap pulled low. Riley had scavenged a hoodie that used to bear a college logo, now faded. Nate carried a small backpack with rope, tools, and a radio Jessa had loaned them, one she swore wasn't on Meridian's frequencies. Jessa and one of her crew, a compact woman named Mara, met them 2 blocks from the telecom building in a narrow alley that smelled like wet cardboard and old oil. "This is your last chance to chicken out," Jessa said. "No shame in deciding you prefer living." Dan adjusted the strap of his bag. "I've had a long, loving relationship with caution," he said. "We're on a break." She rolled her eyes. "God save me from men with martyr complexes." "God seems busy," Riley said. "We'll leave a message." They split into parts. Bill took the borrowed van, a beat-up delivery vehicle Jessa's cousin had borrowed back from an abandoned loading dock, and parked it near the front of the building. His job: create a mild commotion if needed. Nothing dramatic, just enough to redirect eyes for a crucial minute. Nate went with him to sit in the passenger seat, peering through grimy windows, counting patrols. Dan, Riley, Jessa, and Mara skirted the block, keeping to the shadows. The telecom building loomed ahead, 4 stories of anonymous concrete, its windows dark except for a dim glow behind a single second-floor pane. The Meridian Shield logo did not appear on the facade, but their presence was visible in more subtle ways. A truck parked near the loading bay, a guard leaning against the rear wall smoking. "Front door's a no-go," Jessa whispered. "Too bright. Too many eyes." Riley pointed toward the east side. The fire escape clung to the wall like a rusted insect. "Third-floor landing's our jumping-off point," Jessa said. "Literally." "Whoever uses that phrase again gets kicked off the roof," Mara murmured. They reached the base of the fire escape. As promised, the ladder was chained up with a tired-looking padlock. Mara produced a small toolkit from her jacket. "Watch my back," she said, crouching. The lock surrendered in less than a minute. "You've done this before," Dan said. "Long time ago," she said, pushing the ladder down as quietly as gravity allowed. "Different logos." They climbed. The metal groaned under their weight, but held. Each step felt like it echoed across the whole block. Dan's hands were slick on the rails, part sweat, part the chill of cold steel. At the third-floor landing, the stairs ended in a small platform and a locked window. 2 feet beyond the railing, the neighboring building's roofline jutted just slightly lower. "You've got to be kidding me," Riley whispered. "That's not a jump. That's a hope physics likes you today." "It's easier than it looks," Jessa said. "You go up to the 4th-floor landing, climb over, walk along the rail, drop onto the edge, and then—" "Stop talking," Dan said. "You're making it worse." He peered down. The alley below looked very far away. Nate's voice crackled softly in his ear via the small earpiece Jessa had given him. "2 guards out front," Nate whispered. "One smoking, one pretending to check IDs for people who don't exist. Patrol car just passed on 12th, heading away. You've got a few minutes before the next loop." "Copy," Dan murmured. "We're at the ladder." "You're insane," Nate whispered back. "Get used to it," Riley said softly. They climbed to the 4th-floor landing, where the fire escape ended in a crooked segment of railing, almost level with the neighboring roof. "Okay," Jessa said. "One at a time. Sit on the rail, swing your legs over, lean forward and aim for that brick lip. Don't look down. Don't think about YouTube fail compilations. Just go." Dan swallowed. "I'm going first," he said, before his body could talk his brain out of it. He swung a leg over the rail, then the other until he straddled it, facing the neighboring building. The alley yawed below. He leaned forward. For a second, there was nothing but air and gravity and the sense that he'd made a terrible mistake. Then his boots hit the opposite ledge with a jarring thud. He rolled, shoulder-scraping, rough brick, and ended up sprawled on the neighboring roof, heart pounding like drumfire. "See?" Jessa called softly. "Easy." "Define easy," he gasped. Riley came next, muttering a stream of encouragements to herself that started as jokes and turned into something like prayer mid-arc. She hit the ledge hard but caught herself on his outstretched arm. 10 out of 10, she whispered. Would not recommend as a commute. Jessa and Mara followed with far more grace, landing like cats. From there, they edged along the neighboring roof until they reached a spot overlooking the telecom building's roof. The generator squatted near the center, a boxy, humming thing the size of a small car, cables snaking from its side to a junction panel. "That's our target," Jessa said. "Panels where the magic happens. We don't want to blow it up. Just confuse it." "How do you confuse a generator?" Riley asked. "Like any other machine," Dan said. "You pull the right thing at the wrong time." They dropped down onto the telecom roof itself, feet whispering against gravel and tar. From up here, the city looked like a patchwork of dim shapes and occasional flickers of light. The fairgrounds glowed faintly in the distance. A few isolated buildings crackled with generator-powered brightness. Most of the rest lay in darkness. Dan and Mara approached the generator. Jessa and Riley hung back, watching the edges, alert for any rooftop patrol that would be very inconvenient. Up close, the generator's vibration hummed through Dan's palms. Mara popped open the access panel with a flathead screwdriver. A tangle of wires and switches greeted them. "You sure you know what you're doing?" Dan whispered. "Not really," she said, "but I know what happens when you yank the main, and we don't want full blackout. We just want indigestion," she pointed. "These," she said, "they feed the side relay. We disconnect them. They lose clear comms with their patrols. Backups will kick in, but it'll be glitchy." "Glitchy is good," Dan said. He took a breath, then unscrewed the connector she indicated, careful to avoid anything that might arc. The hum shifted, wobbling like a record slowing half a beat. From somewhere below, faint shouts rose. A question, a curse, radios crackling. "Okay," Mara said. "Now we—" A voice behind them barked, "Hey!" They spun. A Meridian guard stood near a roof access hatch, pistol drawn, eyes wide. He was younger than Cole, older than Nate, with the look of someone who'd signed up for steady paychecks and found himself in the wrong story. "Hands up," he snapped. "Step away from the panel now." Riley whispered into the earpiece. Guys, we've got motion at the front." Guard's looking up like he heard something. "Copy," Dan said. "We're a little busy." He lifted his hands slowly, heart slamming. Mara did the same. Jessa stayed very still in the shadows near the edge of the roof, out of the guard's immediate sightline. Riley crouched behind a vent, barely breathing. "We're just visiting," Dan said lightly. "Shut up," the guard said. "You with Jess's crew? You know this is federal infrastructure, right? You know what they'll do to you if—" Somewhere below, Bill made his move. The van's engine roared, louder than it had any right to be. It fishtailed deliberately near the front gate, scraping against a barricade. Bill leaned out the window, waving a manifest. "I told you, I got a delivery for Meridian Shield," he bellowed. "It says right here, telecom facility, front entrance, signature required." Nate's panicked voice crackled in Dan's ear. "He just hit their portable barrier. Guard out front is yelling. 2 more coming from the side." On the roof, the guard flinched at the sudden clatter of metal and shouting below. "What the—" he started, glancing toward the edge. Jessa moved. She darted out of the shadows, closing the distance between them in 3 silent strides. Her hand chopped down on his wrist, knocking the pistol sideways. His shot went off, wild, punching a hole in the sky instead of in Dan's chest. In the same motion, Jessa slammed her shoulder into his midsection, driving him back into the generator housing. His head smacked metal with a sickening thunk. His eyes rolled. The gun skidded across the gravel. She grabbed him by the vest, lowering him rather than letting him drop. "Is he—" Nate whispered in the earpiece. "Alive," Leah's voice answered from somewhere in Dan's memory, though she wasn't here. In reality, it was Jessa saying, "Breathing, concussed. If we're lucky, he won't remember our faces." Dan grabbed the gun before it could slide off the roof. He checked the safety, then shoved it under the generator housing. "Leave it," Jessa hissed. "If it's missing, they know it was a person. If it's here, maybe they think he dropped it when he tripped." "Tripped into the generator," Riley muttered. "Very clumsy." Below, Bill's performance continued. "I've been driving for 48 hours, he shouted. "You think I want to be here? I just want a signature so I can go home." A guard sergeant's voice floated up. "Sir, step out of the vehicle. Step away from the truck." Riley touched Dan's arm. "We need to go," she whispered, "before they send someone up here to see why their rooftop guy isn't answering his radio." Mara resecured the generator panel, wires now rerouted. The hum remained off-kilter, the kind of flaw that would generate error codes and radio static rather than immediate catastrophe. "Done," she said. "Let's move." They retraced their path, up onto the neighboring roof, along the ledge, back to the fire escape. Climbing down was worse than climbing up. Every step a battle against the urge to rush and thus make noise. By the time their boots touched the alley pavement again, Dan's hands shook so badly he almost dropped from the last rung. "Bill?" he hissed into the radio. Static. Then Nate's breathless whisper. "He's fine. They made him pull the van over." He pretended to argue about his route for a good 5 minutes. They wrote down a plate number that doesn't exist and told him to get lost. He's circling back to drop me off a block from Riverbend. "Any sign they know about the roof?" Dan asked. "Not yet," Nate said. Guard who was smoking him back went inside when the front got loud. "They haven't looked up. I think they just think he went to the bathroom or something." "Let's not wait for them to do a head count," Jessa said. "Move." They slipped back through the alleys and side streets, sticking to shadows and side doors. When they reached Riverbend Court's back entrance, Dan felt a weird rush of affection for its shabby bricks and graffitied walls. Home, he thought, which was a ridiculous word for a place he'd known less than a week. Karen opened the inner door before they knocked twice. "Well?" she demanded. "We made their radio gods stutter," Riley said. "And nobody died. I'm calling that a win." "Yet," Jessa said. "Nobody's dead yet." She handed Karen a folded piece of paper. "First deposit," she said. "Inventory for the room. Shelf 1, canned food that won't make your nurse murder me. Shelf 2, medical supplies. Shelf 3, paper and drives. Do not open the envelope marked eyes only unless your building is on fire and coal is at your door." "Reassuring," Karen said, but she took the paper. Jessa hesitated in the doorway. "You know this doesn't make you untouchable," she said. "It just means if Cole wants to hurt you, he has to think about friendly fire." "We're not asking for untouchable," Dan said. "Just less convenient." She snorted. "Congratulations," she said. "You're officially inconvenient." The effects of their little offensive didn't show immediately. For the rest of the night, Riverbend Court hummed with the usual uneasy patterns, snores, whispers, the occasional cry. But the next day, the city's rhythm changed. Mr. Chang reported it first, ear pressed to the crank radio like a stethoscope. "Police scanner's gone funny," he said over breakfast in the lobby. "Lots of repeat your last and say again. You're breaking up. Meridian dispatchers sound like they're cursing under their breath." "Could be coincidence," Karen said. "Could be the blackout getting worse." "Could be," Mr. Chang said. "Could also be somebody unscrewed the right screws." Nate, who'd been listening too, grinned despite himself. On the street, Meridian trucks moved more erratically. Patrol patterns that had been smooth circuits now stuttered like bad vinyl records. Twice, Bill reported hearing the same unit respond to calls from 2 different parts of town at once, clearly unsure which was real and which was a delayed echo. "It's working," Riley said. "We gave them static brain. It also pissed them off," Jessa said that afternoon when she slipped into the lobby through the side entrance. Her eyes were sharp, scanning for listeners, even as she spoke in a low voice. "How can you tell the difference between their default mood and pissed off?" Riley asked. "They're hitting my competition harder," Jessa said. "Raids, impounds, arrests. They're trying to reassert dominance, show everyone they're still the biggest dog in the yard, and they're asking more questions about your building." She jerked her chin toward Dan. "Cole's got a printout with your face on it in his truck now," she said. "Not official, not on any wall, just tucked in his visor where he can look at it and remind himself who ruined his day." "Flattered," Dan said. "I didn't know I was worth dashboard space." "He still can't move on you openly," she said. "Not while Rivera's poking at his contracts, but he can stir up trouble." "That stairwell fire?" She nodded toward the charred smell that still lingered faintly. "That was a test. Next one might not be so contained." "So we hit him again," someone said from the couch. It was Tully. He had dark circles under his eyes, but his voice was steady. "You changed your tune," Dan said. "I watched the generator hub go down last year because of a storm," Tully said. "Half the city panicked. The other half looted. The people with the most guns called it an opportunity. If we can make them panic, even a little, he shrugged. Fair's fair. We're not escalating to bombs, Leah said. We're not terrorists. I'm a nurse, she said. I patch people. I'm not going to cheer while we create more patients. We're not blowing up buildings, Dan said. We're nudging, tripping, making it harder for them to slam doors in our faces. Karen rubbed the bridge of her nose. You all realize what's happening, right? She said. We started this week as a building trying not to die. Now we're a faction. We have alliances. We conduct operations. Congrats, Riley said. We're a micronation. Do we get a flag? Flags are for people who don't mind being easy to aim at, Karen said. Alvarez's next message arrived via a teenager from 2 blocks over who treated it like he was in a spy movie, which, to be fair, he kind of was. He handed Dan a folded paper and whispered, he said don't read it near windows. Thanks, Dan said. Go loot some snacks from our kitchen. You earned them. The note was brief, written in the same block letters as before. R. Internal Oversight Unit spun up. Rivera got through to someone higher. They're quietly pooling data on Meridian. Dalton contracts, overdose patterns, security zones. No promises, but it's no longer just her yelling into the void. Downside, Cole feels the heat. He's lobbying to classify any attacks on critical infrastructure as terrorism with broader powers for designated partners. Guess who to respond? Your little trip to the telecom roof didn't go unnoticed at the paperwork level. They don't know who yet, but they know someone is poking back. Watch for increased sweeps justified by public safety. They'll be fishing for a pretext. Don't give them any more than you already have. M.A. On the back, a scribble. P.S. Rivera says thanks for the drive. She's seen worse evidence built on less. She also says if you're going to keep kicking the hornet's nest, at least wear thicker boots. Dan passed the note around the core group in the laundry room. So we're officially hornet kickers, Riley said. Nice. And officially on the radar, Karen said. Not just in Cole's visor, in memos. Overnight insurgents, Bill said. I miss reruns. What do we do? Nate asked. Stop? Lay low? Dan thought of the stairwell, the fire, the kids coughing. If we stop completely, he said, they'll call it a win. See? We cracked down, the troublemakers folded. I don't like giving them that satisfaction. But if we keep hitting infrastructure, Leah said, we feed the story Cole's trying to sell, that any resistance is terrorism, and the only solution is more Meridian. So we adjust, Jessa said, hit something that matters to them without fitting their narrative so neatly. Like? Karen asked. Logistics, Jessa said. Not power, not comms. Stuff. The trucks that mysteriously always seem to have enough fuel to patrol the rich neighborhoods. The supplies that keep showing up at gated communities while shelters stand in line. Dan frowned. You want to rob a Meridian truck, he said. I want to misdirect one, she said. You don't have the capacity to offload and hide a full shipment, but you can make sure it doesn't get where it's going, or make sure it gets somewhere else. Somewhere like the blocks that weren't even on the distribution map, Nate said. Robin Hood routine? Riley said. Steal from the rich? Give to the overlooked? Something like that, Jessa said. Only we let rumor do the redistribution. One truck goes missing, another shows up by accident near the shelters. People talk. Meridian looks incompetent or corrupt, depending on who's listening. And we look like what? Leah asked. Local heroes or opportunists. That depends who writes the story, Karen said. Right now, Cole's holding the pen. I'd like to pry it out of his hand. They argued. They always argued now. Not out of malice, but because every decision felt like stacking dynamite in a new configuration and hoping for a controlled burn. In the end, the plan they settled on was simple and complicated at once. Simple. Identify a Meridian supply truck scheduled to bring security resources to a wealthier district, one of the gated enclaves where Dalton's donors lived. Reroute it via a fake message, send it to a distribution point near the fairgrounds instead, then leak enough information that desperate people tracked it down. Complicated. Do all that without leaving fingerprints. You sure you can fake their comms? Dan asked Jessa. I can't, she said, But I know somebody who used to work dispatch before the blackout. He's bored and bitter and has a scanner in his living room. For the right price, he can sound authoritative on a channel or two. What's his price? Riley asked. Please don't say our souls again. We're running low. Food, Jessa said, and for someone to have his back if Meridian realizes he's playing both sides. We can't protect everyone, Karen said. No, Jessa said, but you can protect his kid if this place holds. That's what he wants. A place on a list that isn't expendable. It was ugly, precarious, morally crooked. It also felt, in a twisted way, like balancing scales. I'm in, Dan said. Of course you are, Leah muttered. You're terminally in. The truck was due 2 days later. In that time, Riverbend Court operated under a double strain. Inside, the building adapted to new rules. Guns stayed in apartments. Firewatch became an official rota, with sign-up sheets and whistles. The storage room took on its new identity, part lifeline, part liability. Jessa's crew came at off hours to quietly stack crates on the lower shelves. Canned beans, rice, medical gauze, water filters still in their packaging. On the upper shelves went sealed envelopes and 2 plastic cases containing drives. The envelopes had names scrawled on them. Dalton, Meridian execs, a police captain, and dates. Leverage, Jessa said when Karen raised an eyebrow at the names. If I ever disappear, I want someone to find those and make trouble. You're making us the executor of your revenge, Karen said. Consider it job security, Jessa said. Outside, Meridian stepped up its presence. Trucks rolled by more often. Random ID checks at corners increased. Guards with vests and guns appeared nearer the poorer blocks, not to hand out aid but to ensure order. Nate kept taking notes. He followed routes from the roof with binoculars, mapping patterns. Riley turned his observations into makeshift briefings, the way a YouTube content creator would recap a day's chaos. Okay, gang, today on Who's Marching Past Our Building, Meridian takes a scenic route past 3 empty storefronts. The day the truck was due, the air felt electric. Dan met the dispatch guy in a dingy apartment 2 streets over. The man's name was Reggie. Late 30s, shoulders hunched, the kind of pallor that came from too many hours in rooms with screens. You're the idiot, Reggie said when Dan introduced himself. The one who went to the fairgrounds and didn't get shot. I'm a trendsetter, Dan said. We're here to set another one. Reggie snorted. You understand, once I key the mic, I'm in it too, he said. Meridian's not gentle with people who mess with their schedule. I understand, Dan said. We're not asking you to throw yourself in front of the truck. Just point it down a different street. Reggie's living room was dominated by his altar, a table covered in radios, scanners, a jury-rigged antenna snaking out the window. The blackout had taken most of the official grid, but there were still enough signals bouncing around to keep him busy. He tuned a dial, listening to bursts of static and voices. Here, he said, this is the channel they use for logistics. Not the public one, the one they think we don't know about. A voice crackled. Unit 7, confirm approach on Oak Ridge. ETA 20 minutes. Private client delivery. That's our boy, Reggie said. Dalton's donors get their own schedule, separate from the rabble. He waited for a lull, then picked up the mic linked to a small, home-built transmitter. He cleared his throat, then spoke in a flat, professional cadence. Unit 7, this is Central, he said. Be advised, route to Oak Ridge compromised. Civil disturbance reported near primary gate. Divert to alternate drop at Fairgrounds West Lot, code 3. Repeat, divert to Fairgrounds West Lot, code 3. Confirm. Static. Dan's heart stuttered. Then, Central, this is 7. Copy alternate drop at Fairgrounds West. Code 3. What's the nature of the disturbance at Oak Ridge? Reggie didn't miss a beat. Protesters, he said. Residents demanding equal distribution. Council liaison's request. Avoid escalation on private property. You'll be met by SHIELD team at West Lot. Copy that, the truck driver said. Diverting now. Reggie let go of the mic and sagged back in his chair. Sweat shone on his forehead. That's it, he said. We're committed. You did great, Dan said. Don't patronize me, Reggie snapped. You have no idea how fast they'll triangulate an unauthorized signal if they decide to look. I just cut their donors out of a security drop. They're going to notice. Then let's make sure when they look for someone to blame, they see a crowd, not you, Dan said. He left Reggie's apartment feeling like he'd just watched someone step onto their own tightrope. At the fairground's edge, Jess's people and a handful of other neighborhood scouts were already in motion, spreading word. Extra truck at West Lot. Meridian got sloppy. Go before they change their minds. Dan kept his distance from the actual lot. The last thing he needed was to be recorded anywhere near a misdirected truck. Instead, he watched from a rooftop a block away, binoculars pressed to his face. The truck rolled into the West Lot, a big white, armored-looking thing with Meridian Shield's logo discreet on the door. It slowed, driver clearly confused to find no official escort waiting. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, as if on cue, people began converging. Not a mob, not at first. Just twos and threes, then tens. Families. Teens. People who'd been in line at the distribution tents and had heard the rumor. There's more at the West Lot. They brought stuff for the rich and messed up. Go now. The driver's voice crackled over the radio. Dan could only imagine the conversation. Central, this is 7. I'm at West Lot. I see civilians. No shield presence. Please advise. Static. The misaligned generator. The faulty relays. Central, say again? The driver demanded. No reply. He hesitated. Eyes darted between the growing crowd and whatever instruction sheet he had on his dashboard. Then the first person reached the truck. A woman in her 50s, hair pulled back, eyes fierce. We heard you got extra, she shouted up. My kids haven't eaten a real meal in 3 days. Ma'am, this is a restricted... We pay taxes too, someone else yelled. You got fuel to drive out to the gated communities, another voice said. You got fuel to bring something here. More people pressed in, hands banged on metal. Not violently at first, more like knocking on a door that had been shut too long. The driver's posture screamed, I do not get paid enough for this. He climbed down, hands raised. Back up, he said. Please, I can't open this without authorization. Then call your boss, someone shouted. Tell him we said hi. From Dan's vantage point, it was like watching a storm front roll in slow motion. Pressure building. Lightning possible, but not inevitable. On the horizon, Meridian trucks moved, but their routes were still sloppy, their radios still fuzzy. By the time they realized Unit 7 wasn't where it was supposed to be, 100 people were already around the truck. It only took one brave or desperate soul to make the leap. A teen climbed onto the front bumper, scrambled up onto the hood, then onto the roof of the cab. Yo! He yelled, pounding on the back of the truck. You got food in here? Medicine. Get down, the driver shouted. You can't. The teen hopped to the edge of the cargo bay, fingers fumbling with the latch. Someone threw him a crowbar. He wedged it in, heaved. With a screech of metal, the door rolled up a foot, then 2. The crowd surged. Dan's chest tightened. This was the part they couldn't control. They'd nudged the domino. The rest was gravity. Please, the driver shouted, voice thin. That's not all for... He was swallowed by the press of bodies. People pulled crates out, hands shaking with adrenaline. Boxes labeled with codes and logos, some clearly marked as non-lethal equipment, others more ambiguous. Food, someone cried, holding up a flat of meal kits. Bandages, another voice. Batteries. A Meridian patrol finally arrived, charging into the lot with sirens wailing, but their comms still glitched. Their orders sounded delayed, contradictory. They tried to form a cordon, but they were outnumbered. It wasn't a riot. Not quite. No one flipped the truck or set it on fire. They took what they could carry and ran. Some left things behind they didn't immediately understand or trust. Boxes marked with part numbers and long acronyms. Dan watched it all, heart heavy and weirdly light at the same time. He thought of Dalton's donors waiting in their big houses for their shipment of security resources. Probably non-lethal crowd control gear. Maybe food, maybe medical kits. He imagined the frantic calls when it didn't arrive. The emails. The pressure. He imagined Cole stuck between his sponsors and the messy reality on the ground. Jessa appeared at his side, having climbed up the same precarious fire escape he'd used. You see that? She said. That's what happens when you forget who the city actually belongs to. "You're enjoying this," he said. "I enjoy balance," she said. "Just a little." He lowered the binoculars. "This is going to come back on someone," he said. "I just hope it's not Reggie." "It might," she said, "which is why you're going to keep your building tight. And I'm going to make sure when people talk about this, they talk about how Meridian messed up, not how terrorists stole from the rich." "Good luck with that spin war," he said. She shrugged. "Luck's for people who think the universe cares," she said. "I've got gossip and courier kids." Back at Riverbend, the story reached them before Dan did. By the time he stepped into the lobby, a knot of residents were clustered around Mr. Chang's radio. "Unauthorized diversion of a private security shipment," the announcer was saying. "Questions have been raised about Meridian Shield's ability to safeguard critical supplies designated for sensitive clients. Representative Dalton's office has issued a statement condemning opportunistic theft and calling for increased powers for vetted security partners." "Of course he did," Riley muttered. The announcer continued. "Meanwhile, eyewitnesses at the fairgrounds describe hungry residents swarming the truck after rumors spread of additional food and medical supplies. Meridian has denied any negligence, saying the driver was acting under orders from an unknown voice on a compromised channel." "Well," Bill said, "nice to be unknown." Karen looked at Dan. "You were on a roof," she said. "You saw." He nodded. "Nobody died," he said. "Patrols showed up late. People took what they could carry and ran. Meridian looked slow and clumsy." Dalton looked mad on the radio. "That's a good day by this week's standards." "They know their channel was compromised," Leah said. "They're going to start hunting for who did it." "Reggie knew that going in," he said. "We've got people keeping an eye on his block. If Meridian shows up there first, we'll know." "And if they show up here?" Tully asked. Dan looked around the lobby. Kids. Exhausted adults. A building that had learned to put out its own fires. "Then we show them how inconvenient a hostile node can be," he said. He thought of Alvarez's note. Internal oversight, Rivera pushing, Cole lobbying for more authority. "We're not the only ones pushing back now," he added. "Rivera's got people listening. Meridian's not just fighting us. They're fighting paperwork, public image, donors yelling because their toys got hijacked." "Donors yelling is my new favorite hobby," Riley said. Nate tapped his notebook. "We should assume they'll tighten the screws around their assets," he said. "More guards on the telecom hub, more escorts for trucks, more eyes near places like Riverbend." "Then we tighten too," Karen said. "We've got fire watch, gun rules, alliances. Now we build something else." "Like what?" someone asked. "A council," she said. "Nothing formal. No elections. Just a group that meets every day to decide what we do next, so it's not just me and Dan winging it in the laundry room. We've slid into being a faction whether we like it or not. We should at least be organized about it." "You want to be a government?" Tully asked skeptically. "I want to be something more stable than whoever yelled loudest this morning," she said. "Call it a committee. Call it a kitchen cabinet. I don't care. I just know we can't keep improvising forever." Voices buzzed. Names were suggested, some volunteered, some were drafted. In the end, the council was a crooked but functional cross-section. Karen, Dan, Leah, Tully, to his own surprise, the woman from 2D, Bill, Zoe's mother, Nate, and, on a conditional basis, Jessa, present only when topics touched external threats or her stash. "We're not voting on everything," Karen said at their first meeting in the laundry room. "Sometimes we'll make calls in the moment, but we'll check in, share information, decide where to push and where to hold." "And what about Meridian?" the woman from 2D asked. "And Dalton? And all of that?" Dan laid Alvarez's note in the middle of the table. "They've got oversight now," he said. "They've got people above them watching. It's not enough yet. It might never be. But between that and what we're doing, we're no longer just absorbing hits. It also means the hits will get bigger," Leah said quietly. "Cornered animals bite harder." "That's why the last move matters," Dan said. "The last move?" Nate echoed. Dan looked around the table, at the people who'd become somehow his people. "We've been reacting," he said. "We answered the fire. We answered the notes. We answered the pressure. We nudged their comms. We misdirected a truck. Sooner or later, there's going to be a moment where it all converges. Meridian's anger, Dalton's fear, Rivera's investigation, Jess's enemies, our own fractures. He tapped the note. When that happens, he said, we decide whether we're just a building that survived a blackout or whether we're something else, a community that outlasted the people who tried to use it. And how exactly do we do that? The woman from 2D asked. He didn't have an answer yet, not a complete one, but he could see the edges of it. A final stand that wasn't just about defending bricks and stairwells, but about making sure the truth embedded in Carl's drive, the map of rot that had killed him, didn't get buried under technical fault headlines. Rivera had the drive. Oversight was awake. Meridian was stumbling. The blackout had cracked the city open. Somewhere in that fracture, there was a way to wedge change before the concrete set again. We get ready, he said. We keep breathing. We keep watching. And when the storm comes to our door, we don't just hide. We answer. On our terms. Outside, a Meridian truck rolled past, slower than usual, its radio probably filled with static. Inside Riverbend Court, people passed buckets, shared food, argued about rules, and made plans. The defensive phase was over. Now, whether they liked it or not, they were on the offensive. Chapter 10. The Way of Dan. The blackout didn't end with a flick of a switch. It ended the way it began for Riverbend Court, slowly, unevenly, with rumors before reality. On the fourth morning after the truck diversion, the sky over Boise was the same dull winter gray, but the city sounded different. Fewer sirens, fewer engines, a distant hum as if something big and mechanical had taken a cautious breath. Dan was halfway through a breakfast of cold beans when Mr. Chang burst into the lobby with his radio hugged to his chest. It's back, he panted. Not all of it, not steady, but there's power in some districts. They're testing lines. The room buzzed instantly. People looked toward the ceiling as if light might pour down through it. Anyone see it? Riley asked. Actual lights? Or is this more, my cousin's neighbor said? I saw a glow over downtown last night, Zoe said. Not fires, real electric yellow. Leah rubbed her temples. If they start bringing grid segments online without fixing what caused the failure, she said, we're going to see rolling brownouts and more overloaded transformers. Comforting, Riley said. Nice to know the disaster can have sequels. Karen looked at Dan. If the power's coming back, she said, our window's closing. He knew what she meant. The blackout had cracked open a door, a chance for Carl's evidence, Rivera's investigation, and their own small acts of defiance to matter before the story hardened into technical glitch politely handled by responsible leaders. Once the lights were steady and the news anchors put on clean jackets again, people would be hungry for an explanation that made sense and hurt as few powerful people as possible. Dalton and Cole would make sure they had one ready. How long do you think we have? Dan asked. Hours? Days? Karen said. We don't control that part. As if summoned by the thought, a soft knock sounded at the glass of the front door. Everyone went quiet. The mood in Riverbend had shifted since the stairwell fire in the truck. Any unexpected knock now could mean help, threats, or both. It was Alvarez. He stood outside in a windbreaker that looked like it had seen 3 too many stakeouts. His expression was tighter than usual. Dan hurried to unlatch the door, checking the street behind him for Meridian trucks. Morning, Alvarez said, stepping inside as Riley slid the deadbolt behind him. You all look like a jury that's been locked in the room too long. Feels about right, Karen said. What's the verdict? He glanced around. Council meeting? He asked. Karen nodded. Laundry room, she said. They filed into their unofficial war room, the hum of anxious conversation trailing behind them from the lobby. Alvarez leaned against a dryer and took a breath. Rivera's out, he said. The room went still. Out as in, Leah asked. Officially reassigned, he said. They called it resource realignment as we move into the restoration phase. Unofficially, she poked too many holes in the wrong people's stories. Where'd they send her? Nate asked. Some office 1,000 miles away where critical infrastructure means measuring printer ink, Alvarez said. She's supposed to fly out when the airports are stable again. That's insane, Riley said. She's the only one who actually looked at how we got here, not just how to duct tape it. She knew it was coming, Alvarez said. She wasn't surprised. Angry, yeah, but not surprised. What about the oversight unit? Dan asked. The people who started listening because of her? That's the problem, Alvarez said. They're awake now, but they're getting fed two stories. Hers and the corrected version, where Meridian's just a heroic partner struggling with supply chain issues. He pulled a folded envelope from inside his jacket and laid it on the washer like it was something that might explode. Rivera asked me to deliver this, he said. Backup of the backup. Everything she pulled from Carl's drive, your photos, my reports, the stuff Jess's stash helped corroborate, patterns of overdoses, contracts, power maintenance schedules that magically favored certain districts. It's all here. Karen stared at the envelope. You're giving us the evidence, she said. Shouldn't that be going to, I don't know, a federal prosecutor with a bigger desk? It is, Alvarez said, but she doesn't trust that chain by itself anymore. Too many hands. Too many ways for a file to get misfiled or a hard drive to fail accidentally. She wants a copy out in the wild, somewhere the people living the consequences can decide what to do with it. Dan's throat went tight. Carl's work, he said quietly. All of it, in there. Most of it, Alvarez said. Some went up the official pipe already, but this is enough to prove the pattern if it ever goes public. Enough to make it harder for Dalton to spin this as tragic but unforeseen. Riley eyed the envelope. Feels like we just got handed a lit match in a fireworks factory, she said. What do we even do with it? We don't exactly have a PR team. Or internet, Nate added. Hard to leak without Wi-Fi. Power's coming back, Karen said. So is the net. When it does, the first big story will shape everything that follows. So we leak it, the woman from 2D said. Anonymous. Send it to every reporter, every blog, every relative with a Twitter account. Assuming we can find a router that doesn't burst into flames as soon as it boots up, Riley said. Alvarez rubbed a hand over his face. You don't have unlimited time, he said. Cole knows Rivera was digging. He doesn't know everything she pulled, but he knows enough to be worried, and he's managed to do something I didn't think he could pull off this fast. He took another paper from his pocket and unfolded it. It was a photocopy of an official-looking bulletin, stamp skewed. Effective yesterday, he read, Meridian Shield personnel operating under contract in the Greater Boise Emergency Zone are authorized to conduct joint operations with guard units in designated hostile nodes where law enforcement presence is deemed insufficient. He dropped the paper so they could see the rest. In the middle of a list of neighborhood names and complex codes, one stood out in black, bold letters. Riverbend Court, priority site. Leah swore softly. What does joint operations mean exactly? Bill asked. Because it sounds like a fancy way of saying, do whatever the hell you want. It means Cole gets to roll up with guard backing and say he's acting under lawful emergency authority, Alvarez said. It means if anyone resists, he calls it obstruction. If anyone fights back, he calls it terrorism. He wants the stash, Jessa said quietly from the doorway. Everyone turned. She'd slipped in at some point, eyes sharper than usual, shoulders coiled tight. He doesn't know what's in your room, she said to Karen, but he knows I've been more relaxed lately, knows you've been more confident. He'll figure there's something in this building hurting him. He'll want it. And Carl's copy? Nate asked. Does he know about Rivera sending that? Probably not yet, Alvarez said. But if he storms this place and finds anything with his name and Dalton's on it, he'll smash it and call it securing evidence. So we have a target on our back from every direction, Riley said. Meridian wants the stash. Dalton wants the story buried. Whoever set the stairwell blaze wants us not safe. And now the guard's got paperwork saying we're a problem that needs solving. Not all of the guard, Alvarez said. Some of them signed up to help people, not be corporate muscle and camo. But orders are orders, and if they're told Meridian's here to keep things calm, most will go along, unless they see something that makes them pause. Karen looked from the bulletin to the envelope. All right, she said. We can't outgun them. We can't outpaper them. But we still have two advantages. Those being, Tully asked. We know this building better than they do, she said. And we're not trying to hide what we've done. We're trying to show it. Dan felt the shape of something forming, an idea that scared him more than rooftop jumps and burning stairwells combined. Make it as public as possible, he said slowly. If they come, we make sure the whole city sees what they're doing. Great, Riley said. We'll just flip on our non-existent camera crew and... She stopped. Then her eyes widened. Wait, she said. Power's coming back, right? Nate blinked. Not here yet, he said. Lights flickered once in the other building on our block, then died again. But the cell towers, Riley said. They're testing those too. We've been getting little ghost bars now and then, messages that go through hours late. What if we don't need full power? What if we just need enough? Leah folded her arms. You're thinking live broadcast, she said. From here. While they're here. Exactly, Riley said. We stream whatever happens. The moment they step through that door, we show people what joint operations really look like. And hope somebody's watching, the woman from 2D said. Hope they care. If even one reporter, one blogger, one oversight nerd sees Meridian pointing guns at a building full of families instead of, I don't know, an actual threat, Riley said, it makes it harder for Dalton to sell his "they were all criminals" narrative later. Karen considered. We'd need a place with the best signal, she said. Higher up, near a window facing whatever tower's live. Tully's apartment, Nate said. He gets more ghost bars than anyone since he's on the corner. Tully frowned. My router's been a paperweight for a week, he said. You got a battery pack? Riley asked. Yeah, but we'll rig something, she said. One phone, one backup, maybe a laptop on a battery if it boots fast enough. We don't need Hollywood quality. We just need proof. These plans all assume they're coming today, Leah said. We don't know that. Alvarez nodded toward the bulletin. Cole's the kind of man who likes to act when he's angry, he said. They just got embarrassed in front of donors. Someone diverted their truck. Rivera's files are floating in systems he can't see into. If I were him, I'd hit the nearest hostile node fast, before anyone else shoves more wedges into the cracks. So we prep for visitors, Karen said. We get the kids and the elderly ready to move if we have to. We set up a safe room if the front gets ugly. We get your little broadcast booth ready, and we make sure if they start anything, the whole world, or at least the parts with power, can't say they didn't see it. And the envelope? Dan asked, tapping Rivera's package. If things go south, I don't want this building to be its grave. Right, Karen said. We need a runner, someone who can get out before this starts, find a connection, and blast that file to every inbox in Rivera's list, plus whoever else they can think of. Not you, Leah said immediately when Dan opened his mouth. He closed it again. You don't even know what I was going to say, he said. You were going to volunteer, she said, because that's your new thing. You surrender flash drives, you sabotage generators. Now you want to run the sacred MacGuffin to the promised land while we fend off the siege. She's not wrong, Riley said. I'm the one who brought Carl's fight here, Dan said. If there's a chance to finish what he started, I'm taking it. And if you get grabbed with that envelope in your hand, Karen asked, what then? They torture you for it? They lose it? They call it fake and you a fraud? They can do that whether or not I'm carrying it, he said. Silence. Zoe's mother spoke up softly. What if he's not the one who carries it, she said. What if it's someone they're not expecting? Everyone looked at her. She flushed but went on. I used to run the social media for a local shelter, she said. I know a few stringers, bloggers, people who will answer my messages if they ever get them. I'm invisible to guys like Cole, just another mom trying to keep her kids safe. If anyone's going to slip past their net, it's not the tall ex-country boy they printed out photos of. Dan opened his mouth to protest, then closed it again. She was right. He'd be recognized on sight by half of Meridian's patrolmen now. She would not. I can go with her, Nate said. Not to carry the envelope, to carry backup copies, different pockets, different people. If one of us gets stopped, he didn't finish. He didn't need to. Karen looked from Zoe's mother to Nate to Dan. Okay, she said. You two take the file. You go out the back now, before anyone shows up. You stick to side streets. If you get a strong enough signal, you send to everyone on Rivera's list, and then to every outlet name you recognize. If not, you keep moving until you find power. You don't come back here unless it's safe." Zoe's mother swallowed hard, then nodded. "Zoe stays with Mrs. Alves," she said. "If anything happens to me, you tell her I tried to fix something, not just hide from it." "I'll tell her myself," Leah said, "because you're not going to die." Nate took the envelope with careful hands. "We'll find a way," he said. Dan felt a twist of something like pride and dread. He wanted to argue, he wanted to go. But maybe the way of Dan didn't always mean charging at the problem himself. Sometimes it meant knowing when someone else had the better angle. "Be careful," he said. "Careful is the new cool," Nate said, trying to sound light. They slipped out the back, Jess's crew shadowing them at a distance for the first 2 blocks before peeling off. Riverbend Court braced. They didn't have to wait long. An hour later, the sound of engines rolled down the street, heavy, deliberate. People spilled into the hallways, peeking through door cracks and curtains. From the roof, Bill gave a running commentary into the council's scratchy walkie-talkie. "3 vehicles," he said. 2 Meridian trucks, 1 guard Humvee. They're not parking close. That'd be too considerate. Oh, look, a portable loudspeaker. We're important enough for PA." In Tully's corner apartment, Riley crouched near the window with 2 phones and a small battery pack spread out on the coffee table like sacred relics. 1 bar flickered on, then off, then on again on the burner phone they designated as primary. "Come on, Tower," she muttered. "You can do it." One little stable connection for Aunt Riley. Karen stood at the apartment door, half in the hall, half watching the makeshift broadcast setup. "As soon as you get a signal, you go live," she said. "No intro, no branding. Just, 'Hi, we're in Riverbend Court, and this is what a joint operation looks like.'" "You sure you don't want an opening theme song?" Riley asked. "Spoken word? Fire alarm solo?" "Riley," Karen warned. Yeah, she said. "I'll be serious. I can do serious. Watch." She pressed a trembling hand to the glass, watching the trucks roll to a stop. On the ground floor, Dan, Leah, Jessa, and Alvarez gathered in the lobby with a handful of other able-bodied residents. No guns visible, per Leah's insistence, but eyes hard. "Remember," Karen had told them before running upstairs, "we don't give them an excuse to call this a riot. We don't throw first. We don't threaten first. We stand here like people who live here and ask them why they're bringing war to a building with a laundry room." "Great," Riley had muttered. "We're staging a civics lesson." Now, as the engines cut off, Dan felt his heartbeat sink to the silence. The loudspeaker crackled. "Residents of Riverbend Court," a voice boomed. Cole's, amplified and smug. "This is a joint operation of Meridian Shield and the Idaho National Guard. We are here to conduct a safety inspection and secure this site. For your own protection, we require immediate access to the building's common areas and any storage spaces that may pose a hazard." "A hazard," Jessa murmured. "That's one word for leverage they don't own." Karen's voice came over the walkie-talkie from above. "Broadcast going live in 3, 2, 1. Riley?" Riley's voice, suddenly steadier than anyone expected, spoke into the handset. "This is Riverbend Court in Boise, Idaho," she said. "If you can see this, what you're about to witness is what passes for public safety in our city today." She angled the phone to the window. From her vantage point, viewers, if there were any, would see the trucks, the guards, the men in Meridian vests. Downstairs there was a knock. Not tentative, measured. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats. Dan opened the door. Cole stood on the steps, flanked by 2 Meridian officers and a guard sergeant. Behind them, a small squad of soldiers waited, guns not quite pointed but ready. "Mr. Slaughter," Cole said, "we meet again." "Seems to be a habit," Dan said. "I'd apologize for the inconvenience," Cole said. "But given the evidence we've received that this building has been harboring subversive elements, you should be grateful we're handling this as politely as we are." "Subversive elements?" Leah repeated. "Is that what we're calling families and a nurse these days?" Cole smiled thinly. "I'm sure there are many fine people here," he said, "but we have credible reports that this site is being used to store stolen supplies and sensitive materials. We also have concerns about recent attacks on critical infrastructure and security assets." "You mean your generator and your truck," Jessa said dryly. "Those assets?" Cole's eyes flicked to her. "Ms. Ramos," he said, I'm not surprised to see you. Roaches do tend to gather where it's warm. You talk that way to all your business partners, she said, or just the ones who know where your secrets are buried. The guard sergeant, Harper, Dan realized, recognizing him from the fairgrounds tent, winced almost imperceptibly. Captain Cole, Harper said, let's keep this professional. Of course, Cole said smoothly. Professional. Which is why, Mr. Slaughter, I'm informing you that under emergency authorization, we will be conducting a full inspection of Riverbend Court. Any attempts to impede that process will be taken as obstruction of an active security operation. And what about warrants? Dan asked. Due process? Or did the blackout erase those too? Cole's smile didn't reach his eyes. Funny thing about blackouts, he said. They remind people who really keeps the lights on. Not you, Leah said. I've seen your maintenance contracts. Cole ignored her. Karen's voice hissed softly in Dan's ear via the small earbud he'd tucked in before they came downstairs. We've got a connection, she whispered. Riley's feed is live. A few dozen viewers so far, and climbing. Who's watching? Dan murmured, lips barely moving. Handles I don't recognize, Karen said. But one of them's tagged Idaho Watchdog. Another has Stringer in the bio. It's something. Cole stepped closer, lowering his voice. Here's what's going to happen, Mr. Slaughter, he said. You're going to invite us in. We're going to check your storage rooms, including the one you thought I didn't know about. We're going to remove anything that looks like stolen property or evidence. We're going to ask some questions. At the end of it, maybe we shake hands and walk away. Or maybe we don't. That part's up to you. Dan met his gaze. And if I say no? He asked. Cole's jaw tightened imperceptibly. Then I have orders and a very generous interpretation of hostile node, he said, and I get to decide how much force is reasonable. Harper shifted his weight. Mr. Slaughter, he said, my orders are to support Meridian personnel in maintaining public safety. I'd prefer for this to stay calm. If you cooperate, nobody has to get hurt. And if we cooperate and you find nothing, Dan asked, do we get an apology? A city council proclamation? Maybe a coupon? Cole's lip curled. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, he said. Funny, Dan said. My dead friend said the same thing before he realized the people he thought he could trust were the ones using his numbers to line their pockets. Cole's eyes chilled. Last chance, he said. Dan took a breath. The lobby behind him felt like a pressure cooker. Kids peered from behind legs. Adults hovered, torn between wanting to see and wanting to run. We'll let you in, Dan said, on 2 conditions. Cole actually laughed. You're not in a position to make demands, he said. Maybe not, Dan said, but I'm making them anyway. 1, your people keep their guns pointed down. Not at our kids, not at our doors. Down. Anything else, and you're the ones escalating. Harper nodded slowly. That's reasonable, he said before Cole could object. This is a search, not a raid. Weapons at low, ready only. Understood? His soldiers hesitated, then adjusted their stances. Cole's nostrils flared. Fine, he said tightly. And the second condition? Dan thought of Riley, upstairs holding a phone that was finally connected to the wider world. We record everything, he said. Every question you ask, every door you open, every box you touch. This is our home. You want to walk through it with your boots on? You do it on camera. Cole's gaze sharpened. You planning to make a documentary? He asked. Maybe, Dan said. Depends how the ending goes. Harper glanced back at his soldiers, then at Cole. It's within their right, he said. Public space. No interference. We're in an emergency, Cole said. We're also in America, Harper replied quietly. Last I checked. Something like disgust flickered across Cole's face, but he smiled again, the broadcast version. Record aways, he said. Nothing to hide, nothing to fear. Closest thing to a motto you've had that's actually accurate, Jessa muttered. They stepped inside. From Tully's apartment, the World Watch Riverbend Court's lobby filled with vests and uniforms. Riley held the phone as steady as she could, knuckles white. Comments scrolled past, some confused, some dismissive, some angry. What am I looking at? Is this Boise? Why do those guys have corporate logos? Hostile node? WDF? I'm screen recording this just in case. She focused on Harper, face set but eyes uneasy, and on Cole, whose charm read, even through the grainy video, as something slightly off. Below, the inspection began. They started with the public spaces, lobby, hallways, laundry. Cole's people opened closets, peered under tables, took notes. Some of the guard soldiers' shoulders slumped when they saw the worn couches, the taped-up kids' drawings on the walls, the big pot of communal soup simmering on a camping stove. "This is your den of subversives," one murmured under his breath. "Eyes forward," his partner said. Cole kept glancing toward the hallway that led to the storage room. "Where's your maintenance closet?" he asked finally. Karen stepped forward. "I'll show you," she said, "but you get me and one other resident present the entire time. No solo tours." "That's not how inspections," one of the Meridian officers began. "That's how this one works," Karen said. Harper intervened. "We can accommodate that," he said. "Less chance of accusations later." Cole's jaw worked. "Fine," he snapped. "Lead the way." Dan went with them, Leah at his side. Jessa fell in behind like a shadow. They reached the storage room door at the end of the short hallway. It looked deliberately unremarkable. No labels, no special locks visible from the outside. Karen unlocked the deadbolt with hands that only shook a little. "Before we go in," Dan said, "I want this on record." He looked at the nearest guard body cam, the nearest Meridian phone. "This room contains supplies that were given to us or traded fairly. Food, medical gear, documents proving who's been profiting off this blackout. None of it belongs to Meridian Shield. All of it belongs to the people this city has been treating as collateral damage." Cole rolled his eyes. "You done making your speech?" he asked. "For now," Dan said. Karen swung the door open. Shelves lined the walls, neatly labeled. Canned food stacked in rows. Boxes of gauze and syringes. Water filters. And on the highest shelves, 2 plastic cases and a handful of sealed envelopes with names like Dalton and Meridian Internal, written in block letters. Cole walked in like he owned the air. "Well, what do we have here?" he said. "This looks like stolen property to me." "It's survival," Leah said. "Stuff we and people like us scraped together while you were filming speeches." One of the Meridian officers reached for a case. "Do not touch that," Jessa said sharply. "Last I checked, this isn't your building," he sneered. "I didn't say that for your sake," she said. "Some of those drives are wired. You yank them out of sequence. The data corrupts. You want to destroy the only backup of who you've been paying and who's been paying you. Be my guest." She was bluffing, mostly. There were some dead man switches built into her stash, but she'd never been reckless enough to wire every drive to oblivion. Still, the officer hesitated. Cole reached past him, fingers closing around one of the envelopes. "Councilman Dalton trusts Meridian Shield," he said. "He trusts me. If his name's in here, it's because you forged it or because you stole private correspondence. Either way, this is evidence in an ongoing investigation." He slipped the envelope into a pocket. "You are not walking out of this building with that," Dan said. Cole turned. "Try and stop me," he said softly. Tension crackled in the small room. The guard sergeant hovered at the threshold, torn between chain of command and the sour look on his face. "You know those body cams you're so fond of?" Dan asked. "You're on one. So are we. So is that envelope. Whatever you do next, somebody's going to see it." Cole's gaze flicked to the camera on Harper's chest. For the first time, something like calculation, not just arrogance, crossed his features. "Sergeant," he said, voice suddenly crisp, "log these items and secure them in the Humvee. Chain of custody protocols. I'm not letting gang affiliates play librarian with sensitive materials." Gang affiliates? That would be Jessa. Her jaw clenched, but she said nothing. Harper looked from the shelves to Dan to Cole. His eyes lingered on the Dalton envelope. "Sir," he said carefully, "given the nature of what's here, it might be better if these went directly to the oversight team Rivera briefed us on. Less perception of conflict of interest." Cole's smile went knife-thin. "Rivera is no longer assigned to this theater," he said. "Her pet projects are over. We're in the restoration phase now. We don't have the luxury of chasing conspiracy theories while people sit in the dark." He stepped closer to Harper, lowering his voice but not enough that others couldn't hear. "You want to keep your career?" he asked. You want your unit to get the equipment it needs when the paperwork dust settles? Then you back me on this. You don't freeload on my contracts and then stab me in the back when it's time to clean up. Harper's jaw clenched. From the hallway, a faint thump and shout echoed. Then another. What was that? Leah asked. A panicked voice crackled over Harper's radio. Sir, you need to get out here. Now, there's a camera. This is streaming. Upstairs, Riley's hand cramped. She'd kept filming as they moved through the building, narrating in low tones when she could. Viewers had gone from dozens to hundreds, then thousands. Someone with a bigger following had shared the feed. Idaho watchdog, then a national pundit with a taste for underdog stories. Screens across whatever parts of the country had power now showed the lobby of an ordinary Boise apartment building, overrun by logoed vests and guns. When Cole took the envelope, chat exploded. Did he just steal evidence on camera? Someone screen grabbed that. Meridian's shield looks more like a cartel every damn day. Where's the mayor? This is why we don't privatize everything. Riley felt the battery icon creeping lower. The signal wobbled, then steadied as the tower decided, for once, to behave. She swung the phone toward the hallway when the shout came over the guard radios. The viewers saw a hint of the storage room, Karen's tense face, Cole's posture. Then the door to Tully's apartment burst inward. A Meridian officer stood there, flanked by a soldier who looked immediately regretful. What are you doing? The officer snarled. Is that a live stream? Shut that off. Riley backed up, phone still raised. We're documenting your operation, she said. You said you had nothing to hide. Turn it off, he barked, lunging toward her. Tully stepped between them instinctively. Hey, he said. Don't grab people in my apartment. The soldier reached for the officer's arm. Sir, they're unarmed. Move, the officer snapped, shoving him aside. He grabbed for the phone. Riley twisted, and his fingers closed on empty air. The phone slipped from her hand, clattered across the floor, skidding under the chair. From the viewer's perspective, the world tilted crazily, then stabilized at floor level. Angles skewed, but still showing legs, boots, in the edge of a Meridian vest. Comments exploded. They're trying to cut the feed. Stay strong. I've mirrored the stream. They can't kill it everywhere. Downstairs, the radio squawked. Captain Cole, we have unauthorized streaming from the upper floors, came the panicked voice. It's already spreading. We've got orders. Orders from who? Harper muttered. Cole's face darkened. Enough, he snapped. I'm done playing. He turned to the room. Search is suspended, he said. We secure what we have and withdraw. We'll be back with proper warrants and less patience. He grabbed another envelope, then nodded to his officers. Bag the rest, he ordered. Now. No, Dan said. Cole ignored him. Dan stepped in front of the nearest Meridian officer, blocking the shelf. Get out of my way, the officer snarled. Sergeant, Dan said, eyes never leaving Cole. You seeing this? Your body cam still rolling? Harper nodded slowly. Yes, he said. Then tell me, Dan said, as a guard officer, as someone who swore to protect the people in this city, does this look like securing evidence? Or does it look like cleaning up a crime scene before anyone notices? Cole's head snapped toward him. You're done talking, he said. You're under arrest for interfering with... For what exactly? Leah cut in. Standing in a closet while you steal documents? Doctor, Cole said, I'd advise you to... You don't advise me on anything, she said. You point that gun at me, at any of my patients, and I will make sure every network that saw this knows exactly how many times this week you walked past people who needed help to chase PR instead. He took a half step forward, fury burning in his eyes. And something in Harper broke. Captain, the sergeant said, that's enough. Cole turned on him. Excuse me? He said dangerously. You said we were here to secure a site, Harper said. What I see is you pocketing evidence with your name's friend on it while threatening unarmed civilians. That's not joint operations. That's abuse. You're out of line, Cole snapped. Harper snapped a quick command. Behind him, two of his soldiers, young, nervous but watching, shifted their stance subtly. Their guns still pointed down, but the angle of their bodies placed them between the Meridian officers and the residents. Orders or not, Harper said, I'm not opening fire in a building full of families because you lost control of your narrative. Down the hall, a shout echoed as the officer upstairs finally found the phone and fumbled it off the floor. But the damage was done. The feed had been live long enough. Copies existed now elsewhere. Riley's voice crackled over Dan's earpiece. "They cut the stream," she panted, "but not before comments said 3 mirrors were running. People saw." Cole looked like a man trying to decide which target to bite first. "Sergeant," he said softly, "if you ever want funding again, you will step aside and let my people do their job." Harper's jaw set. "If your job is stealing evidence and intimidating civilians on camera," he said, "maybe you don't deserve funding." The standoff stretched. Meridian officers shifted, fingers tightening on grips. Soldiers shifted too, uncertain but more aligned with Harper than with Cole. For the first time since Dan met him, Cole looked slightly unsure. His eyes flicked, almost involuntarily, toward the street, where more neighbors had gathered, phones out, eyes wide. Some were streaming too now. The story had leaked out of the building. He exhaled, nostrils flaring. "This isn't over," he said. "Riverbend Court is still on the list. You can hide behind live streams and grandstanding for a while. In the end, you still need people like me to keep order when the lights flicker." "We've been keeping our own order just fine," Karen said from the doorway. "In case you missed the fire in our stairwell." He sneered. "You think some internet outrage and a few angry tweets are going to bring down Meridian?" he asked. "We've survived worse than bad press." "Maybe not this time," Alvarez said quietly. Cole's gaze snapped to him. "Detective," he said, "I wondered when you'd crawl out from under your rock." "Rivera's files are already out," Alvarez said. "Oversight has them. Now the public has seen your version of security. Dalton can't spin this as a misunderstanding forever. Not when every bored journalist within a million miles is looking for a story that isn't just powerline schematics." Cole's jaw clenched so tightly a vein pulsed in his temple. He turned abruptly to the Meridian officers. "Bag what you have," he said. "We're withdrawing, for now." "To regroup?" Jessa asked mockingly. "Or to call your lawyers?" He ignored her, stalking out into the hall. Harper lingered. "I'm going to have to file reports," he said to Dan, "about everything I saw, everything my camera recorded. That includes your, extracurricular activities." "Like putting out our own fires and keeping our kids from getting shot?" Leah asked. "Like sabotaged comms towers and diverted trucks," Harper said. "Don't look surprised. You're not as invisible as you think." Dan swallowed. "So, are we going to be the villains in your report?" he asked. Harper looked at him for a long moment. "I don't know yet," he said honestly. "What I do know is that every day, more of my soldiers are asking why our uniforms say one thing and our orders feel like another. And every day, more eyes are on Meridian than they ever wanted." He nodded toward the shelves. "Fit as much of this as you can onto something not labeled with your enemies' names," he said. "If this goes to trial, to hearings, to whatever, you'll want copies they haven't touched." "Trial," Dan repeated. "You really think it'll get that far?" "I think too many people with too much to lose saw that stream today," Harper said. "Some of them will scramble to cover for Cole and Dalton. Some of them won't. You gave the ones who want a reason not to be quiet." He turned to go, then paused. "For what it's worth," he said, "my grandmother lives 2 blocks from here. She's been watching how you run this place. She says if the city had 10 more buildings like Riverbend, we wouldn't have needed half these emergency measures." "Your grandmother's welcome here anytime," Karen said. He smiled, brief and real, then followed his men out. The trucks pulled away. For a few seconds, nobody in the lobby moved. Then the room erupted, voices shouting, crying, laughing shakily. Kids clung to legs. Adults hugged people they barely knew. Leah sagged against the wall, eyes shiny. "I can't believe nobody got shot," she said. "Believe it," Riley said, appearing at the top of the stairs. Hair wild, eyes bright. "We just won a battle of optics, and I'm pretty sure half the internet's arguing about us right now." Zoe's mother burst in through the back door moments later, breathless, cheeks flushed. "I did it," she gasped. "Nate and we found a cafe with a generator near the university. The owner let us plug in. We sent Rivera's file everywhere. Newsrooms, blogs, student papers. Some bounced back, but a lot didn't. And my cousin in Portland texted me, Texted like 3 minutes ago. She said our building's already on some breaking now crawl. Nate stumbled in behind her, grinning like a man who'd outrun his own fear. We saw your stream on a TV in the cafe, he said to Riley. People were watching. Some cheered. Some looked sick. Nobody looked bored. Dan's knees felt weak. He sat down on the steps, back against the rail, breathing. Carl, he thought, you stubborn bastard. We did it. Or at least we threw the rock. Jessa leaned against the wall, arms folded. Don't get too sentimental, she said. Cole's not going to curl up and cry because some people on the internet called him a thug. I know, Dan said, but now if he hits us again, he won't be doing it in the dark. That changes the math. She studied him. You realize this isn't just about Riverbend anymore, she said. Once those files spread, every neighborhood that got flooded with pills and protection is going to recognize itself. You lit a fuse all the way back down the pipeline Carl mapped. I know, he said. Guess we'll see what burns. She shook her head, a mix of admiration and exasperation. You're leaving, aren't you? She said. He blinked. What? You did what you came to do, she said. You buried your friend. You finished his fight. You helped turn this building into a fortress with a conscience. Power's coming back. Trials are coming, or at least hearings. There's a whole line of people who are going to want a piece of you on camera. The man who defied Meridian. You staying for that circus? He pictured it. News trucks, microphones, talking heads. His face on screens. The story of Dan's slaughter in Riverbend Court turned into something digestible and dramatic. The idea made his skin crawl. I don't much like cameras, he said. Or circuses. Thought so, she said. Karen joined them, wiping soot from her hands that wasn't there anymore. Just habit. The council met while you were catching your breath, she said. We took a vote. If this is about banning midnight sabotage missions, Riley said, I'd like to lodge a preemptive complaint. Not that, Karen said. We voted on what Riverbend Court wants to be when the lights are back and the emergency banners are gone. And, Dan asked. A cooperative, she said simply. Not just a building, a community with rules we write ourselves. Firewatch becomes permanent safety teams. Food sharing becomes a co-op kitchen. Council gets formalized, rotating seats. We work with whoever's honest enough to earn it. Harper, Rivera, whoever else crawls out of the bureaucracy. But we don't wait for them to save us anymore. That's big, he said. Feels big, she said. Feels scary too. But after this week, pretending we're just tenants in somebody else's story feels worse. Nate flopped down on the step below them. So what about Dan? He asked. Does he get a title? Co-op founder? Resident trouble magnet? Roadie, Riley suggested. We'll put him on merch. Dan shook his head, laughing despite the knot in his chest. I'm thinking of heading east again, he said. At least for a while. Karen's face flickered. To Tennessee? She asked. Maybe, he said. Maybe somewhere else on the way. There are a lot of Riverbends out there, places that survived this thing on their own and are about to get steamrolled by the return to normal. Maybe I can tell them what we did, what you did. You want to franchise us, Riley said. Riverbend Court, the expanded universe. Something like that, he said. Leah crossed her arms. You sure you're not just running because you're allergic to staying put? She asked. Probably a little, he said, but also because Carl didn't dig into that spreadsheet to save one building. He was trying to map a whole pattern. Now that pattern's out in the open, somebody's going to need to connect the dots in places Rivera's reassignment slip doesn't reach. Jessa smirked. Look at you, she said. From Tennessee boy who sings to the radio to wandering investigator of corporate rot. I still sing to the radio, he said. When it works. Karen studied him. You know you always have a room here, she said. Even if it's just for a night when you wander back in, smelling like road dust and bad coffee. He nodded, throat tight. I know, he said. Outside, a distant transformer crackled. Lights flickered in a building down the block, held for a moment, then dimmed again. The blackout was ending, but not in a clean line. It receded in fits and starts, leaving questions and scars. Riverbend Court, once just another high-risk complex on a forgotten map, now had a different story. The building that put out its own fires, that turned a storage room into a lever, that streamed a standoff to the world and walked away standing. Dan stood by the front door one last time that evening, backpack slung over his shoulder. The lobby glowed with battery lanterns and the soft murmurs of people arguing over chore charts and cooking schedules for their new co-op. Karen hugged him. Leah punched his arm lightly and told him not to get shot in any stairwells that didn't have her on duty. Tully shook his hand and muttered something about owing you a beer if bars ever exist again. Zoe ran up and wrapped herself around his leg. "You're coming back, right?" she said. He crouched to her level. "I don't know when," he said, "but yeah, I think I will." "Bring snacks," she said gravely. "The good kind, not beans." "I'll see what I can do," he said. Jessa waited by the door, hands in her pockets. "You sure about this?" she asked. "Not even a little," he said. "That seems to be the pattern." She nodded. "If you ever need intel in this city again," she said, "ask for Riverbend. Someone will know where to find me, or my successor, or my ghost." "Likewise," he said, "if you ever decide you're tired of playing from the shadows and want to run for office, I'll write your first attack ad against yourself." She laughed. "Go," she said, "before I change my mind and recruit you as full-time chaos consultant." He stepped out into the Boise twilight. The street smelled like wet concrete and distant smoke. In the far distance, a patch of sky glowed faintly orange, where a neighborhood's power had returned. Somewhere, a generator hummed. Somewhere else, a transformer failed with a dull boom. He walked past the sign that said Riverbend Court in peeling letters. Someone, probably Riley, had taped a handwritten edition under it. "The Way of Dan. Temporary title. Subject to rewrite." He snorted. "Keep it," he muttered. "It's your way now." As he walked, he thought of Carl, of the night they'd sat on the tailgate of his truck in Tennessee, drinking cheap beer and talking about what they'd do if the world ever fell apart. Carl had joked about being useless without Wi-Fi. Dan had said he'd just keep moving, like always. Now, as the city slowly stitched its circuits back together, the way forward didn't look like running away anymore. It looked like moving towards something, even if he couldn't see it clearly yet. There would be other buildings, other stairwells, other people caught between logos and lies, trying to survive while someone turned their pain into profit. He had a map in his head now, a map Carl had started, and Rivera and Alvarez and Jessa and Karen had all added to. It wasn't perfect. Neither was he, but it was enough to start. He walked east, into the half-lit streets, humming an old song under his breath. The city behind him glowed faintly, a stubborn constellation of apartments and radios, and people who had decided together that no one else got to tell them what their story was. For the first time in a long time, Dan Slaughter felt like he knew the way.